Boys. Good morning, Kenna. Good morning, Nin. How are you guys? I should probably pay my taxes. Yo, what up, Victor? How you doing today? I should probably pay my taxes. It's been a sec. I have not paid them. Now the question is if I even have like gear available, or not gear available, glint available here. Okay, I do. We're fine. We're fine. What up, Willie? How you doing, brother? So I should definitely pay my taxes to start off. I'm going to be a good noodle, a good citizen, and I will pay these hoes. Yo, what up, Ragnar? Early today. God damn. Okay. 10% away from 20. Oh, you're fucking flying. You're up tremendous. The big 40. I appreciate you, Ragnar. I appreciate you. We have a new high somewhere out there. So Wubby's streak did die. How many do I need? 82. So Wubby's was like near 300. And it just did RIP'd. Rip Wubs. Yeah, I mean, he's still out there somewhere, but I don't know, like, I don't know who's in the lead. I don't know who the current high is, but reality with the 140. I don't know if that's high enough though, you know? What happens if you don't pay your taxes? You can lose your citizenship. So basically you can just get kicked out of the node eventually. And it goes up. Like there's I think there's like a citizen rank that's associated with it. The citizen, like the citizenship goes kind of deep, I won't even lie. Yo, what? Thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yeah, the citizenship stuff kind of goes deep. There's a lot to it that I still have to learn up on. Cause there's like citizen levels, your tax rate is impacted by like the node level plus citizens when you join. Like the more citizens that are in, anyone in Mira? Yeah, I'm right here, Hoofs. But the more citizens that are like in the area, the more the taxes are if you become a citizen late, because instead of that area being like underdeveloped, you know, northern Maine real estate, you're getting that like prime New York overlooking Central Park real estate. So your cost is going to be higher. Territories have like a land maintenance score that can impact the tiers of like spawns as well as nodes that are available in each node. Oh, hey, I knew right where you were. I found you. Either you just logged in or you just teleported to me using some weird GM shit, but I don't have any reason to believe you're a GM. So I'm assuming you logged in. Yo, what up, Crow? How you doing, brother? I just logged in. A likely story. Listen, the last fucking dev that I sniffed out working for us doesn't play with us anymore, so I think he got in trouble for revealing his devly secrets. Can't trade it? What is it? I was about to have a hoof egg. Yo, let's go down to the desert and do some glint farm. I want to try that little area before we get too into farming. No, I don't actually think they got in trouble, by the way. I don't actually think they got in trouble. I was just joking. But yeah, they might have just like stopped playing as much over here. It was also once like work picked back up for like the dev side of things. So I'm assuming that work just got busy, and I would only imagine that playing a game a lot and then simultaneously working on that game could also get a bit tiring. But yeah, we had somebody that leaked their status one day, because we were yapping about how I file so many like out-of-pocket in-game reports for bugs and stuff. And I was talking about how like my first ever report that I filed was related to my character's tits getting smaller when I scrolled out a certain distance. Like it was basically like a render distance, like a render cull, but on my tits. So I reported that bug and I was talking about it. And dude just goes in chat, how do you think we found you? And I was like, wait, what do you mean? We. And everybody in chat was like, we? And we're like, ah, shit. So I made him tell us what he worked on. Then I let him chill, but that's my rule. I just like to know what people work on, so if I ever have like a referential question that I don't know, I can be like, oh hey, I have a resource here. That's, I think, the coolest thing about streaming, is I always joke that my goal is to like, eventually have a guy for everything, right? Like, oh, you need this? Yeah, I got a guy for that. Like, just literally for everything. So, playing Ashes, I could theoretically just have a guy for everything Ashes related. Like, I got a question I don't know the answer to. I got a guy. I got a guy.
Together, strong.
Skis to the east without Drewski!
Ski-est.
Ski-est. Yeah, well, thank you for the 17 months. Are you getting on to play games with us? We are going down to the desert right now to do some glint farming, potentially. Are flying mounts in the game because I peeped into Pirate's stream earlier and he was on a dragon? Yeah, mayors get flying mounts. Yeah, mayors get flying mounts. Flyers have been in the game. Yeah. So, mayors get flyers. Right now, mayors are just kind of like democratically elected to the nodes. And so I think that's kind of lame as a streamer to have that be my aspiration. So there are, what a pleasure, I'm down here now recovering my caravan from last night. Did they not even end up hitting all the vans? That's so funny. They probably got a total of like 2 gold from that. Jesus Christ. What a good works car from there, so long. Fair. Yeah, I just don't know, like, if we'll go straight carve, because we found a really good farm in the desert. Like, really good. What, I mean, get attacked? Yeah, we got run up on by legitimately, like, 20 people, probably. Right around there. It had to have been 15 to 20. And we had, like, 7 with us, and most of our people were 10 to 20. So it wasn't really much of a prolonged fight. Like, I near 100 to 0 bursted someone, and then they just had too many people, so he got like insta healed and shit. And then they had so many people. But like, most of our vans were either near empty and low level vans, or like willow vans, but also near empty. I was the only one that had anything on my van, and it was like a 5 gold payout. So like they probably lost gold per hour after splitting it between 20 people to like pop consumes go over hit the vans. Confirm without, yeah, come through. Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Good morning, Mr. Maximus. How are you today? Underground zone you talked about last night sounded fucking sick. Oh yeah. The underground zone, the entire underrealm is gonna be phenomenal. The water itself, I'm super excited for, like the open seas. Like open seas forest flag area is gonna be really cool. Different merchant ships, different like, you know, roles within ships. You'll have people that are literally out there that are providing escort for merchant ships. Because if you think caravans are steep now, wait till you have an entire merchant ship that's loaded up. Like, packed. Packed. Heard you like maps, so we put a map on your map. So you can explore what you explore. We, yeah. And I mean, there are certain races that start down in that bitch. Yeah. It's Bissington. Now, one thing I'm really curious about, personally, there's a statistic that they have in, like a figure that's like ground saturation, right? And when it's raining or like wetness is being added to the ground, that ground saturation can impact a lot of things, even leading to like floods and shit, right? So what I'm wondering is, with that ground saturation, once the underworld is added in, will we see like underworld floods? Like, could we see ground saturation get to a certain amount and then the underworld starts to like trickle, and then it starts to add up? Could we see underworld dungeons get sealed off by floods and only opened up if you manually or passively remove that flood?
Caravans is absolutely S
There's a lot to think about. Yo, Kaizen, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Electric Spellscoper. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, Max. They've already talked about how seasonal cycle, weather cycle, pretty much everything else will be, you know, impacting mob spawns, material spawns, mob, like, behaviors, resistances, abilities, your abilities. It's kind of nuts. Played an OPR yesterday. Oh no. Still same OPR, different map. Who would have possibly said that? Jeez Louise, who would have predicted? Just spawn camp OPRs. Spawn camp still? Yep. Wow. What a what a shocker. It's loaded still. You got your van. That's kind of crazy. I think I abandoned all of my shit. So I don't know. Hold on. I have one in Winstead. Oh, that's weird. I had one in Jova as well, but that one poofed. What up, Courier? Spawn camp isn't right up against their wall. It's around a corner choke, so they can't get out. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, so people are just going to be happy about that OPR map for like 2 weeks because it's the first bit of quote-unquote content that they've actually got in 3 years. And then what's gonna happen is the Twitch drops period is going to end. Yo, Max! Thank you for the gifty, brother. The big 246. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. What, you want me to pull you up or something? Morning, Lothar. Yo, what up, Grumpy? What we on today? Starting a little bit of desert farm and then probably some level pump for the boys. Can't tell if I'm tanked or hungover. Bro, you were cooking last night. Man hit the I forgot I was drinking at a certain point. Till I realized it's the same thing. Well, it's like there's no core gameplay loop with it, Drewski. That's the problem. There's nothing that's changing within the game. And it's like, if you fundamentally hate somebody's personality, but they go to the gym for a couple months and have slightly bigger biceps, their personality's still going to be terrible. Like, you're still probably gonna hate that person. And I don't understand, like, what New World players think's gonna happen. But within, like, probably a month, all of them are just gonna be like, oh, this shit's ass. Because it's legitimately the exact same gameplay loop. That was kind of laggy as shit. Sat in a dead CK in queued OPR like I did for 7k hours. Yeah, literally. Same thing. Same thing. Nothing changed in New World. I'm shocked that people thought it was going to with those patch notes. I saw Oddity kill trading in CK PvP zone this morning and then stopped watching. That's funny. That's actually kind of good. Kind of good. What's even the point of kill? I mean, I guess artifact farm at this point, right? But I don't really know what people are thinking there, man. Like, and I hear a lot of people excited about how many viewers are in the directory, but they have to realize that half of those are probably like, I don't want to say it, but drop farming bot accounts, or people with like 7 accounts that farm drops and then sell the accounts. Because that's literally like what happens. Like, exclamation drops hit, you put it in your title, you put it in your tags, and you'll legitimately get, like, just free lurks because people farm those. Drops are just consumables. Oh, I'm aware, but it's like, you have to remember, it's kind of like an algorithmic thing where drops happen and you just have accounts that pop up into the directory. I've been there through every single one of their launches and many other launches. I streamed New World from its launch all the way through Eternum relaunch and everything in between. I might be dead here. This poison might actually cook me. No, I'm good. But yeah, I think like, just in terms of New World long term, if you're familiar with that game, the viewership always like very short term goes up around a major update. People try to cope it out with that major update, and then it just drops within 2 weeks of that major update, because no major update that New World ever drops actually like changes the core gameplay loop. It doesn't. That's part of the issue with it. So at least gave house items. Those big housing items. Oh, by the way, when they gave out the housing items that they did, it actually fucked up the entire housing market economy because they gave out super rare housing items. So their entire like housing community and like the decorative community there was pissed off about that because all of their chase items were then devalued. So even when they did give out housing items, they fucked up their economy because of it. Everything AGS does just cooks. Like goldfish in a porcelain bowl, telescope, stuff like that. They essentially gave out all of those like super rare chase items for housing. And yeah, it just wasn't too great. Probably have to say that AoE or just range tanking these would be best, right? It's just straight line care. Grumpy just tank the fuck out of that. You may just want to range it, Grump. Want to take my forge gear grind? Well, lock. Oh, that's not good. That's not good for business at all. Whoa! Where do you come from? Oh, fuck that. That one little scorp just almost destroyed my shit. If anything, they should imagine farming for 8 months to get the goldfish. Then they gave it away in an event. No groups for me today. Prep for the doctor today. Oh shit. Well, I hope everything's good. Goldfish was 500k at some point. Oh yeah. So I mean, one of the things that they did was like slowly over the course of their game's development, they took away every form of a chase item. So like, for example, great axes for bruisers were occasionally, you know, more than gold cap in the 625 meta. They took away that chase of acquiring that hard best in slot, and they just added best in slot drops to events to try to prioritize people to do their PvE because no one was doing PvE over crafting. But then in doing that and trying to boost the percentage of people that were participating in PvE by just rewarding them with the best gear, they ended up killing their economy and the player-to-player aspect of it, where like crafting and feeding your crafters and funneling cooldown mats was a very large thing. So then instead of a system where people were actually, you know, cooperating, people would sit in Windsward, they would be like, hey, do you have your cooldown mats available today? I'll buy them. They give you the mats, you use your cooldown to make the mats, refine them, you trade them back. That person then pays you. You give them the mats. They use that to craft. That entire system was taken out as soon as they started like taking out chase items with that hard best in slot that was like omega expensive. And they started replacing them with just like, oh, you run an event? Here's a seasonal drop from that. Best in slot. World house decoration, never got your hands on one. All you had to do was lurk in Twitch streams during one of their launches and it was a Twitch drop. So like that super hard chase, they took it out of the game and just gave it to everybody that lurked for Twitch drops. So there are like thousands of those floating throughout now. There's no value in them anymore. So if you were one of those housing people and you did like housing contests and stuff, you know, having that goldfish, having a telescope, having shit like that was just like completely cooked. Oh, Courier, on their wiki, they have their minimum required specs as well. I don't remember exactly what they are right off the top of my head, but I think on the wiki they have that. But yeah, I think chase items are something that are very good for the game because it provides a lot of like replayable content for people, right? Like, I don't know what this move would be called, but we got something going on here. But yeah, I really like chase items. I also really like the structure of chase mounts from the hardest content. And those chase mounts, those are going to be flyers and like super rare ones at that, that could drop off of the hardest content in like egg or adolescent form that you then have to raise into like a flyable mount. Then that mount is only lasting for a certain amount of time before it like dies. I hate chase mounts that get removed from the game though. Like the content phases out or they just remove them from the loot table. Yo, what up, Sir Child? How you doing, brother? This is the easiest glint in human history, by the way. Can never earn them again. Oh, like you can only get one drop or you can't like... I mean, I got my plagued Proto-Drake and Wrath before they removed it. Yeah. I mean, wasn't that like a direct achievement base though? Or was that one of the drops? I remember when we got our first drop mount in raid, that shit was more hype than getting any item drop. When they removed the content that dropped them out so you can never earn again. Yeah. Plagued was a raid achieve. Okay, yeah. Because I know back in Wrath they had raid achieve ones and then they had drop ones. What were the achieves for the Plagued one? TVC was my favorite expansion. So, I know that, Eating My HelloFresh ordered a second week. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Did you do, like, a code or anything for a discount? Removing content's asked if not brought back or revamped. I mean, I think content eventually phases out naturally, but, like... Yeah, it does kind of feel bad when you're chasing something and then it's just removed. But I also feel like... I don't know, that also creates like a limited push to chase stuff, right? But yeah, finite amount of like chase availability is always a weird thing. I really like chase item structures. Use code for the first week. Yeah, the codes are solid. If you have like the right code, like the they keep track of the addresses now, so you can't cheese the system. Ha! That's funny as shit. Wait, just do a different apartment number, sir child. Unless you like actually live in a different apartment, but like, so like I don't have like an apartment number, but you could do you could just like say it's a different apartment number and then do a different name, different email, right? You know, the original ZG bear mount for the time runs before they removed it and brought it back with a pink tint later. My brother AMC got like a fucking ZA bear, and he did not get it on his main. He went in and filled on his healer, like on his shaman for an alt run, and they ended up getting ZA bear and it went on his shaman, so he didn't even have his bear on his main. There's like a long period of lockout there. Do you guys have Purple Skull Trooper? Purple Skull Trooper's fucking lit. Are you an OG Renegade Wado? Was someone trolling the last lockout or no death next? We had somebody trolling every fucking week in my guilds. Yo, what up, Miz? You ever play OSRS? Nah, I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4. WoW on launch. And then from WoW I went into Dota 2, then to Fortnite, then to New World. And then to here. So I kind of like skipped over OSRS because my first MMO was WoW. And so I would watch my friends play OSRS and I was like, this shit fucking sucks. Because WoW was just so fucking like revolutionary for its time, man. OSRS is a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of fun, like, in the same sense that if I didn't have video games, going outside and shoveling snow would be fun right now. But, like, once you have something better, like WoW, which is, to this date, you know, Classic through Wrath is, in my opinion, the best phase of any MMO ever. Just indescribably. But I think, like, starting MMOs with WoW, and like how immersive like Azeroth was and everything, and then looking at my friends just play OSRS, like the visual appeal of OSRS is undeniably nowhere near what WoW was in 2004. Just for the level it was on, that like that standard back then. Like once you've seen WoW, it's like you look at OSRS from just, you know, keep in mind I was a kid at the time, so not like I'm fucking, you know, in my 20s making informed decisions. Like my brothers played WoW. WoW was insanely graphically like immersive for that time frame. The gameplay was nuts, and like OSRS started up very slow in my opinion, even compared to WoW. So OSRS was for poor kids. No, well, like, so OSRS was for either the poor kids or the kids that had a membership that bullied the poor kids. Now, I was one of the poor kids that got to play WoW because I did chores for my WoW sub and my 2 older brothers played. So me and all of my poor friends, they would always come to my house and they would literally just like, we would take shifts playing WoW because they were like OSRS players, and they were just like, wait, can I come to your house and play WoW after school? It was fucking hilarious. So yeah, I miss the whole OSRS. I didn't play Minecraft until I was in my fucking 20s. Like, I legitimately, when I was 4 years old, I started playing Diablo as my first game. OSRS was my first MMO. Yeah, like, if it was my first MMO and I, like, hadn't seen WoW before and stuff, like, you know, I probably would have played a lot more OSRS. But, like, the most impactful thing in my life that came from OSRS as a kid was like the RuneScape music videos. Those were fucking saucy, may I say. May I say. Hell yes. I'm talking that, like, that fucking 30 Seconds to Mars era, the Rise Against era, like, all of those RuneScape music videos where you just go somewhere, you type the lyrics above your head, fucking, oh, yeah. I ain't even play RuneScape, but I fucked with those hard. Yup, there was some heat back then for sure. The screaming. You had some, like, WoW-based bangers, too, though. Like, there were people that were dropping some great WoW content back in the early 2000s. I just grew a gray hair. A little bit longer, you won't have hair to grow, brother, so enjoy that one. I'm just saying, I've been thinking about putting a gray strip in my hair so I can appear more, like, astute, studious, intelligent, wise. I was thinking like one gray strip on like one of the bangs type shit. Look a little classy. My first game was Super Mario on the Super Nintendo, then Pokemon Red. My cousin used to do WoW raps and apparently he was good at them. That's sick. Are you old / nerdy enough to have seen Pure Ponage? Probably. It sounds familiar, but I'm not confident enough to be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what that is. Sure, if you saw a post I made on Discord about Dim Farm for Desert. Good job to compile the data. Biss, your testing is phenomenal. Oh wait, yeah, where'd Nin go? Nin was in here at the start of stream talking about tattoos and shit too. You tattooing your head reminded me. What would you get for a tattoo on your head? And how tall are you?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Don Phonics, appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. Okay, what were you saying about your tattoo, Nin? I know where you're going with this and I don't like it. No, how tall are you? You're like 5 foot something, right? You have no idea where I'm going with this. I was just curious because I was gonna say like 5'10". Okay. Well, I feel like a top of the head tattoo loses value the taller that you are, right? It's like having a really nice car to not drive it, or to like drive it through like a, you know, a super deserted area. Cause it's like if you take like, it's about the sides. Oh, okay. Like here, you should tattoo a beard. Yeah, you should just shave your beard and then you add a beard. Front because it comes down. What do you mean it comes down? Like your forehead? Like you got like a Neanderthal forehead where it's like this? You're gonna tattoo like the front of your forehead? You said yeah. Widow's Peak extended on the forehead. That's crazy. It was a web series just before YouTube became a proper thing. Kind of satire comedy following life of a pro gamer in like 2000. He gets to follow him around IRL. His Leet Journeys. Leet Journeys is fucking awesome. Do you guys remember Woot? Do you guys remember Woot? Anytime we got something, like, bro, I swear to God, if it was like the early 2000s and we got an upgrade, we would all sit here on stream and go woo woo, and then everybody would say grats in chat. Trisky. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. And then we saw the streamlining of grats from congratulations, congrats, grats, down to GZ once people stopped giving a shit. There was like the de-evolution of like congratulations once people became less proud of your achievements. It's like first max level, congratulations, huge, woo, great job, woo woo. 17th max level, GZ, GZ, GZ. Yeah, Woot was crazy, bro. Woot was fucking crazy. Didn't that shit get added to like Webster's dictionary? And that was like a big thing? I feel like that was a large thing. Yeah, I don't know how people say they can't target stuff with tab target, bro. This game's tab target is so unbelievably fucking silky. I love these pulls. This is so smooth, bro. One cleric and we're up tremendous. Log back in a while last year and to see people typing GZ, not gonna lie, how hard is Gratz? It's because WoW isn't a fucking MMO anymore, dude. WoW is an ARPG with extra steps. And I feel like most MMOs and ARPGs, like, they're a simple level of polish away from being one and the same. I really feel like that. Like, what is the difference from grouping up in WoW with 5 people, going to teleport to a dungeon, doing that dungeon and teleporting back to town, and having people in Path of Exile 2 come over to your hideout, run maps together, and go back to your hideout after? There's nothing. The core gameplay loop is an ARPG. And we got a level 10 spellbook and spell greatsword. Yeah, I think. Probably on my fighter. Are you in Mira? Who dis? Oh, it's Ika. Wait. Good day, friends. Group. We are doing some simple glint farming here. It's clunky for me, but I also have like 2 weeks of experience with tab target. Oh yeah, no, yeah, like, so I've played, and I talk about this a lot, but I've played more tab target than I have action combat. Which is crazy to think about, because pretty much everybody that knows my stream from New World and stuff only knows me from like that action combat time. But legitimately, my entire life when my brain was still malleable, like, I was playing WoW every single day. Like, you have to realize, I probably have like 20,000 hours on tab target in WoW in my entire life. Like, between my entire childhood, like every spare second that I had playing that shit. Oh yeah. Going back for classic launches as well. Yeah, 100%. Where do crocs spawn in the tropics? I want to say like north side of here, but that might have also been not crocs. That might have also been like otters or something. We need Nelly. What up, Skix? How you doing today? Invite. Oh yes. Invite. Invite. We're up now, boys. We have a healer with us, and that will surely contribute to goodness and happiness. Tropics are like completely empty. There's nothing here. No spawns? Really? There were a lot of spawns when I was up there before. Nothing? On Vyra? Like legitimately no spawns? What the fuck? Yeah, even when I was there before there were spawns, and that was like a few updates ago. I feel like I'm definitely not as good at tab target. Tab target's just weird because it's like, for me it's a mix of tab target as well as like click targeting. And like there's a lot of control within it that I like, but again, I think the like the system that people use will be their system of comfort and like that system of preference, right? I don't necessarily think there's like one or the other that's just this insano style like revelation for all of man to behold and witness, right? I see a crow. But yeah, I think across the board, the systems are pretty conducive to people playing whichever mode they want. I also think in my perspective, like there are probably going to be scenarios where I give a quick flick to something like this, especially in PvP. Say like something happens, I need to throw a quick flick into a grapple instead of having that tab. Feel less under control in tab. I think the thing with tab is your control requires more simultaneous inputs than it does from like from a action combat perspective. Because like right now, just in terms of inputs, this doesn't all have to be on my mouse. But like any time that I'm attacking, I have right mouse button held down for my camera grab. Left mouse is an independent camera move without a camera grab. I have my top thumb button on attack. So the entire time that I'm rounding up these mobs, I've got top thumb button. I'm basically tapping around with my right mouse to like engage that camera grab and then free looking when I don't need that camera grab. And then over here, I'll basically do a combo of like tab and then left click acquisitions to get like my targets rounded up. And then from there, we kind of go into that like character movement to keep my character squared up. And so like, I feel like it's just more total inputs for the same result, but it kind of like gives you another level of that, like that cursor always up when you need it, where I feel like that, I don't know. I feel like since I've played on tab, it can be a little wacky in terms of like, or not tab, when I played on action, it can feel a little wacky in terms of like just that target acquisition. But that's also, again, because I have more hours on tab target systems than most people have in video games in general. So I kind of get lucky with a lot of that. Need a bard? I mean, we can probably go up to Karf, honestly. If we get another bard and then Drewski comes, we can go to Karf. Oh wait, Grumpy's level 17. Grumpy cannot go to Karf. But I could go tank Karf. If you guys want to do this, I could go up to Karf and get XP going for people. Taking a break from Ashes today. Been going hard, so I'm feeling a burnout coming. Level 19 in a couple days since purchase. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, definitely not worth to burn out on the game right now, in my opinion. I think that there is too much in the future of this game to worry about burning out, min-maxing, and stuff like that now. And that's also why I'm a huge advocate for people to not worry about best in slot gear, not worry about endgame this, like, meta that. Like, I tell every single person that comes in that wants to get the game, no matter how good you are or you think you are at video games, you should just fucking relax. Because odds are, I probably play video games a lot more, and I can probably cook a lot of people. And if I'm relaxing, then goddamn everybody else should be relaxing too. I legitimately play video games as a full-time job, and I'm sitting here like just chill, hitting stuff, running around going, wow. And I'm not even sweating. There is no reason to sweat in an alpha when all of your rewards, everything you earn, just goes away. This grind seems kind of pointless. Going for level 10 juice items will most likely not be a thing in the future. No, it won't. Level 10 enchanted items happen because of two reasons. The first one being material scarcity, and the second one being server progression. So like level 20 enchanted items are simply better than level 10 enchanted items. It's just level 10 enchanted items are more readily available than level 20 enchanted items being, you know, available at all. So as a result, you don't have those people who are running up those 20 enchanted items to show what the current power curve would be, because the monetary input and like the resources that are available just simply aren't, you know, existent in that manner. So there's a lot to keep in mind there. But Steven did also say in his latest, like in his interview with Jamie yesterday, they are looking at addressing like the low level enchanting meta past just like, you know, letting material scarcity and stuff play out. And there's a chance that they may even reset or stat squish enchants, which I love both of. I think they should. Also, my favorite thing is whenever there's like a reset or an inconvenience to a player base in an alpha, watching them cry. Their tears, I know it's primarily salt, but they're so sweet to me. I don't understand it. I don't understand it, but it's just, it's delicious, delicious salty tears of MMO players as soon as devs reset something that's going away anyways. Of the endgame, PvE and PvP generates more gold than AFK crafting. I mean, so you have to remember that there is no form of like just AFK crafting. You have to have such an input to craft that it's like you simply can't just AFK craft. And even going out into the world as a gatherer, like if you want to go the route of just I get a shitload of mats, I transport them back. Honestly, that's a gameplay loop that in my opinion should be rewarded, because you have to remember at that point too, there's no odds of them getting loot drops that may be bis, no lotto items early. Nothing like that. So those people are entirely dependent on that crafting income for their money. So instead of a mob grinder where you're hitting, you know, scorpions, you're doing carf runs, stuff like that, right? We get that influx of glint along the way. They don't have any of that. I think it'll just be a case of top guilds gathering everything to funnel their crafters. Okay, and that's how it should be. Yeah. Just like top guilds will also have leveling groups together to make sure that people level faster. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. There's competition for everything. I hope gathering nodes respawn quickly, otherwise it'll be gate kept. If they respawn quickly, it'll be gate kept more, because if they respawn too quickly, people will just sit on each node and farm those respawns. There's a delicate balance to it, but it's the same thing as mobs. Like, hitting mobs and hitting nodes is the same thing. It's just the mobs are AI that hit back and the nodes are AI that don't hit back. It's literally the same thing. Your core gameplay loop is running around hitting things. One has less of a risk than others. But like, if you're a guild that wants to be very far ahead, you're going to do what you can to secure the meta leveling spots with your leveling groups. If you're a guild that wants to be super far ahead in crafting, you're going to secure the best gathering spots to funnel to your crafters to make sure that they have the advantage. I think that's just how MMOs and like all social aspects of games work, to the point where even in ARPGs, you'll have people that will run like maps together or the end game together, and they will funnel currency and loot to one person to activate that one build to carry them to get more loot. That's just like the fundamental basis of game progression, especially in something social. That happens in every single social game. And that's honestly what makes them the top guilds. Do you know what a shoal skipper is? The shoal skippers are so cute, yeah. The slow low bastards, but they cute though. Issue is trying to find a spot in that tight social group. Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember though, a lot of guilds also just recruiting global at this point. But that's kind of the thing with MMOs. It's all about that social group, and just like IRL, you could do one thing or do nothing and have a group of people not like you or just not vibe or not be needed. Like, say you're applying to the top guild as an animal husbandrist. They already have an animal husbandrist. You could be the rank 2 animal husbandrist in the entire game. But if theirs is rank 1, you're not getting in and you're not getting prioed. It's a very simple concept. It's literally the same thing as like IRL. If you open up an auto repair shop right next to a really established auto repair shop, you're probably gonna like get cooked in terms of what's available to you as for opportunities. Like, you've got to think about what you offer to those communities. You've got to get into those communities early, and that's also the same concept with everything. Like, if you wait for that community to be established before you actually go into it, instead of finding a community that's on its way up to establishing and growing with that, then you're gonna have to fight through all of the things that have already established within that community itself. There's no way to kind of like just jump forward through all of that social progression of like, oh, this community's top tier, cool, I'm gonna hop in this instantly and be in their core loop. Like, if you want to be in the core loop of a community and one of those high prios, you've either got to join one that's small or be in one of those large ones from its inception. And that's just, again, that's just social dynamic. Here. I love the fear of being wrong for all my time, helping someone else gear, then when I'm in need of gear myself, they just stitch. Yeah, happens in every MMO. Like, literally all of the things that you're saying you're worried about just happen in MMOs. I really wish that I had, like, a better answer, Skix, but that's just, that happens in everything. New World, you could prio gearing people, they could leave and go to another guild. WoW, you could prio getting people pre-raid BIS, and they could leave and go to another guild. Like, that's MMOs, brother. I mean, same thing as IRL. I talk about how everything right now is tying into that same IRL thing. You could buy your friend a really cool birthday present, but he doesn't really fuck with you that much at the end of the day, so he takes your birthday present and then doesn't talk to you until Christmas. Pretty simple. I mean, that's a fear in everything, brother. That's why you just find a community you like and take part in it. Yup. And that's why I'm telling people to worry a lot less about optimal, best, this, that, the other, especially in an alpha. Notice how concerned you are with all of those things, and notice how concerned I am with all of those things, where I'm legitimately selling nothing in terms of the gear that I acquire, giving it all away to everybody, and just saying, hey, if you guys end up continuing to play, great. And if you guys don't end up playing anymore, then at least I helped while I was here. And it's just a different way of looking at it, right? I haven't sold a single thing on the player market. I give away every single thing that I have, whether it's a material piece, whether it's items, anything. And so, like, I don't know, there are a couple different ways of looking at it, right? You can be like, oh, what if this effort does all go out the window? Or you can just be like, oh, well, maybe this outward effort helps those people stay. That's all the social dynamic, brother. That's the beauty of MMOs, in my opinion. Because it's not just you fighting AI. It's not just you know, having better reflexes or better mechanical skills than somebody else. There's legitimately just, there are so many things that go into MMOs that make them incredibly unique and incredibly fun. And these are all those little things that go into them, right? It's all those like social dynamics. It's that progression within social circles. It's just, in my opinion, everything across the board that ties into that. Oh, Mill Guy, what up, man? What are you grinding for right now? This is a very good glint grind. Very, very, very good glint grind. So all of the desert nodes since the rework have a lot of bug and like beast spawns that pop up around the, you know, the perimeter of the node itself, the town. And so what these guys offer is a very high glint drop rate. They give decent XP as well to lower levels because they're right around that level 20. So you can come here with a small group and you can get very solid glint. You can get some gland drops, some dropping drops. But yeah, the glint itself is quite solid. A few other incentivizations too. And it's honestly just a really chill farm. I feel like since the update, people have kind of like struggled to find very chill farms. Especially with like the elite HP regen. So chill farms are typically conducive to not dying and having a very, very good time. This is where that big density is about to be. So I don't know like how their experience gain is over here, but at the very least, the glint's gonna be pretty nutty. Then at a certain point soon, I'll probably just head over to Carf. Jesus. Well, if we have 8 people here, then we don't get enough glint. With 8 people here, just better off going to Carfin, you goobers. But yeah, so probably what I'll let people do is set up in a chill spot here. Now that we have a few people on, and then we'll head over to Carfin with this character and get that big level grind in. This is gonna be fucking stupid. I'm dead. Shit. What a pull. What a pull. I feel like that was like half of the mobs out here. 25 now, I can always hop the bard for guild groups or fill as needed as a DPS. True. You had 25 yesterday? Wee. Okay, so even just doing this, it's probably been a decent amount of glint for everybody. Went to Carf, it was all free too. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, I should probably head to Carf and get some XP pump going for people, and then let anyone who needs like this area take this area. Can you do Carf at 19? You can. 20 plus is best. Just so you don't like, you know, nuke group XP at all or anything like that. But 19's doable. I brought people in at 19. You just have to be a bit cautious of things, not standing stuff on the ground. And like that 6th level is only a small XP split, so it's not the worst. This is a decent loop though. You could hop on each day and do like a once or twice around this little, like the node cork with these mobs and probably supply your vans pretty easily. How's the XP split work? Is there math behind it? Probably more math than I do, but I do the very rudimentary math and break it down in a very simple way. Within 5 levels, the XP split is nothing. Once you're at 6 levels, it's like 10%, and then 7 or more levels, it's 50% and increasing to the point where it just nukes your XP within the group. And that's like the split from the highest to the lowest level in the group. That's what we've encountered so far. 7 or more levels, it's just like intolerably bad in groups. 6 is like a 10% reduction, and then anything within 5 tends to be really secure. Now again, I don't know they're like exact splits or anything. That's just what we've noticed in terms of like our groups. And that's why I came up with like the 9th person tanking strategy, where you just like hold aggro on mobs outside of the group and let everybody else like do all the damage to it. And then I could hold aggro, for instance, on level 5 mobs, and we could just have an 8-person group of level 3s that are all hitting those mobs, and then they would get the kill credit. We must continue progressing with Carf. Who do we have on for grind? I mean, we actually have a good amount of people on right now. Kendo, are you on today or no? The more that I run around without my mount, the more I panic about the thought of not being able to use a mount for a week. Slightly terrifying, but all is well. Bup, 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 bup. Okay. Glint. Did an old man thing and clean my crotch and hurt my back. I'm not laughing at you. 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 Oh, God. I'm not laughing at you. Been debating getting back into streaming. I feel like it really allows you to build a community. My biggest advice, and again, this is gonna be very like blatant and like very blunt advice, but if you're someone who burns out easily, then streaming is rough. Especially if you're a small streamer. You're not gonna start out having anybody in your chat that's talking frequently. You're not instantly gonna start out with 20 or 50 or anything viewers like that. But no, like even if you stream before. If you don't stream consistently, it's a very long grind. I've streamed 7-8 years now, right around there. And you know, a lot of that was to 10 or fewer viewers. And again, like streaming can be very fun, but streaming can also be a lot more mentally taxing than a lot of people think that it can be. And so just going into it, like streaming is an amazing opportunity to build a community, but you've just got to be ready for that long haul of knowing like, okay, my first 100 streams, somebody may never come in, but could be that 101st stream where you get somebody in, and then 102, you could have that person come back and one more person comes in. And like, I think like streaming is a very good thing if you have your expectations right. But I say that about a lot of things. Ashes, MMOs, streaming, pretty much everything. I think anybody has the capability of making content. Some people are more YouTube and recording oriented. Some people are more streaming oriented. And I think a lot of people kind of like don't know which side they align on of content. It was the best social experience I've had. Yeah, streaming's phenomenal. It's just those moments of like, as you are securing yourself, and you know, I'm nowhere near a large streamer right now myself, right? Like, on a good day, I average 100 viewers at this point. I gave up any chance of like large short term when I left New World. Basically gave away a couple hundred average viewers, came over here with like 40, 50 and just hoped we rebuilt. And so like, especially if you're trying to stream in any like serious way, right? You're putting in a lot of hours. You want that big, like, you know, that social kind of like takeaway from it where you are building that community. Like, it's amazingly rewarding once you get to that place. But there are a lot of times along the way where, you know, even me leading up to this point, I was just like, am I fucking wasting my time? And I'm someone who very much like sets my mind to something and then doesn't stop, like, regardless of whether I should or not. And so with streaming, I'm so like stubbornly persistent with it that at a certain point, you know, because of how consistent I am, sometimes people don't have a choice but to watch me because there's no one else. But yeah, man, streaming's like, it's wonderfully interactive. Streaming has provided me so many opportunities. But you've also got to go into it with the proper mentality. Like, I don't look at my viewers. I don't know how many people are in here. I never know how many people are in here. I kind of just yap as much as I can. And I try to stream as if 100,000 people are watching in the hopes that someday there will be. Everyone is, you need to put the time in, but if you have a full-time job, it's also hard to commit that time. Oh, yeah, you're preaching to the choir. You're preaching to the choir. For me to get here, I had to work a full-time job and stream 60 plus hours a week every week. Yeah, my total time commitment was 110 to 120 hours a week before work and, you know, between work and stream. There were multiple, like, events, functions, things in my social life that I just willingly sacrificed to make it here. And again, I'm not even in a point where it's just this stress-free level of I made it as a streamer. I still worry about my bills month to month. I still have to look at stuff like from you know, can I pay my bills perspective, right? You have a partner? Oh yeah, Corla. But she lives in like Arizona. I live here in Maine. So we kind of met on New World, but like we're going to, you know, Vegas and then she's coming up this way. So yeah. Yeah, we met on New World a while back. And so yeah. It's, but again, I live alone. I pay my bills alone because unfortunately she won't just funnel me money. It's kind of fucked up. But yeah, so like from a streaming perspective, it's like I went through the entire process of work full time, stream a little bit, realize that I like streaming, start streaming more, start to get a community, and then at a certain point, keep in mind, you might think that the hardest part is maintaining that job plus stream. Nah, that's the easiest part. That's the easiest part. Because you know your bills are paid at that point. Job plus stream was way less stressful than just streaming. I'll be completely honest with you. If I had 10,000 viewers and I paid my bills in a day, sure. But a job is consistent. A job is a budget that you can build around. You know what my budget is? People giving me money. I'm literally a panhandler with a better camera. If people just all of a sudden decided to stop subbing, like cheering with bits, donating, showing up, I can't stream anymore. And so for me, the most stressful part wasn't, oh, I have to work 110 hours a week, because I would go to work and the entire time I was working, it would build excitement for stream, right? And I'd be like, all right, I don't have to worry about subs. I don't have to worry about any of that. My bills are paid because of work. I just go home and I chill, and this is my stress relief. And now, like, you know, as a streamer, this is still stress relief for me, right? But it's also that different level of, it's like, if you're in that spot where you've, you know, you're transitioning full-time stream, you're a smaller full-time streamer. Smaller full-time streamers are not making 100K. A lot of us don't even make 50K a year. And so I think a lot of people kind of think like, oh, once I get to that spot, my first month full-time streaming, it'll be awesome. And so basically, like, there's just a lot more to it. Are subs not a right measure of income? Granted, you might have a certain percent that unsub. Gifted subs and prime subs do not recur each month. So every streamer that is, I won't say every streamer, but most streamers that do very well have a high majority of gifted subs. A lot of streamers will be 60-70% gifted subs on average. And so month to month, if those gifted subs dry up, if people prime 1 month and then they don't come in, or they prime elsewhere, you know, I have, let's see, I'll look at my subs right now. Analytics, earnings. So far this month, in the last 30 days, I have made, let's see, paid subs, $410. I have 105 tier 1 subs. I have 3 tier 2 subs and 3 tier 3 subs. So my revenue from that is $339, and this is post split, from T1 subs, $17.50 from T2, and $51.33 from T3 subs. Prime subs, throw in another 150. Gifted subs, over $1,000. I have 363 gifted. I have 368 gifted. Gunner, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Much love. Much love, much love, much love. I greatly appreciate that. So, basically, big Gunner W. So then you have your ad revenue from ads and Twitch Turbo. You have cheering, and then you have donations. Hoof's coming in with a 5 as well. I have 373 gifted subs. W Hoofs, W Gunner, W Hype Train boys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. We got the level 3 Hype Train going, lads. We are up tremendous, truly going sicko mode early in the day. Yo, Hoofs, Gunner, thank you guys so much for the 10 gifties. I greatly appreciate that. I greatly do. But yeah, so I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Like, even in my standpoint, I make double from gifted subs than I do from paid and prime subs. So month to month, you know, say New World let me go back to October. So in October, I made a little over $4,000 from stream total. I made $4,004.53 in October from stream. Paid subs, $468 in terms of revenue. Prime subs, $222. Gifted subs, $1,770. So again, $700 from paid subs, $1,700 from prime subs. Then the other chunk of my ad revenue, $1,243 from ads, because I was averaging a couple hundred viewers at the time. So once you get to a large point as a streamer, Rusty, thank you for the 100 bits, brother. That's not even including Twitch cut. That is Twitch cut. Yes. Yeah. So that factors in like my 60-40 split. So that's post-split pre-tax. And keep in mind, in 2024, that was the best month that I had. 4K from streaming. That's about what I make working, and I'm sure I worked a whole lot less than you streamed. Crazy. Well, so if streaming was a cost per hour, like $1 per hour payout, then it'd be fucking stupidly easy. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I have the hardest job in the world, because I definitely fucking don't. I think streaming is a phenomenal job, and it does have its own stresses, but like, I've worked at, you know, a Starbucks store as a store manager. Like, I made way more hourly there than I did doing this. But the money wasn't worth that for me. So, like, keep in mind, 4K is the best month that I had in 2024. Let's go back to... let's go back to April. So, April was before I really started leaning into ads and stuff like that. April of 2024, keep in mind, just a little bit before that October, I made $1,180.78 off of stream. I had 56 tier 1 subs, 2 tier 2 subs, and 2 tier 3 subs for $160. I had $93 off of Prime subs, which was... my Twitch keeps scrolling up. Let's see. And then gifted subs, even here, $730 in gifted. I had 290 gifted subs that month. So, those gifted subs, even in those smaller months, a majority of a streamer's income. But once you get into the spot where you're like, you know, you're massive, you're chunking, you can be looking at really solid ad revenue. Does it do any tricks? Yes. Yes, it does. You get to write off quite a lot of your taxes as a streamer. Once you're at a certain point, yes. Basically, it has to be like business related expenses. And so that's one thing that I haven't done a lot of. Because since being a full-time streamer, I try to like limit my expenses a lot, right? So there's a catch-22 there. It's like, I have very few expenses, so then I can't write a ton off because I don't make enough to spend enough to then write off those taxes, right? So it's basically that, like, that little bit of like, if I made 10K a month off of streaming, then I'd be fucking set. But that's a very hard level. So to put it in perspective too, you have October when I was in New World. Okay. And this is, keep in mind, I always talk about like what I gave up in New World to come over here and play a game that I enjoyed. New World, October, the last time that I actually streamed New World was that $4,000 month. November to December, I started to play other games about halfway through. Goes down to $3,000. December to January, dipped under $2,000. So from like a monetary standpoint, that goes to show how quickly that support can end from switching games. So I'm at the point, I don't have $1 million nest egg or anything like that, right? But what I do have is an incredibly supportive community. So in this time, October 4K, November 3K, December under 2K. Back in like January to February so far, we're already back up about plus 50% from that, like from that last month figure. So the good news about that is that with me streaming something that I actually enjoy, that's a big indicator that the channel's growing while I'm streaming something that I enjoy. Now, a lot of streamers, they'll make that decent chunk of money from that, you know, that comfort game, that big launch, whatever it may be, and so they stay there. But that longevity isn't going to be there. And like, it might be cool to stream whatever gets you the most money, but there are a lot of streamers that burn out in a few months, a year, whatever it may be, because they're chasing that money. And me, I don't really try to look at analytics that much. Like, I have no problem talking about analytics and sharing that with you guys, because you guys are the reason that I have these analytics in the first place. But like, from my perspective, I want to stream what I enjoy with the community I enjoy, and then everything else hopefully falls into place. And I've been lucky enough, even with my switch from New World to Ashes, that, you know, switching games, you're gonna go down as a streamer. It's gonna drop, it's gonna drop, it's gonna drop. And I was very lucky to come here with a very dedicated core community. And I'm also very lucky that a lot of people in the Ashes directory, like, will actually, you know, come through and support. And because of all of that, I've been able to continue streaming full time. And hopefully we're building a spot where I'll be able to stream full time for a long time. We've already got, you know, 2 to 3 years that I want to be here for the development process. And then past that, the noises on the otter are so good. You know, I want to be here for a long time when the game does launch. I like the systems, I like the game, I like the community, the content that I can make. And so that's a lot of it too, with streaming. Like, we got off on a big tangent, but I think streaming is like very fun, but people also kind of like I don't know. I think people don't have a proper concept of genuinely how hard it is to be comfortably living as a full-time streamer with no exterior income. Now, there are other forces of exterior income that you can get, or like other forms. You can get sponsorships, you can get long-term partnerships that provide you a monthly stipend. So there are those opportunities. Those are typically reserved for larger streamers who are, for the most part, already going to be past the point of needing those. Your sponsors can be pretty big. Yeah, but a lot of that just scales off of, like, you know, your size as a streamer, right? For instance, if you're, say, like the TSM Myth example, back when he was in Team Solo Mid during Fortnite and stuff. One of the Call of Duties paid him $400,000 for 50 hours of live streaming for his, like, sponsored segment. Now, if you think any streamer my size is sniffing even a portion of that money, you're on fentanyl. A lot of small streamer, like, partnerships are based on engagement from your community. It's like incentivized partnerships, right? Instead of just the, oh, we're going to give you this much for this amount. It's, oh, like, you start out with, you get these many codes. If you use that many codes, then we'll give you more on your next one, stuff like that. Then you get to a certain point where if you do well with those, you get to the point where I was at, where it's like, okay, you get a base rate of, like, say, a couple $100 for a 2-hour stream, which, again, way more hourly than I normally make. And after that base rate, you get incentives on top of that, right? So that's basically like where streamers my size will end up. You'll get a relative base rate of, you know, a couple to a few $100s. And then if your community takes part, that's when you can actually end up making a few grand. So if I look at my sponsorship opportunities right now, because I go through a couple of different, like, forms of it. So I work directly with a talent agency as well. So I have, like, an agent that outwardly negotiates things for me with, like, ongoing brands. We're in negotiations with a brand right now for, like, an ongoing partnership. But then I also work with a couple of deployment agencies. So deployment agencies can be things like Stream Elements or other things like that. And with Stream Elements, they get contacted by, like, companies, and those companies will then give them a budget. So let's see. Right now, I could do... I could do Marvel Strike Force, and I get $100 guaranteed base and up to 100 gifted subs from them. So earn gift subs when viewers purchase this pack. After reaching level 30, I get 2 gifted subs for each one of them. Everyone that hits level 5, which takes about 20 minutes, I would get $1, max of 40. You go over here, level 10, $2, $6, clear all daily objectives for 2 days in a row. And, like, this is per person. Let's see, $15 a new user for 5 days in a row of clears. Everyone that reaches level 20, I get $5 a new user. So it's like, even with sponsorships, a lot of these are very, very heavily, like, incentivization based. So with things like that, there's, you know, there's a lot that goes into it too. So, you know, I get that $100 base just for doing the stream, but then if my community doesn't take part, I could get marked as a poor performer in that sponsorship category, right? So say we do Marvel Strike Force, right? I get marked as a poor performer in the game category, that impacts my potential payouts for the rest of that category. So like Factor, I did a Factor subscription a while ago, and I did extremely well with the Factor subscription. So with my Factor subscription now, it's again $100 base, $180 per new user that signs up with 100 max subscriptions. So say I pop this Factor sub right now, you guys end up using my code to buy Factor, you get a huge discount on Factor 75, those meals shipped right to your door. Since I've worked with them before, the first time that I worked with them, they sent me a month of meals. I ate every single meal on stream, like reviewed the meals and stuff. And so like people in the community actually ended up getting Factor. When people ended up getting Factor, they marked me as a strong performer. So now they're like, oh yeah, we'll back up the Brinks truck if you can get us stuff. So now like I pop a Factor campaign, every single person that signs up, I would get $180 from. Can you just pop them whenever? Yeah, you can pop them whenever. You can have active campaigns going, but you kind of want to be selective with it again because you don't want to be marked as that like that poor performer, right? So I've actually been thinking about doing another Factor or something like that. I have to meet with my agent on it to see if he can get me anything cool in terms of like additional bonus, like base pay or like stipend or more incentives, or again with Factor, the first time they sent meals to me so I could eat the meals on stream. So essentially the advantage of an agent is like they're able to negotiate a lot of those things. They're also able to reach out to like larger companies than you as a standalone streamer would typically have that accessibility for. So just got ChatGPT to estimate an income for a US-based Twitch streamer with 60 to 100 viewers for 12 hours a day. You doing all right? I didn't realize how shit this gig is. Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, I mean, again, I've talked about this a lot. When I was just out of college, I ran the esports program at a college for a while. After that, I worked at Starbucks, man. My total comp package as a store manager for Starbucks was over 100K as like a 24-year-old. Like, if I wanted to do something for money, I would have just gone back to that. But I don't want to do something just for money because I burnt out. What I want to do is something where like I make enough to like be okay and not have to stress, but I just like enjoy what I want to do. 100K in Starbucks? Oh yeah. Yeah, Starbucks pays bank for their store managers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got multiple 5-digit bonuses a year. Yeah, my total comp package with hitting bonuses was like 115. I was right around 75, 80 base because I was a solo store manager, no assistant store manager at a very busy store. 75, 80 base right in there. Salary, by the way. And then I had my 401k, which was called like the Future Roast. I had my health insurance through Starbucks. And then we would have like profit-based incentives where I could like basically bonus 15 to 20% of my salary quarterly. So I'd essentially like make sure that we always profit bonused. And then I would, yeah, it was literally, I only did it for like a year or so before I burnt out. But yeah, if you literally just want to sell your soul and make good money, go work for Starbucks. They'll pay you well. Related 45K as a mortgage advisor. I mean, if you like what you do and you don't end up sitting on the curb out behind your store crying while you're closing, then good for you. Because I can tell you, making 100K and having legitimate like mental breakdowns, waking up at 3:30 a.m. to drive in because an opener like wasn't there, throwing up on my way to work, having to pull my car over, throw up on the road, and then just like go in and work the day anyways, like 4 times a week, and just ignoring clear like health issues because of the demand of that job. No. It's what made me realize that I wanted to do this so badly. Like, regardless of how much or how little money I make, the fact that I'm able to do this is like still immensely insane to me. And it's led to me being like mentally in a better spot than I've ever been in, because I like always had this thing where I thought streaming could work out past a certain point. And so I refused to just like not go all in on it. So even when, you know, shit was getting like bad health wise, I was literally, I'd go to work, I'd fucking throw up on the way to work, I would throw up when I got home, I'd feel like shit, I'd nap, and then I'd get on stream. Every day. Every day. It's amazing when you find something you love to do as long as it pays the bills. Yeah, and that's like the part of streaming that's like stressful, right? This is, in my opinion, the only stressful time as a streamer is when it's like, you know, you're established somewhere, you switch over to another game, and you've got to see if you can stay established or reestablish, whatever it may be, or you're like finally carve third floor. You know, you're finally taking that chance to go full time, and you're like, all right, well, here goes the bi-weekly checks from work. I got 1 month to try to make enough to cover my entire budget and then some. I got to set away like, you know, this amount each month on the side in case there are like expenses or something. So just looked at the exchange rate, make about 60k USD, baking bread, working 9 hours a day, 5 days a week, night shift. If I found something I could do for 10k less, I would take it in a heartbeat. Listen, man, there are always so many jobs out there. Like, in my opinion, like, depending on where you are, obviously can affect it a lot, right? But one of the things that really, like, got me in the way of loving streaming was working sales jobs, actually. And, like, for me, I started working sales, and it was like, I wasn't the person who was like, oh, I got to make this sale regardless, right? I was legitimately, dude, I worked for a mattress firm. I was selling beds. It wasn't like I was a car salesman where I was like, I got to get you in this bad boy today. Like, people came in and I was like, oh, what kind of, you know, what are you looking for? What are your preferences? Do you have back pain? Like, what's up? And I would get them in something that they enjoyed. And then I would just chill and talk to them all day. I would have people in store for like an hour, just like sitting on a bed, just yapping. And I was like, fuck, like this is really cool. And so that was kind of when I started to get like really, really serious about stream, because I was like, fuck, if I can do this all day and just yap to people, then like that's essentially streaming, right? At a certain point, streaming is kind of sales too, right? Like it's not a matter of like, I'm trying to sell you guys to get out your fucking credit cards and give me all your money, but it's like I'm trying to sell you guys to pick me as your content creator. At a certain level, it's sales versus every other content creator. It's marketing yourself as, you know, I'm the one that you should watch at this time for these reasons. Streaming, selling yourself and what you enjoy doing. Yeah, 100%. Pretty cool. Is how you notice. Yeah, everyone notices differently, man. But like, I've always been super social, right? And when I started streaming, it was years ago. It was when I was still in college. And originally it was just like, so I would have, you know, so I'd have clips from way back, so my friends and I could hang out, yap. And I talk about this a lot, but I had just a few random people that started coming into my streams at some point, and then they just kept showing up. And whenever someone would come in, I was always so excited because I didn't expect anybody to come in. I still don't expect people to come in every day. Like, I still do not understand why people come in every day and why I'm able to stream full time, but I am. So for me, anytime somebody comes into my chat, it's always like this genuine, like, oh shit, I'm really happy you're here. And I don't know. I think that same thing carries over into a lot of mentalities, right? Whether it's working a job, whether it's, you know, talking to a friend or something like that. So that's kind of like where I've just always leaned with streaming, and kind of like what I enjoy the most about it is just someone new comes in and it's like, I don't care if you're short, fat, tall, skinny, rich, poor, where you come from. You're literally words on a screen, and your entire existence in this chat is based on like what you want it to be. And I really like that people can come in, they can have that spot where they can be as anonymous or as open as they want to be, and it's just a really cool job. So yeah, I mean, maybe someday I'll get to a point where I'm fucking whipping a Urus around the snowy streets of Maine off of stream, but I mean, for the time being, I have my Civic that's just about paid off, that I had a 0.9% interest rate on when I got it. I live pretty humbly. I brew my own coffee at home. I grind my beans. So yeah, I live a very simple life, but I live a very good life. I wouldn't really trade anything at this point. Figure out how I can stream from a boat. Starlink. Yeah, big Starlink. But yeah, man, I was that same way. Like, I hit a point where like money was cool. Like, it was nice being able to like put away a bunch of money. But at the end of the day, it wasn't very nice not being able to enjoy the rest of my time or anything. Back pain from a labor-based job. Sell me a bed and go. Depends on like how heavy you are, so that might be a personal question. Yo, what up, Tarbo? How you doing, my friend? Can any gaming laptop actually handle streaming? It depends on what you're streaming and what your output is, but you can make a stream look as shitty as you want to. Like, I have all of my stream settings absolutely juiced to make it look as, like, look and sound as good as a stream possibly can through Twitch's platform. But I also run 2 PCs. Like, I have 2. So for me, it's like I have a 2080 Super and a 3900X now. Just for stream. That runs Discord, Chrome, Spotify, and stream. This PC that I'm on here runs Ashes on 1 monitor. I don't even have 2 monitors plugged in. So, like, there are a lot of different setups that can handle streaming and shit. But you just have to kind of, like, know what you have, what the requirements are, and probably tweak your settings around. That has knee pads on the ground, and at the end of it, I'm good. Oh, you trying to like pay it off with that labor? No, that's good too. Yeah, because if you invest in those early, it'll help your knees hold up long term. That's smart. 2 PC setups have become less popular though, haven't they? Not really. I just think like dual PC setups tend to be more of something that you see from like quote unquote competitive gamers that stream. And like single PC tends to be more of just like the, you know, lifestyle type chill cozy gamers, because single PC does have significantly more input delay, like hardware requirements, everything else, right? So yeah, like back when I was just playing WoW and stuff like that, or like Dota, I was just single PC. But when I got into Fortnite and wanted to play like Fortnite a bit more competitively, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna save up for another PC, buy what's now my streaming PC, and then make that my gaming PC at the time, and then have my old gaming PC go to streaming. So that's essentially what I do at this point. Like this one was my 2080 Super 3900X. Before that, my streaming one was a 1070 and an i7 8700. So I moved the gaming one to streaming. I got my new gaming one. So now I have the 4080 Super and the 7800X 3D. Eventually that'll go to the streaming PC and it'll just keep cycling. So kind of a cool system once you do get it set up, but what camera are you doing? Sony A7. Got a server I could run a stream off of? Jesus. Alright, who else is coming through for these? Sins is dead. Kaiken's probably over in the desert. Alright, is anybody else on that wants to do some Carfax speed grind? Oh, dude, like 7 things in my arms and back just popped. That felt so good. Oh, I don't want to put my arms down. Oh, that was so good. Oh, fuck. You up to date with solo leveling yet? No, I've been fucking busy streaming. So, a couple nights ago, not just burden you guys with my streaming problems. The problems of a streamer. A couple nights ago, I ended stream early, and it was a really good stream. It was the first night that we were doing Caravans, right? And as soon as I ended stream, I got like this terrible anxiety attack about ending stream. It was really weird. But like, I legitimately was like full panicked because I ended stream. Like freaking out. I don't know what it was, but I felt like I sold. Like, I just felt awful. So, I've been streaming later. Because, like, I had been looking at, like, maybe changing my schedule around a little bit to try to, like, optimize more. Stuff like that, right? But, so I was, like, really stressing about that shit. And then I ended up, like, you know, kind of deciding, like, all right, I need to just stick with my schedule, right? It's a good schedule, really good time slot. Now, if I get this time slot, it goes through pretty much EU and NA peak time, so it's really solid. Kind of like leaving a day job early and being worried you'll get fired. Yeah, and it's like, I was talking to Carla about this too, but it's like leaving a day job, it's kind of like different because, you know you're getting paid for that amount of time. And it's this, if I stayed half an hour earlier, I would have got half of my hourly. With streaming, it's like any minute, because again, we just went through how much I make monthly. You guys know how much I make monthly. Any minute, somebody could come in, gift 100 subs, and that changes my entire month. So if I'm offline, that's not just this linear scale of I lose this much money per hour. Being offline as a streamer, every second you're offline is like you could be missing the biggest opportunity of your streaming career right now. You could miss a raid. You could miss somebody coming through your channel that you could end up working with. You could miss somebody coming through that gifts enough subs or like monetarily juices you enough that you don't have to stress that month. Offline gives you fun. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a reason why, I mean, part of the reason why I stream 12 hours a day. Basically self-employed and viewers are your customers that come up with a big order anytime. Yeah, literally anytime. Anytime. And it's like, in a streamer's mind, there's also that level of the more you stream, the more likely that is to happen, right? Because you minimize the time that you're down, and then you're up tremendous. Liver, 1 cleric, 1 bard, carf, 3rd floor, PM. I wish we had more people in guild that we're on right now. Watch people blow up in the last couple months. Is the main reason for success is on 4+ hours later than any other streamer. Oh yeah, yeah. Time slots are a real thing. So anyone sleeps, they jumped in. But I mean, that's also a level of like, even if you're just on later than every other streamer, but the other streamers don't like you, or other people don't want to watch you, like you're not just automatically going to like get big off of a time slot without actually bringing something of value to that time slot too, right? So there's, I don't know, there's a lot of that goes into it. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just kind of have a very like, baseline understanding of streaming. And then a lot of streamers that, are massive streamers that people watch for full time, they're making 100K plus a year. They don't have to fucking worry, right? They're pretty comfortable. And then people kind of just assume that trickles down. It's like, oh, you have a check mark on Twitch. You must be living life. And I'm like, I gotta budget very strictly. Very strictly. Up. Global. The danger is when you feel like that and you aren't self-employed. Yeah, it's kind of like the sales mentality of it's like you're out of the store, you're not gonna get a sale. Like if I'm off stream, why would somebody come through and gift 10 subs while I'm off stream, right? Yo, what up, Akali? My boss, if you peeps I know, completely discarded the whole genre of work as not being work. Try to explain that for the peeps put in, they just sort of scoff. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's everything I think comes with its own line of stuff, right? Like essentially, if you break it down, and again, core gameplay loop, right? What's the difference between me playing video games and an office job? We're both staring at a computer all day. We're both clicking and clacking keys. I might have more APM. Whoops, scare. I might have more APM than a fucking Microsoft Excel input, but at the end of the day, I'm an office job that just talks more. It's like I'm somewhere between a 9-to-5 office job and a homeless person that's begging for money at a stoplight. Like that's kind of the crossover of streaming. And so people look at it and it's not like this outwardly intense job, but also the difference between me sitting in my Herman Miller and somebody in an office with overhead fluoro lights sitting in their Herman Miller is the fact that I'm talking in front of a camera and they're just going. So, I mean, work is work regardless. I think a lot of jobs have positives and negatives about them. And I think streaming is one of the things that like the positives greatly outweigh the negatives. But that doesn't mean that there like aren't any negatives, especially as a small streamer. Like it's genuinely And dude, I joke, but it's legitimately panhandling with extra steps. Whoever says you're talking in front of a camera and they're watching you? No, not even that. It's like, it's the same exact thing, because they could be talking to coworkers, right? Like, it's not even like that. It's not even like this whole big, like, oh, you're doing something easier than I am. When I worked an office job, like I worked at the college, like director of esports, I was doing a lot of like office admin stuff there, right? And I would just be yapping to people. I'd have like my students come in that were, that were like athletes, members of the esports program. I always refuse to call them athletes. Anyways, but yeah, I would have people from the programs come in, like people on the rosters, and they would just come into my office and chill, and I'd be like yapping to them and shit while I was just doing my tasks. So I don't know. I mean, I think that there's like a large misunderstanding of a lot of it, because it's also like you got your athletes too, where it's like you have your LeBrons, you have your super high end contracts, right? And those are like your Shrouds and your Summits and stuff. And then you have your professional basketball players who are playing overseas in Croatia, and they're still playing professional basketball and they're still living their dream. But it's also not a matter of like they're making enough that they don't have to do anything. Oh, Nim was coming back. Oh. That's fine. We're up tremendous. No one will die. As an apprentice, kind of balls to the wall shit. These days, spend most of my days talking shit while the other bakers repeating the same brain numbing shit. Yeah. Cool frontline then. You're up tremendous. Pure streaming in the moment is probably a way more engaging and fun job than a lot of other jobs. On the other hand, you monetize to your biggest hobbies. So have fun finding new free time activities. Yeah, people always ask me if I like played X or Y game off stream, and I'm like, brother, I don't play games off stream. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Do I game off stream? Cause like if I'm gaming, that would be like showing up to your job and just like cleaning the floors for free. If I'm gaming, I might as well be on stream, so that way there's a chance that somebody comes through and says hi, right? Burnout probably hit 8 years ago, but it pays the bills. You want to know what's crazy? There are streamers that are in that same exact mentality though, Lothar. There are a lot of streamers that just don't enjoy what they do. They don't like their community. They don't like the content that they make. They don't like a lot of things. I've talked to a lot of streamers much larger than myself that simply are not happy in their position. And part of that is why I was so willing to come to Ashes and kind of like take that risk on things. Yo, what up, Wrath? How you doing, baby? How you feeling? And so like part of why I was so willing to take that risk to come over to Ashes and shit was because so many of my friends in New World were like, they were burnt out and they were only there for the money. I mean, me too. Like, I'm not convinced that anybody that's streaming New World actually likes New World and thinks in 5 years that game will be in any good spot. And I bet if you ask any New World streamer where they see the game in 5 years, they couldn't come up with a good answer. Just straight up. I don't know, man. So I see a lot of people over there that, you know, they stream for the money, and that's okay, because a lot of streamers, and don't take this in like the weird way, but like a lot of streamers are like, well, I got this set up. I've never streamed anything else or made it anywhere else, so I'm too scared to go anywhere else because I don't think the community will follow. And then a lot of them will try to go somewhere else, and then they end up like slightly losing viewership or whatever it may be. And when that happens, they panic and they like throw it in reverse and they go back to New World or wherever they came from, right? And again, I always say over here, if I look 3 years out, I see this game in a spot where it's closer and closer to launching, if not already launched. I see the community in a phenomenal spot. I see the dev team continuing to, you know, expand their passion for the game, expand the community's interest in the game as a whole. And 3 years out, I see this game in a phenomenal spot. I see my community in a phenomenal spot. And, you know, I've streamed long enough now that I've streamed in addition to working. I've transitioned out of working. I've streamed part-time job with streaming full-time. Like I've done pretty much every like variant of streaming full-time that there is, right? And so like I see this community going to a spot that this channel's never been to with Ashes. I see so much potential to grow with the rest of the game, and I'm definitely going to be here for it. So I hope that everybody else is too. But yeah, I don't know, man. Long talk about streaming this morning, simply because of one question that was asked. But I think AGS Metro New World Unpaid X Pack another time. Probably be, you know, be under Vex. I don't even know if they do another X Pack. It'll be ass. Are you prepared mentally for a sideball, like the game going to trash, full pay to win or something like that? I mean, it's kind of like the New World situation, right? So, like, New World went to shit, and for the better part of like a year, I wasn't really happy playing New World. But I was happy with the growth in my channel and kind of like stayed there, right? Oh, no, he wasn't saying like it will go pay to win, but just like say the nuclear option happens and like John fucking assassinates Steven and John's like, all right, bitches, we're going pay to win. Let's get grubby with it, right? Just say hypothetically, like John fucking smothers Steven or something, right? I saw Kanye use the word distraction today. Look at my Discord banner. Click on my Discord profile. I have not come/came in over 48 hours. Look at my clarity. Pussy is a distraction. Now, he's been mentally unstable for a while now, but that tweet's 10 out of 10. I have not come/came in over 48 hours is a fucking banger. Just across the board. Okay. But yeah, so back to that. Yeah, like, so that would essentially be like the New World scenario, right? It's like, say, you know, 2 years down, I'm averaging 500 viewers here, right? Game's getting ready to launch, and they're just like, all right, we're on pay to win with it. Then I have another decision. It's like, do I try it out? Do I feel it out? Do I see how it goes? Or do I just test the waters? And that depends on a lot of things. It's like, what's the state of MMOs? Because that's really what I prefer to stream. I like playing ARPGs, I like playing shooters, I like playing MOBAs, but I don't think they're my streamable option because like MMOs are a very social thing to stream. I sit here and talk all day. ARPGs, if I want to run super high-end content, I've got to lock in for those fights. MOBAs, if I want to play ranked or if I want to push up, you know, anything, I got to lock in for those games for the laning phase, whatever. It's a lot less conducive to like streaming the way that I want to stream. And for that reason, you know, I essentially stayed in New World for so long, A, because it was paying my bills, but B, because it was the MMO that I was comfortable streaming at the time. WoW has been so established for so long that it's like, I, as a small streamer with no name pull, I'm, you know, unless there's something phenomenal that happens where I link up with other people, get my name out there, like, I'm not gonna just pop off in WoW as some random tank and stuff. So there's like a lot of thought that goes into like where I go. And at that point, you know, if Ashes were to just completely go to shit, I would A, start applying for jobs, B, look for another MMO that's potentially early on coming out that would be appealing to me, or C, if I was averaging, you know, an amount of viewership that was conducive to me just like floating and hovering for a little bit, I could go kind of like the, you know, the Summit route or the route of like those kind of like not retired streamers, but like the older generation of streamers who are now just doing the whatever the fuck they want, right? You go over and it's like, if Summit took it super seriously, he could probably have 30k viewers every day if he wanted to, right? Just streaming hype shit. He'd rather do whatever the fuck he wants and have 10 to 15K. And like, if you get to a point where even if say I'm 500 average viewers in Ashes, if I go over to another directory and I'm at 200 average viewers, well, boom, that's $50 to $100 a day in ad revenue. That pays my rent. So like, there are a lot of things that, you know, growth opens up down the road as well. And for example, like when I left New World, I was averaging 200 viewers, right around there. I came here and instantly it was like 50 viewers, 40 to 50, just because there was so much like superficial viewership in New World. So you kind of have to like take that, try to see what you can salvage, so to say, when you do move games, move communities. And from there, you just hope for the best. Also, we just go up here again. The Ion Cannon option, 10 cent, swallows Intrepid, turns Ashes free to play into a pay to win gotcha game. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, and providing Ashes has a good 30 years before it does go down, like, you know, 30, 40 years, then I may even be able to transition into the Riot MMO someday. So, you know, looking out into my 60s and 70s, I think the Riot MMO would be a super cool option for like when I'm in a retirement home. Hopefully it's pretty low APM, but by that time, you know, the time it's out, they'll probably have full haptic feedback suits and everything. Racism, dusty PvP, but I also love the grind you've been doing for your guild. We had a little bit last night. If you want to see me lose in PvP, you could check out last night's Caravan VOD. We were doing Caravans with like me and then like 6 people from the guild that were all lower level. And we got run up on by like 20 people and got kind of fucked up. But I almost 100 to 0'd someone in my PvE build. I didn't even switch over to PvP for full burst, and I almost 100 to 0'd someone. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I've said it many times and I'm gonna stick by it. Ashes is a perfect game to maintain a loyal fan base, and its alpha stage is the best time to start. Now's the time to start streaming. Oh yeah, yeah. Especially if you don't suck at it. But my advice is don't stream because you have the goal of going full-time with streaming someday. My advice is to start streaming as a hobby because you're gaming anyways and you want to make memories. You want to have the clips to look back on. Like, that's why I got into streaming. I think the second you start streaming for the like pure goal of I want to go full-time, you start having too competitive of a mindset with something that's not a competitive scene. The second you look at other streamers as competition and not acquaintances, resources, friends, like a collective benefit, right? It becomes a very, very burnout based, scarcity based mentality. I mean, we saw it with Ashes content creators. Popular Ashes content creator gets unsettled because there's a larger content creator that's coming into the directory and they feel that it's not going to be their directory anymore. So instead of trying to follow through with their traditional content, they go to clickbait angry content to try to get more views and get eyes back on them, because that's a scarcity mindset. And instead of saying, oh, this massive content creator is coming into the directory, this could expand eyes for all of us, it turns into a scarcity of, well, they're taking my viewers, when they're bringing viewers into the directory that weren't there in the first place. So a lot of people just kind of think weird. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go fill up my coffee real quick. But yeah, I really look forward to PvP. I won't lie. One thing that I hope comes about for PvP is, oh God, Prisma. One thing that I hope really comes about for PvP and just like a quality of life is a skill tree hot swap. Basically, like, you know, build 1, build 2, PvE build, switch to PvP build. And the number of streams, there's really good in your head, stream in the past. Is it your shop? There's more to say about that for dead clips. Definitely shouldn't stream with the mindset of a top tier streamer right now. Oh, I don't think anybody should, personally. I mean, you guys can look at this anytime that you want to. But this is Twitch Tracker. And with Twitch Tracker, I've shown this before, but you can see like a streamer's entire history from their first stream to anything else, right? This is my stream history. Just by the numbers. Just by the numbers. Since July of 17. The green is my average viewers. So Do with that information what you will, boys, but it's not always a glorious road up there, you know? So, oh wait, hold on. This is when I got follow botted. Look. I got follow botted once, and this was the first time that I ever cried on stream because I thought I was gonna get banned. My follow noti just started going crazy. Like, at the time, it was a different noti, but it just started spamming, and I was like, oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you for the follow. And then after like the 10th one, I was like, something's wrong here. Something's a little fucky here. And so like, I had to turn my noti off, and dude, I was freaking out. I was freaking out. Because that was before botting was a big thing. I killed somebody in Fortnite, and then it started happening. So I killed someone in Fortnite, and then they started follow botting my fucking channel. It was insane. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Pirate brought me to Ashes. You made me stay. Well, I appreciate that, brother. You guys made me stay in Ashes. I won't even lie. The reason that I'm able to stay here is because you guys made me stay here. So it's a full circle, boys. I'll be right back. Good day, Daddy's home. Yeah, Kyle lit. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we have 8? Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I didn't see Nim. I didn't see Nim behind Crow. All right, we're good. All right. Up we go to the best spawn here. Yo, what up, Santorio? I just found you're a pretty chill dude. I like it. I like you. You're a pretty chill dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming through, my friend. Uh-oh. Do I pull the golem? Just first take? We'll see how the DPS is first. Because we got the old 3 cleric meta strat here. Fuck it. If I die with 3 clerics, it's their fault. Not mine. Yo, Hello Kitty Island Adventure brings out the demon in me. I didn't want y'all to see me like that, bruv. I didn't want that beast to be unleashed. Good God. Woo! Okay, we're good. First disintegrate has been survived. Our DPS is so much worse than yesterday. Our group yesterday was sicko mode. It's also because we have 3 clerics. It's not like the DPS fault. It's not like our DPS players. It's the fact that I put together a 3 cleric group because I'm a fucking troglodyte, like de-evolution of a human being. It's entirely a me thing. Fuck me. Stupid ass motherfucking disintegrate. The golems were chilling yesterday too. They weren't really hitting disintegrates like that, but it's all chill. My health isn't moving, so that's nice. Everybody stay there, please. Why the fuck is the golem there? What? No, 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 no. Everybody stay back. Oh, sorry, I'm such a bitch. Not gonna lie though, I got on a Shrouded the other night before I got sick and made a whole ass base on stilts. Dude, Enshrouded's great. When we were playing the first time, my buddy Phase God made a full treehouse. And we were like helping him design it and everything. We had a full like forge area for like the blacksmith. We had a lot of buildings that were just dedicated like crafteries. Pirate brought me here and I'm only here for Dusty now. I appreciate that, dog. I appreciate that. Played phase 1, but the guild I was part of went to grab, so I haven't been playing. Well, if it's a guild you need, my friend, might just have your solution. I had access back in phase 1, and I just, at the time I was playing New World, and, you know, New World was still in an okay-ish spot. I was still coped up, you know, kind of hoping for the best. And with phase 1, I was just kind of in a spot where I wasn't seeing a ton, right? And like, I've always liked the concept of Ashes. I've always thought the systems were incredibly ambitious since I started looking at it. And I'm also very honest. I didn't see enough at that point in time to draw me off the game that I was playing as my everyday game on stream. And I think that alone is more of a testament to how much progress Ashes has made than if I was just somebody who had been sold and simping since day 1. Because I'm not. I thought combat looked like poop. Because it was poop. And then you know what? They fucking fixed it. What a concept. They fixed the problems. And they got it into a point where I was like, oh shit. New World's bad enough and this looks good enough that I'm gonna give it a try. And as you guys can see, I haven't left. So like, my feedback that I always give on this game is 100% unbiased, dog. Like, I had access and just didn't use it. Autobot, thank you so much for the follow, man. Like, what's that for? I feel like it's for teleporting 3rd to 4th floor if the crystal behind the box is turned off. I think when the game actually, sorry. I took a bong rip and it's so cold and dry out that it's like I'm just dying. Anyways. But yeah, I think it's for teleporting from 3rd to 4th floor when the teleport crystal is not active. I don't know if that crystal's just gonna be like a free teleport once, you know, once game launches or once we're looking at more established shit, but I didn't want to pull you. Only solo grinded to level 7 on phase 2, so I'm low level. That's fine, brother. We got 2 guilds right now. Plenty of people, like, plenty of people that are leveling. We're over on Vyra as a community right now. Oh, fuck. That might have been my fault. I won't even lie. That might have been my fault. but he like shot that shit through the stairs. Triple disintegrate? Is he tweaking? What the fuck? Dude's throwing a month worth of disintegrate out. But yeah, we're over on Vyra with the community. We have 2 guilds right now, and we are gaining more and more people every single day. We have plenty of leveling groups going. I'm focusing more on tanking endgame-y stuff to get people leveled whenever we do have people on. And we are legitimately always welcoming more people in. The goal is for us to be active the entire time through the development process leading up to launch and stuff. So, you know, even past launch too. I do plan to be here once the game launches as well. I'm not leaving as soon as it's finished. So my goal here is to have a community that remains very consistent and becomes, you know, an everyday part of the Ashes community. I think that's the goal, and I think using our platform, however small it may be, as kind of that chaotic good alignment within the scene, right? I feel like there are a lot of different alignments within the game already, but we're seeing a lot of streamers play that villain arc, right? And I feel like just because you want to be sweatier at the game doesn't mean you have to play a villain arc. So I feel like we could basically play this like anti-villain, right? Not like a full like White Knight hero, but kind of like our own fun, chaotic, what the fuck? Our own fun, chaotic way to like, you know, ensure that the game is a fun spot. Little grief to griefers, little friendly rivalries here and there. But at the end of the day, we're not out there trying to make people fucking quit the game and hate their life, you know? We're not, if we fight against a weaker guild, gonna do like spawn camping and BMing and shit. But like, if it's a nice, evenly matched fucking guild versus guild or whatever against one of the guilds that we have good relations with, you bet we're gonna be fucking yapping. And you bet they're gonna be yapping back. And I can't wait for that. Oh! How the fuck did this happen? My fault. My fault, my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault. I went for a little walk. Need to join a guild. Also, I solo all the time and it kind of sucks balls. Are you over on? I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game, chat. I hate this fucking game. I want to go home. I want to go home. I'll stand in the middle this time. First try. Can I get some railings here? I don't think this is an OSHA approved stairwell. I'd like to speak to the map designer, please. This is some fucking bullshit. Okay. Anyways. Solo leveling right now. The anime is phenomenal. The experience in Ashes is definitely tough. But I will say, solo leveling in Ashes is going to be a bit tough. There are a few systems, though, that are coming in that have me really excited for solo levelers. One of those being combat pets, and the wiki has a very good breakdown on this. Ashes Wiki and Ashes Codex are a couple of resources that every Ashes player, in my opinion, should have bookmarked. Between those two, you can find just about anything in the game, from like information about future phases, release dates, class info, mob loot drop tables, just everything in the game. It's a phenomenal pair of resources, in my opinion. So with that being said, combat pets. Combat pets will be a summon that is horizontal like progression for your character. So it doesn't add power, but your character loses a little bit of power to have this summon out. And I can't move. Oh my god, did my keyboard just die? Wait, my keyboard just turned off. Oh fuck. Oh shit, I think my keyboard just died. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on, let me get this pull set up. Oh my god, I think my keyboard just died. No! Why is there more? Dude, I don't have a keyboard right now. Ah! Fuck, where's my taunt? Oh shit. How do people actually play games clicking their abilities? Oh, I gotta plug my keyboard in. Oh no. Is this my keyboard one? That's my mouse one. What happened? Oh, that was so bad. My keyboard just died mid-fucking pull. I guess I forgot to plug it in last night. And apparently the week before that, because this shit lasts long as fuck. Oh, that was almost bad. Okay, so in the past, like, 2 minutes... I've fallen off of this, like, area twice, and my keyboard died. Dude, I'm having a fucking rough go of it today, chat. About to be a permadeath in my head. Dude, I was terrified. I was actually terrified. Because, like, you can move and everything with, you know, both mouse buttons down will push you to move if you're in tab target, shit like that. But, like, moving, attacking, tab targeting, switching targets, like, taunting shit, all of that without a keyboard, it's a little rough. I will say, though, the button click actions per minute were kind of going insane. That was the first time I've clicked abilities since I was, like, 10 years old, and it felt terrible. But I will say, it got me through. In the event of an emergency, break glass and start clicking shit. But now I have to sit awkwardly turned sideways because my charging cord, like my cord for my keyboard, is just a little bit shorter than I need it to be for my normal position. So I got this kind of like little staggered posture right now. But the keyboard works. Okay, so combat pets, before we went into that de-evolution of man there. Combat pets are a pet that you'll be able to summon that can fulfill like one of the Trinity roles. So either, you know, tank, support, or DPS. Within that, summoning a combat pet will require a little bit of a sacrifice from you as the player character. It's not just going to be this free power gain, but if you're, that hits so hard. If you're soloing and say you're a mage and you're just like, oh man, I'm a little squishy, breedable, susceptible to getting one-shotted, losing some glint, then you may want to get a combat pet from an animal husbandrist that could be a tank. Now, these tank combat pets, again, they'll require a little bit of that power sacrifice, but those can hold aggro for you while you just sit there and pew-pew. So while solo leveling, in my opinion, will always be a little bit less optimized than just like a straight mob grind in nearly any MMO, I think that's going to increase the validity of solo play for a lot of people. Just simply having that, like, that other side of the coin to complement your build with that secondary, you know, we need a little bit more threat hold, I need some heals here and there, I need a little bit more damage pew-pew. Anything along those lines can just drastically change the entire feel of leveling. Leveling solo hasn't been too bad, just takes a bit of figuring it out. I think one of the big changes with solo leveling that a lot of people that just started playing won't really run into is prior to a couple changes ago. Elite mob HP regen was a lot slower than it currently is. And with the changes to that elite mob HP regen, like, you're no longer able to just find like super kiteable elite mobs as a solo and just like free kite them around. No, like free kite them around the entire map. Essentially what you've got to be aware of now is if you're fighting solo, you got to be hitting, what the fuck? Why'd that start hitting me? You got to be hitting mobs that you can safely kill. You've got to find spawns that you're not at risk of, you know, butt pulling elite mobs, chain pulling elite mobs with AoE abilities, a lot of things like that. And it's definitely a bit more tedious, but it is doable. And I think, like, the good thing about it is that Intrepid is very clear with their communication. Like, all of their systems are intended to be, you know, group favored systems. It is an MMO that's building back into that massive multiplayer, right? And I think like knowing that a little bit, it's important to realize that like solo leveling is never going to be like the ultimate way to level comparatively to just like group mob grinds, but like it is going to be an option. And those are a lot of the give and trades with this game. Is there going to be ways to do it, and then there's going to be, you know, a couple more optimal ways to do it. And the route that you go, you don't have to feel like, you know, shoehorned into one route, but if you want to do, say, animal husbandry on a high level, there's going to be a specific way to try to optimize that early progression as much as you can. Get a freehold level, get that, you know, that freehold ownership, start to get people out hunting for you, feed you the mobs that you need. And to do that on the top level, it's going to take that dedicated level of input, which I really like. Dang, does it? He's pretty good at soloing. Oh yeah, yeah. Soloing's definitely doable. We have multiple people in the community that are solo. I'm also gonna level solo, like entirely solo, and try to do a lot of quests on one of the characters that I level. Speaking of which, I need to make sure I'm plugging away at my bard. It's still like level 8. So I'm trying to leave my go. I'll watch some YouTube stuff for a bit. Sounds good, brother. I appreciate you coming through. I hope your YouTube stuff goes well. Pass. I do not need more of those. Made a date, but taking a food break to get food. Let me know when you're doing bard stuff. I mean, like, I probably won't do bard stuff today. Like, I'm just so focused on trying to get this wave of people up to 25 that, like, my focus probably like this playtest will be getting people leveled, and then next playtest I'll pick away at the bard some. Because this one goes until Monday, right? So it's today, tomorrow, down Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'll probably take the next couple days, just make sure that I'm getting like a lot of leveling done. Help people as much as I can to get up to that like 20+ area. And then from there, next playtest, we hit the bard a bit more. We hit some raid groups, because we'll actually have the capability to do that with people being leveled. So that'll be really nice. Yo, what up, Color? I need some info from you. Where on the map are those level 19 crystal shards? Like the shardlings? The ones in the desert that I was farming? Or there are a few different spawns. There's one like north side of the lawless zone. There is a spawn that's over like here along this strip of the desert. There are a few different shardling spawns throughout the desert as well, and then Prismarium, the new pocket dungeon in the desert, also has shardling spawns there, so. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, this looks really cool at night. Those are 13, I need a 19. So there's a known bug right now where certain mobs spawn at a lower level the first time that they spawn, and then once you kill them, they respawn as a higher level, like that proper version. Yeah, so that's a known bug in some of the areas. So if something seems like oddly low level for where it's located, I would recommend like killing it, letting it respawn, and then seeing if you get the higher level ones. Yay! Yeah, that was one of the weird things like in the desert that I ran into. I actually had a GM come and stream and look at it one day. Cause like that desert spawn shortly after respawn, like before the desert revamp, had really weird spawn behaviors going on. Like directly after a server reset, it would be absolutely like juiced to the tits with mobs. And then like you'd kill the mobs, they would be low level, they'd respawn as higher level, and then you'd kill them again, and then they like would stop respawning. So it was like this super strong farm right after resets hit, and then as soon as it got farmed, it was just ass cheeks. Who fell? Who fell? I didn't fall. I never fall. The fuck do you mean he fell? I'm a jumping puzzle expert. Fucking slander. All DMCA your shit. My dad's intrepid. I watched a Moist Critical video before stream that apparently slipped through the cracks of my, like, Moist Critical obsession. I love Charlie. Like, probably #1 streamer that I would hang out with. Or would like to. Anyways. There are a lot. There are a lot. But yeah, I'm a big Charlie fan. But basically, he had a video about Michael Jordan's son, Marcus, getting arrested for, like, DUI. Because the dude was driving and turned off of the road, ended up on train tracks and driving along the train tracks until his car got stuck. And so, like, they're testing him, or they're doing like the sobriety test and shit like that, right? And he hits the ultimate, like, do you know who my dad is, right? And when he hit that, Charlie's chat was talking about, like, you know, how surely Marcus Jordan played, like, basketball or did something, right? Apparently he tried to play college basketball at a certain point, was just ass at it, so that didn't really work out. And then he dated Scottie Pippen's wife for, like, 2 years or something like that. And that's essentially all he's done. And I can only imagine from, like, the standpoint of Michael Jordan, surely there's some level of contention there where it's like, brother, you just had to do literally anything. Like, literally anything at that point. I feel like your platform could have gone sicko mode. Are there jumping puzzles? Oh no. So not currently in the game. I don't know if they have any plans for, like, dedicated jumping puzzles with rewards at the end in forms of, like, chests or anything like that, but some of the treasure maps that are currently in get a little bit jumpy sometimes. So there are definitely areas that are a bit more resemblant of, like, a jumping puzzle type beat than others. But at the moment, there are no, like, you know, dedicated open world, like, go here, complete this once a day, get a chest, right? I also think with flying mounts, so it'd be weird. Yo, what am I calling? Can I join now? Yeah. Yeah, should be able to. I don't see why not. We need another DPS. Because our mana should be fine with 1 bard, if I had to guess. What's your character name? Fly in? Okay. Just deactivate flyers and jumping puzzles. Bard is back. Wait, what? Oh. Macaulay, our bard just came back after they crashed. As soon as somebody drops, I'll get you in. We had a spot because the bard crashed, but you're first on the list. I don't know if you're over here or not, but if you want to get over this way, as soon as someone drops, we got you. Unless this guy doesn't accept the invite. Be on standby, because I invited him. He's just standing there. Menacingly. I don't know. You're Seth? Oh, okay, yeah, you got a little bit of a run anyways, then. Oh, wait, Max sent me a song that he wanted me to listen to. He must miss me. He's, like, sending me songs in my Discord DMs and shit. I gotta add it to the queue. Low key, I'm thinking. This is a song by Goober Beats called I Can't Sleep, the Goblins Are Humping the Pillows Again. Goober Beats is my favorite resident banjo metal artist, and he has an entire, like, D&D type lore campaign associated with a lot of his music. So it's quite fire. This is unironically music that I, like, work out to and run to. And smoke bowls too. Dude, it's so good. The tempo is phenomenal. This guy is like so under the radar as an artist as well. It's kind of crazy. Oh, fuck. There is no God. I found the shoe part of the stream, went to Puma and they had a sale, picked up the Turin 3. Oh shit, I forgot to look. Okay, so they're the Turin 3s? Not the ones you have? I legitimately forgot to look. Did you find the ones that I have on the Puma site? Dude, I streamed so late last night. I got off stream and I fucking went to bed. I can go look after when we take a break from the scarfing. I will legitimately look next time I get up. I like my Pumas a lot though. They're comfy as shit. I feel like they're like affordable as hell too. Very reasonable. How good was their sale? Yours are the free rider or something? Okay, okay. Found then deleted the post. Fair, 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 fair. Post the ones that you ended up getting. Finding sales is always nice too. I'm a big advocate of like not buying stuff that's not on sale. It's just a code that I live by. Is the bard here or is he dead? I've invited him multiple times at this point. I think he's dead. Turn 3s are $35. Running for 70. Oh, that's not bad for either though. What the fuck? Are mine on sale too? Or is that just the retail of them? That seems like the retail of them if I remember correctly. I don't even think that's on sale for mine. I remember them being like hella affordable. They confirm whether or not dual would be added along with rogue, or am I being forced to one-arm rogue? I mean, I would have to assume the dual wield architecture will be added with rogue. Now, we still don't have a direct confirmation of the dual wield architecture itself. Personally, we have like my theory on it based on what we saw, right? But we don't have an outward confirmation from Steven just saying like, yes, you will be able to dual wield, you know, mismatch weapons in your hands. The entire architecture and things that we've seen point to that, but that would have to be something PTR wise, probably. So Rogue deploys on the PTR like this week. And I'm pretty sure Steven also said he's going to do, Steven's streaming tomorrow. And said that he was going to be previewing Rogue on his stream. So what I hope is that he listened to my Rogue breakdown and learned a couple of a little combo ski to throw out on the Rogue. Try to get 20 groups of cards for you to look for 22, so I'm able to. Okay, yeah, you're chilling. Drop them in Discord. Okay, bet. Yeah, Ceph groups are really good up until like 21-ish. Does being in raid or party mode have any XP difference? I'm pretty sure raid is a reduced XP split. I don't know if it's like just passively a reduced XP split if you're in raid with the same number of people. I haven't actually tested that, but like naturally being in a raid with more people reduce the XP split. I don't know if there's like just an inherent XP reduction being in a raid versus a party or not if you have the same number of people. And I have nothing to get XP on at this point to test it. I would need an energy wand. That's the only thing I haven't leveled. The keys only last like 15 minutes anyways. Mine's already gone from when I won it. They'll just poof by the time the Master of the Keys spawns again. Spamming flat Vera in the stream. Listen, I just want that dual wield architecture answer. I bought them for 35 yesterday and they went on sale for 25. Just email customer service and they'll probably give you a $10 and a gift card. I'd be willing to bet. $25 is not bad. What the fuck? Okay, we got crow pulling. Yo, what up, Mystic? How are you doing today? Got my Hey Dudes 2 pair for $40 last time I was in Alabama for my wedding. Roll Tide. How are you and the sister doing now? Sorry. I've heard Hey Dudes are comfy as fuck. Made a level 5 yesterday. I'm having a blast running around and exploring. Dude, that's what I did like my first couple days. The only tragic part about it is during my run around and explore phase, Steven had just recently given me my Snorse, and at the time the Snorse was the slowest mount in the game and it was slower than just running around, but I wanted to show it off. Yeah, what up, Left? If you had to guess, when do you think the release date would be? I would say probably like 2.5 to 3 years, somewhere in there. I don't know the math enough to like narrow that down to a date, but I would say probably 2.5 to 3 years would be my estimate. But it could also be, you know, longer or shorter than that. I'm not a dev, so it's not like this is some like, you know, hyper calculated response. It's just based on how long the development phases are expected to last and then me taking a wild guess. But you probably spinning 360 and then quick scoping a dartboard would probably have like similar results. But yeah, I'd say probably 2 to 3 years. $60 per though. True. Low-key sleeper enjoyer. I like a good mix. I feel like there's always a spot for something to pop in an outfit, right? And it can either be an accessory, like a piece of the outfit itself. But I'm like a large black jean enjoyer. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Oh no. Like not large as in like baggy, but like I really enjoy just like the aesthetic of the whole like, you know, black jean shit, right? So for me, I like some shoes that'll like go along with that. Nope. That was... How did we pull 7 mobs with 2 golems? We should run. Two golems, fine. Okay. We're safe. Okay. We do have room for one more DPS. Let me get an 8th for us. /DPS, car, 3rd floor. See, there's limited fall damage. Yes. Yes, limited fall damage. It is at 150 right now is the cap, but that'll be changed. I expect the same 2 to 3 years realistic bet. So 2027 best case scenario, 2028 worst case. Yeah, and I'm kind of the mentality that like I would rather have it be a later launch for a more finished product. Like I think a lot of live service games come out in an extremely rough state under the guise of like, oh, we'll just patch this. And they end up like having a very bad initial impression with like their community and extended community. Holy fuck, as a result of that. But yeah, so like, I hope that they go the route of more of the wait until everything's ready, get it extremely polished for a true launch, and use the testing phase like as a true to name like testing phase, right? Use that as a thorough time. You've already taken plenty of time with the dev process, and I think that's what their plan is. That's what everything seems to be leaning towards. I don't think they're in a rush to get it out. They know the game will be out. They know the development process is taken care of, so. If you're amazing as Blink off the cliff, it'll turbo launch you to the other ground. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, momentum's crazy. Like, I love the momentum carry even in things as simple as like dodge jumping, right? Like, that's one of my favorite interactions so far. My first day, I figured out like comboing the dodge and the jump once I got that like extra 50% on the dodge itself through the stam tree. And it felt phenomenal. That was one of the things that hooked me immediately, was how good the movement felt. Blink negates fall damage entirely. Yeah, I think there are quite a few ways that you can take away fall damage. But I mean, blink stopping fall damage would make sense because like you're falling a certain amount of distance and then blink moves your character to a new spot in the plane where you then like restart your falling distance. Yo, Nico, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So yeah, like say you're falling from a super high distance and then you end up hitting a blink, you would technically be starting your new fall from that distance at the end of the blink instead of at the top. Only have one chance. If it sucks at release, game's most likely doomed. New World's here to prove that. Man, always with the New World. Yep. Mo, I feel you. I stayed for 7,000 hours. I know what a bad launch can do, but in all fairness, they're both sides of the coin. No Man's Sky now is regarded as a great passion project, but what would that passion project be if it didn't need to be a passion project and it was just this good on launch? That's always the what if in those scenarios. Casting Chain Lightning also negates fall damage. Being in mid-cast when hitting the ground negates it. I believe that's a bug. That's probably a bug. Yeah, I think like blink reloads for fall damage probably work, but
absolutely S tier.
Yo, Ray, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. But yeah, I think like being mid-cast negating fall damage is probably a little wonky, but I feel like a blink negating it makes sense. Okay, I need to see what percent my keyboard's at because my keyboard died in the middle of a fucking pull like 20 minutes ago. Please tell me that this shit's charged shut. I fucked up. 16%. No. No. I'm cooked. My cord's so short, dude. I'm like squared up with my fucking side monitor right now. My shoulders are gonna hurt so much after this stream. Fuck, why'd I forget to plug it in last night? Oh, dude, that was so terrible. Terrible. A wireless keyboard? Okay, hear me out. I never used a wireless keyboard before in my life, but my entire life, I use G Pro wirelesses just as my daily driver mouse. This is G Pro wireless. This is a G Pro wireless Superlight. This is my current daily driver. You have a spot? Yes, we do. What the fuck is this? But yeah, so TwitchCon, I'm at like a Logitech event, right? And they're just like giving away peripherals like crazy. And I end up getting a Logitech G Pro X60. So it's wireless keyboard. And before this, I was using a Vortex Poker 3, right? And I love my Vortex Poker 3. It was like a metal chassis. The frame was fantastic. I play vertical keyboard, so it's super heavy. It didn't like slide out on me or any bullshit like that, right? And the only issue is I had used that for literal years. my W key was legitimately dying. Like my keys were fucked on that. And I didn't want to get a new board. But like that was black switches. And bro, I swear to God, they lost all of their like tension over time from me just mashing them. So yeah, my keyboard was in a really rough spot. And I got this one for free at TwitchCon. So I bring it back home and I'm just like, all right, fuck it. Yeah, I'll pretend I'm sponsored by Logitech. This is cool. Tell everybody I got a super sick free keyboard. Vertical keyboard. I gotta show you all this shit now, don't I? All right. So, vertical keyboard. Random ass follow noti. Yo, what up, Messiah? This is Ashes of Creation, brother. So, horizontal keyboard, you kind of just have your board in a normal spot, right? Vertical keyboard, your keyboard is like this, and my hand sits like this. So essentially my board is on my desk, like flat like this, and I have my hand at this angle. So instead of being like this, I'm over here and it allows me with my thumb to cover, keep in mind it's on G right now, L, P, M, 0, all the way through. And keep in mind, I do have large hands, I'm 6'5", so that's an advantage, right? But like with vertical keyboard, I align WASD here. I have bottom of my thumb on spacebar to jump. And then during that, I use my thumb like up top to hit like other binds that are down here. Actual vertical keyboard. Oh, no. I mean, like I play with it on set up vertical, but yeah, it's not like an actual like specialty vertical keyboard. I'm too poor for anything like specialty or custom made. I can't afford that shit, bro. You see my viewership. Imagine. Yeah, it's also like, in my opinion, a lot comfier to play vert because I get to set basically like my entire elbow to forearm on my desk. And then on the other side, like I have my entire forearm on my mouse end and I play super low cent. So I'm like a forearm aimer anyways. Like I'll move my whole arm. And so for me, it's like, I like the room. Vert keyboard allows me to whip this shit. Super comfy on my arm because I just kind of like, not lean on my desk like caveman posture, that shit. But like I'm able to rest my arms on my desk without like choke points or like pressure points or anything like that. So it's pretty chill. It's pretty comfy, ergonomical. I try to sit properly. I worry about head dents and like hunchbacks. How'd this get up here? And why does it like you so much, Crow? Wait, on pull. Yeah, we're not pulling yet. We're not pulling yet. We're just killing this. Yo, what up, Bray? Been away from MMOs for a while. Welcome back. Trying to decide if I should risk a new experience by buying Ashes Access or going back to my tried and true Guild Wars 2. Would have to buy a couple X packs. Opinions. Good question. Good question. So I have been in MMOs now for a few. That mob just reanimate? That's kind of cool. I've been in MMOs now pretty exclusively for a few years. Before I came back to MMOs with New World on launch. Zombie! I was playing Fortnite. Before that, I played Dota 2. So I kind of have like a lot of different games. I did also casually play Guild Wars 2 for a little bit. And so in terms of MMOs right now, I think there are a couple of things to ask. And me in particular, I asked this a lot in reference to New World when I was streaming New World. And it's like, where do I see New World in 3 years versus where do I see Ashes in 3 years? And so for me, I'm taking it from more of the long-term approach. I make content. I want to grow a community here as well. I'm not the world's biggest streamer by any means. So getting into a very social game like Ashes, where the entire open world is the emphasis very early on. Keep in mind, this is a playtest. It's a true alpha. So it's not going to be that like that fully polished experience, right? But what it is extremely early on. And your core gameplay feels, in my opinion, way more refined than it should at this phase. Combat is phenomenal. Movement is extremely fluid, barring server desync issues, which I think even like launch games deal with server desync at this point. And in terms of like server stability, game fluidity, combat difficulty, attentiveness from the devs, like content cadence, interactiveness with the world, intertwinement of like systems. Ashes has been really fucking surprising for me in terms of how well thought out it already is. So in my opinion, for the next 2 to 3 years, all you need to play the entire dev process of Ashes is that 110 Wave 2 pack, right? The 110 USD for the Wave 2 pack. That gets you Alpha 2 Phase 2, Phase 3, betas, and then on launch, you get your first month of game time, $15 in the in-game store. And in my opinion, if you're in a spot where you're kind of like looking to hop back in and dip your toes a little bit, but you don't just want to full send it yet, Ashes also from the monetary side of things has a 90-day refund policy where if you get alpha access, right, you don't end up liking the alpha because it's a little unpolished. You know, don't like the systems of Ashes, the PVX as much as you thought you would. You have 90 days with no hours limit where you're able to just get a full refund on the product. So biggest thing there, no hours limit. It's not like Steam where you have 2 hours. You can legitimately play the game level 2, the current level cap at 25. Add. Fuck! I'll be right back. 1 sec, guys. 1 sec. All right, we're back. We're back. Are we out of ads? How dare you run ads? I know, I hold all of my ads until I'm in the middle of a conversation that I really like having, and then I just run them. Yep, that's my strat. That's how I get you hooked. That's how I keep you here. All right, well, whenever Ray's out of ads, we'll be up tremendous. It's low-key genius. I don't run my own ads, by the way. Full disclosure. It's auto ads on Twitch. And if we don't use their auto ads, we get reduced ad revenue. So it's kind of like, do this or we're not gonna pay you as much. So I have to let Daddy Twitch take over for a little bit. Welcome back, Ray. Okay, so I don't know where you left off, but basically, like, on the monetization of it, just in terms of like an Ashes versus Guild Wars 2 standpoint, estimated time to launch for Ashes on this end of things is going to be right in that 2 to 3 year range. During that time, the game's going to continue to grow a ton. So with that 110, you get access to the current and all future phases of development up until the launch of the game, right? And then when the game does launch, it's sub-based, no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month in terms of that monthly cost. And then there is an in-game store that is cosmetic only, no pay to win, no pay for convenience. They have been very, very vocal that there will be 0 pay to win in this game. It will genuinely be a cosmetic only, like, you know, play to actually get what you want, right? So, I already like that. Then on the back end of things, you've already convinced me. Well, let me finish the speech. I work hard on this. On the back end of things, you get 1 month of game time. You get $15 in that in-game store with a $110 purchase for the current testing phase. And in my opinion, the best part about it is that Intrepid gives you 90 days with no hours limit where you're able to test the playtest. You know, play the playtest as much as you'd like, test the playtest, whatever you want to say. And during that time, there's no hours limit. So there's no like, you have to play all of this in a week. You gotta get your grind in. You gotta play test it. 90 days, 0 hours limit. If you're not happy with the playtest, you'd rather wait till the game's more polished, wait till launch, go check out Guild Wars instead for a little bit, you can get a refund. You are not locked in just because you want to check out the alpha. So then in terms of core gameplay loot, because that's just the monetization. If you're a cozy gamer, I think there's an opportunity for you here. If you're a cozy gamer that likes a little bit of risk, I think there's even more opportunity for you here. For example, we as a community, we were kind of like out doing caravans last night. And with caravans, you go town to town, node to node, right? And with those caravans, if you safely escort them, you pay for commodities to put on the caravan. And if you safely escort them, you get a payout multiplicatively based on how far you traveled. So we did a couple caravans as just like a small group of 6 to 7, pretty successfully. It was nice and free. And then on our third loop, we tried to take a more populated kind of like main route. And we actually ended up getting jumped by like 20 people from the same guild. We didn't have enough people to fight back, so we're just like, fuck, well, we lost our caravans, we tried, GG. And even in that just like cozy, you know, we were going at it for like an hour and a half, just running caravans free, and then out of nowhere, bam, it all flips. There's also open world PvP in this. There are open world dungeons, which is what we're actually in right now. So Wreckage of Carfin outside of this is kind of like that full city type area. We're in the Tower of Carfin, where each floor that you go up, the mobs got higher level, different mobs. How do I access the tower? Oh shit. So you'll want to swim around, Macaulay, get the Ember Spring out front, and then swim around to here on the west side, southwest. Stay along this, go past the docks. And then there will be a little cave that has a ramp up. Let me know when you're there and I'll come get you. But yeah, so like everything has a little bit of risk associated with it. Open world dungeons, for example, the mob tag system here is very peculiar in the sense that the raid group or the person that does the most damage to the mobs will get mob kill credit. If you hit the mob first, you get 10% bonus like to that kill credit at the end of the calculation. So somebody would have to like 60-40 you, right? In order to steal your mob if you hit it first. But with that, there's opportunity for like, you know, say another group wanted this farm spot. They could come here and start trying to contest our mobs, trying to like DPS race us on them. And you out there? Just let me know when you're out there, Macaulay, I'll come get you. And then we could, in response, if we're losing that, flag for PvP. If they hit us and they flag for PvP, then boom, everybody's flagged up, PvP breaks out. If you die, you get a little bit of a red dampener, which I have a tiny bit right now, but experience debt. Experience debt you have to farm off before you can acquire more experience, and then there's like experience debt stat dampening that can also add up over time. So if you have a shitload of debt on you, then you're going to stack that up and you'll lose some stats. It's KSing? Yup. It's entirely open world based. So one of the very cool things about like Ashes, in my opinion, after coming from New World, which over time like went very, very linear, very, very like instanced off. Ashes is truly about the like the MMO side of MMORPGs, like that massive multiplayer, right? And they want full community engagement. They want community interactiveness with their systems. And as a result, like dungeons are open world, raids are open world. There's not a single form of instance content that's currently in the game. When the game is fully out, it's going to be 80% open world dungeons, 20% instance dungeons. Like, it's actually going to be nuts. Got sidetracked with the puppy. How fucking dare you? You call yourself a friend and you don't even post puppy pictures in my Discord? The fuck is wrong with you, Drew? I thought I knew you. The fuck is this? I got you, Biss. That's on me. You should know the rules, man. You should know the fucking rules. Ray, thank you so much for the T1. I really appreciate that. If you do want to support the stream too with your Ashes purchase, you can do !Ashes, and when you make your account, you will also get a referral link. If you make content, they also have a content creator program that you can apply to, whether you're a large or small content creator. They have some really cool bonuses coming to that. They're accepting people into that very soon. But that referral link that you get is, you know, comes with any account. You don't have to be a streamer for that or anything. You can hand it out to any friends that you might get into it with you, and 15% of all of the purchases that they make for the lifetime of their account get kicked back to you as in-game currency. So from there, you could pay your sub. You could get drip that comes to the in-game store for free. So like mount skins, armor skins, stuff like that. Hairstyle, shit like that. So there's a lot that you can do with that referral code. And again, none of that is going to be like a power spike or a power trade or anything like that. Yeah, Intrepid as a studio is really, really, really well in touch with the community. I'm, you know, by no means a large creator, and I talk to their, like, the dev team, different GMs, people that are involved with, like, the actual making of this game regularly to provide feedback, just like, you know, give little, like, tidbits of input. And the coolest thing about it is I still kind of feel like, you know, coming from New World, their community team didn't really care about content creators or the community whatsoever. And so I always like hit them up and I'm like, hey, I'm so sorry to bother you, but do you have a second? And they're like, please fucking tell me. Like, what do you mean? Yes, yap at me. I went in one day and I was like, hello, Mr. Planendorf, sir. I have tank feedback based on the most recent update if you would like some of it. And dude sends me like a gorilla gif where he's just like, give me the info, baby, send it over. And I'm like, oh my god, this is so cool. I'm like, I actually feel like valued as a content creator, as a community member. Like, it's such an incredible feeling. And like the entire vibe over here is excitement for the future of the game. Content is coming out incredibly fast. So we just recently got the Sand Squall Desert, like that entire pass there. Added 6 pocket dungeons, added exclusive exclusive desert gatherables. I'm trying. And like it really brought the desert to life a lot, right? And Steven was doing an interview with Jamie Chaos, one of our other Ashes live streamers. He also does a lot of YouTube stuff. But he streams here on Twitch, does YouTube stuff, and him and Annie Lace did a phenomenal interview with Steven. They do a podcast, it's called Tangents of Creation. And yesterday on their Tangents podcast, they had Steven, and they went fucking sicko mode with that podcast. It was so good. So there's a command. Yes, it is !ashes if you would like to use it. I appreciate you. But yeah, so that interview hit. And Steven told us in that interview, and keep in mind this was yesterday, that, remember, we got the Desert Pass like about a week or two ago. No, about a week ago, I think. He said the rest of this region, the desert region, is going to be completed probably by the end of this month. And then the tropics and the sea around here will be completed by the end of next month with like the current trajectory. Really nice. I'm super excited. The content cadence is incredible over here. Very responsive to bug fixes as well. Anything major gets like Thanos snapped extremely quickly. It's great. One cool thing as well, they do a lot of like very transparent, you know, live streams instead of YouTube videos for dev updates, for example. So they're a dev team that's very like in touch with, oh, things could very well go wrong here. And they're willing to admit that it's not going to be perfect. It's an alpha. It's supposed to be good enough. And while they work on like the function and the refinement. So like bugs happen and they just laugh at them and then they fix them. It's a very like grounded dev team that even in their communication with the community, they don't seem like a dev team. They just seem like a bunch of people that are very passionate about gaming. Like they talk about the game the same way that we would talk about the game. It's just they know way more about the back end and the actual development and stuff. So it's this really cool level of transparency and, you know, real actual gamers making a game. Really good feeling. It makes me extremely optimistic for the next few years of content here. And then when the game actually does launch, knowing that there are probably going to be like a ton of other large creators that come in here. We've already got, you know, Pirate Software over here. I talked to Summit a little bit when he came over here, and Sum came over and had a lot of fun with it. I hope to see him back soon because I love me some Sum. And, you know, I think there's a lot of potential with this game. I think a lot of people will have their eyes on it. And I don't expect it to be this WoW killer or this transcendent title. But what I do expect it to be is really fucking fun. And I think it's a game that's going to feel like a game instead of, you know, feeling like a conveyor belt of a job like a lot of games do right now. Why'd someone just yell Steve? He's not here, is he? Steven kills me a lot. I've died to Steven now 4 times. Steven's the creative director at Intrepid and basically the reason that this entire game exists. I may have died to him more than any other content creator at this point, and I'm scared. I haven't died to him in like 2 weeks as well. Like, it's to the point where sometimes I'll stop thinking about it. And then I'm just like, right when I stop thinking about it, I'm like, maybe he's there. Got a zone guide for group leveling areas. We have a short on it. Kando, do you have that? Because we can do exclamation levels with that. That's always subject to change too, as more stuff comes out though. So like, since we posted that short. What the fuck is that? Since we posted that short, we found like around the desert nodes in the node corks themselves, which are like the squares around the deserts. They're like really good bug farms that are great for glint, pretty solid for XP as well. RLPlex and Discord, bet. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. He's so cute. That's so cute. All tired now, is she? What's her name? What's her name? Sadie? She's all tired out. That's like full coma. That's like snore levels of asleep. That's crazy. That's crazy. Absolute KO. You got the inside out ear, the dog mohawk. You can definitely tell this was head scritches. You got the full hawk right here. You did some damage to that noggin. Yeah, we kind of got a little scuff group going on right now. We got 3 clerics, 1 bard, but surely, oh god. Someone leaves, we get some more of the Boysian. Also, Ray, when you do download, if you do come over to play, you should know 2 things. For the remainder of Alpha 2 Phase 2, up until May 1st, like just this testing phase, there are 2 days of downtime where they dev the shit out of the servers. Now, these typically lead to very, very large updates. But during that time, like, my community has a little Enshrouded server that we've been playing on. So feel free to come through, join us on that, or whatever you may have. But I make content every single day for like 10 hours a day. So even on those down days, I start out in Ashes, we go play some Enshrouded, do some community stuff, whatever it may be. But Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the game's up as close to like 24/5 as possible. Tuesday, Wednesday, it goes down again for those dev days. And those are typically like the slower days anyways. And then once it hits Phase 3 in May, it goes to 24/7 like live service schedule, as close as they can get with, you know, downtimes for resets, bug fixes, shit like that. But across the board, you'll definitely be looking forward to that May 1st, probably as much as I am during those down days. Because the game's incredibly fun, and I can put in easily 60 hours a week during those 5 up days and still feel like I have a ton to do. And then as soon as those down days hit, all of us just come into chat, we're all sad. Hello. Is Bard just helping? We gotta help her. Drewski, how old is Sadie? Or not how old? How big is Sadie gonna get as she gets older? I have hiccups. Bro, I tried to invite this bard so many times. He logged back in and I tried to invite him for like 10 minutes. She's gonna maybe 10 more pounds. Oh my god, so she's gonna be tiny. Is she a yapper? I feel like small dogs are yappers. Maltese, York, and Poodle. Is that where the curliness in the hair comes from? Because she got a little bit of the curl. Incredibly quiet. That's a W. Just hangs out. You're a big dog and also a yapper. You know, that's kind of reasonable. Ellie, if you want. Oh no, you're chilling. No, I don't even think the bard's here. Like, I tried to invite them for like 10 minutes, and I feel like if I try to invite someone for 10 minutes and they don't respond, then that's no longer on me. Give me the great sword after this pull. Oh, okay. Just hangs out, collects head scratches and vibes. Honestly, that's kind of my goal too. Play video games, receive words of affirmation and head scritches, and vibe. That's the streamer life, I think, man. Like, that's the point where I'm just like, I've made it. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh wait, you want that greatsword? Do I have it on me? Yeah, I do. This. You forgot? I didn't forget, I'm just zooming. I got the Zoomy playlist on. He's either there or not. Yeah, I try to invite his ass a lot. Can I do this without pulling that fucking golem that wasn't there yesterday? Nope. Operation Don't Get the Raid Killed with a Disintegrate. Oh no! No, 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 no! Holy shit! I almost failed immediately. I almost just cooked everybody standing in that choke. Alright, so for anyone that's wondering why I just shit my pants a little bit, Disintegrate is like a straight line beam attack that just like pierces everything and brings doom and demise. And they recently, in a patch, quote unquote, optimized it. Because I have a theory that I was tanking it too smooth without interrupting it because I found a dead zone in the Disintegrate. So since their optimization of it, I hate it. And here we found a quirky little oopsie haha, where if I, the tank, face the golem on these stairs, up the stairs, the entire group dies. So I mean, I guess it's not a bug, it just makes sense. But he visually shoots it like horizontally through the stairs and then everything up here just disappears. So if that Disintegrate had gone off for another like couple of seconds, then we're probably full cooked. Boop. Chat, any other Maple Story players? Ray was saying like Maple Story OG vibes with the leveling. I need someone to take me through the Maple Story evolution. This is one of my favorite things about this though. I love how many different MMO backgrounds are coming into this game. Ooh! Just want to say, the moving side to side on the horse, they made sure the animation was very accurate to how they walk sideways. I feel like a lot of their animations are incredibly fluid. Oak? We got any Oakenbane needers in the chat? Oakenbane runners? Especially for early alpha? Yeah, it's disgusting. Like, this game doesn't play like an alpha, and I know that I'm supposed to, like, literally constantly remind everyone that it's a true alpha, and I do. But this game doesn't fucking play like an alpha. Like, this game, in terms of, like, its combat fluidity and, like, its movement, its responsiveness, like, the actual input responsiveness, it's way more polished than many live services that I played. Many. But again, I also came from New World, which that game's essentially been in an alpha state since it launched 3 years ago. So, Maple Story back in the day, 2004-ish, was super grindy, thousands of hours to reach max level. I fuck with that. So you'll actually really enjoy this then as well. Right now, the max level cap is 25. It's nowhere near the midpoint of actual level progression though. Level cap will be 50 on launch. But for instance, this character took me about 125 hours to get up to 25. And that was before elite mobs got an HP regen buff that makes elite time to kill slower. So therefore, time to max level higher. Estimated max level time on launch has been anywhere from like 300 to 500 hours. So there are a lot of different things that you can do to impact that level time as well. But yeah, it is, it's by no means like that just super quick linear zoom through leveling main story quest and then finish up. Like, it is a grinder. Probably put 4+ hours between yesterday and today, and I'm like 5.5, just meandering. I love meandering. Well used. Well used, great word. Fucking +5 points to Gryffindor for that shit. Well done. It's a nice word. This week might be the week I jump in. Well, this week might be the week I quit. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you too. Listen, man, I'm telling you, once you jump in, you're cooked. You're cooked. You're not jumping out. Will the characters be deleted after the game launch? Yeah, nothing from playtesting carries over to the launch. So, like, launch will just be that true, like, everybody starts level 1. So they're targeting 1 to 25, 100 hours, max level 225. Is that recent? Because I've heard a lot, like, longer figures recently. Especially considering mob HP regen changes cut a lot of it, like, elite mobs in literal half in terms of their, like, XP kills per hour. Because all of, like, numbers and everything is subject to change across the board. But yeah, the 1 to 25 is pretty accurate. I was like 125-ish on this character to 25. And I think a few hours of that were farming off Steven XP debt, and then a few hours were also snores. Quoting Steven from the wiki. Yeah. All Steven quotes, you also have to remember that one of the most famous Steven quotes is that everything is subject to change in a development cycle. And so, like, even his direct quotes could change, like, day to day based on an update, and they just might not have, like, an up-to-date public quote on something. Because even something like this, if an 800k per hour XP farm goes down to 450k, then that's going to exponentially increase your level time to max. But yeah, either way, like, full hours aside, it's a good amount of commitment. It's a fucking good amount of commitment. Pro tip to extend your enjoyment, start tank or cleric first. That way, when you shift to doing damage, you're hooked again. Or just play a DPS and get really annoyed that all of your tanks suck and then start tanking yourself. Have they said anything about secondary classes? I think I watched something about how they won't affect base class that much, like aesthetically. Yeah, so if you do exclamation classes, I like to have a lot of resources for chat, so that'll bring up the class grid graphic if you're like a visual learner. But essentially what'll happen is you'll take one of your 8 classes as your default class, and that's gonna determine your active abilities. So here. So as a tank, I will always have tank active abilities, so that's gonna be like the core identity of my class. But that secondary class is going to augment my active abilities with different passives or different modifiers that are reminiscent of that secondary class to give it that, like, you know, that unique feel and that near infinite mix across the board. even between, you know, different augments being selectable from different, you know, within the same trees. So one example that Steven loves to give a lot, which I actually called him word for word on this one during the Jamie interview, is that a fighter, for example, if you cross it with a mage, your fighter charge, which is typically just, you know, a gap close movement ability, could turn into a blink, or you could have it potentially have an elemental explosion when you arrive, or an elemental trail behind you. So there will be like a lot of different ways that you can change your abilities, and Steven recently discussed as well like the power scale in terms of some of those augments. So like some of the changes will be less noticeable, and there'll be more like you know, an elemental tweak here or a small change here, and then some of those changes will be like higher up on the scale of impact, where there'll be like those full functionality changes similar to that, you know, teleport instead of the charge. So I think it'll be really cool to see all of the combos that people cook up, both primary and secondary, because you're also going to have uses for different forms of PvE, different scales of PvP. On each server, the seasonal weather cycle can impact mob spawns, mob resistances, mob behaviors, dungeon accessibility, your abilities. There's a lot on every single server that will determine a lot of different things that will be unique to that server. And I think that that's very conducive to the game not being in a spot where it's like, oh, everybody plays this because it's the min-max option. So, need to see Summoner first. Summoner is going to be really cool. Phase 3 is the, like, Summoner drop when it actually comes to us. But what we've gathered so far is that Summoners are going to have, like, up to 3 summons as their kind of base. But your summons will be able to fulfill like different roles. So within that trinity, you'll have DPS, tanks, healers, stuff like that. But your summons will end up giving you the active abilities based on which summons you have out. So like as a summoner, you'll summon things. Those summons will determine your active abilities, and you'll essentially play the game through your summons instead of through, you know, the summoner power curve. So I'm assuming through there, you would almost have this like Invoker in Dota 2 level of adaptation to like, you know, certain abilities for certain scenarios, or you're in a group and your tank dies and you whip out 2 immediate tank summons and grab aggro while your tank gets rezzed. I think there's actually going to be an incredibly high skill ceiling within Summoner based on what we've heard about it. And then with specializations, you'll get different types of summons. It could be, you know, one stronger summon, could be a few other things. It's like Lost Ark Summoner, not a permanent pet. Yeah, so it's like, it's not a timed summon, but it is like it's a persistent summon, but there will be different types of summons that you're able to throw out. So it's not like you're a summoner, you only have this one skeleton warrior, go fuck yourself. Like, every cross-class will have their own unique summons as well. So, like, Summoner Tank, one of the things we've been told about that is that it may very well have, like, beetles that it can summon and use as armor because of, like, the hard exoskeleton. So, all the summons will kind of, like, line up canonically with where they want the identity of that cross-class to go. So, pretty cool shit. Also with secondary classes, when they do come in phase 3, that's when the summoner will be coming in as well. They've said that secondary classes will, as with everything else in the alpha right now, be that free respec, so you're able to experiment as much as you want. And then what we've been told for the actual launch so far is that your primary class obviously going to be set, but your secondary, you can respec it with some input, so you actually have to, like, you know, do something to get the respec instead of just a free respec. But you will be able to change it, so it's pretty solid. Lost Ark, man. Lost Ark was something. I got very into Lost Ark for a little bit. And then I realized how min-maxed it was. Like, the game was like Da Vinci Code levels of pre-solved, to where there was an entire like fucking alt to main feeder system spreadsheet that I had pulled up on my other monitor. Like, fuck me, man. Lost Ark. It's just AGS. Lost Ark, New World, like, I'm telling you, Ray. Just don't go anywhere AGS is. AGS smells bad. They yell at their friends. Why am I doing this again? Yup. It was to the point where I was just like, my daily cycle was beginning to be the same thing every single day, and it was like the conveyor belt that I talk about in a lot of modern games, where you hop on and you're just like, first stop, second stop, and you just like keep going through. Have you played Throne and Liberty? I'm too poor to play pay-to-win games. Yeah, if I was like a big streamer, I'd probably check him out, because like then, you know, I win. But yeah, as of right now, I'm too poor to play pay-to-win. Plus, it looked like dog shit. I had friends that were like in Ethereum when they went over to the Korea servers, and so I got to see like endgame PvP and stuff as it was shaping up. And dude, it looked so bad. It looked so fucking horrendous, and not even just for like an aesthetic, right? But my lord. Wildstar housing. What's best about Wildstar housing? Walk me through it. Ashes has some pretty ambitious housing too.
Apes together. Strong.
Yo, Mystic, thank you for the T1. I appreciate that. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Swords of Ledgered. I can't fucking read. I'm having a stroke today, chat. Someone call 911. You do like literally anything. I like that. So one of the really cool things about housing interactivity. I don't fucking know. I'm not a worder. I'm a video gamer. Anyways, there are boots. Sorry. Back to business. There are non-instanced player housing units that are called freeholds. And those freeholds are first come, first serve, a finite number within the node. As of right now, they're like pre-placed throughout nodes, and a lot of them are already bought up. But the freehold system's still very early on. They're going to add a system that basically allows you to, it's like the estate system, where you'll be able to acquire your freehold and place your freehold down anywhere throughout that node. So like say you and a bunch of friends have freeholds, you can make a little town of those freeholds throughout the node. But within that, freeholds are also going to be utilized by crafters, because you have that plot of land where you'll be able to cultivate that. So say you're an animal husbandrist who wants to work on the mount crafting. So under processing, animal husbandry, you can craft mounts, beasts of burden to pull caravans. You can craft eventually combat pets, which will be a summonable that people can use while they're leveling in solo. And to be like a top tier animal husbandrist, you need to have that freehold. So that way you can have your like animal farm, right? Because you need to hunt like well genetically rolled animals with the perks, the traits, the stats that you want, the animal type that you want. Hold those, cross those. You only have a set number of breeds before your mount becomes all fertile or infertile and shit. And so like, even if you're someone who's entirely focused on like, oh, I want to be, you know, rank 1 crafter, you still have to have that engagement with the leveling and like the outward progression of the game. In addition to that, with it being so social, you're going to have multiple feeders going into one crafter if that crafter wants to take it seriously, because of the input-output ratio that's required. Like, it's insane. It's actually like phenomenally well done. Yeah, that's okay. You and everybody else in chat, it's a normal thing around here. It's the cat ears. It's a 1 week sub goal, and like once that hits, it's just everybody's out of control. We have mods on standby, but the mods can't ban anybody because they're busy. Like it's bad. It's bad. It's basically the wild west out here right now. Everybody's just fucking horny. It's all just gooning all the time. So they're also adding in the instanced like in node player housing units soon. So there will be like apartments, which are instanced, different types of apartments that can provide different buffs for owning those apartments. Steven also said that those apartments will be able to be like deed acquired and then sold too. So, yo, what up, Joshua? Played Bard, now pick between tank, fighter, and ranger for me. You give me 1 second, I'll have chat do it. We'll run a poll for you. I have technology. I have technology. What do you think of Bard? You want dedicated gatherers and crafters to really flourish? Oh yeah. Yeah. And the craziest thing about it is, on top of having dedicated gatherers and crafters, you're going to need to push your dedicated crafters to high level so they can get a freehold, because you're gonna have to be leveled before you acquire a freehold. So my plan is to have five grinders, 3 crafters in each leveling group on launch, and those 3 crafters essentially just sit there and go, oh wow, this is really fun. And they just kind of like sit there and chill and like uwu and kawaii and stuff while I tank like 42 mobs and power level the fuck out of them. So that's kind of the goal. What class for Josh? It was tank, fighter, cleric? No, ranger. Tank, fighter, ranger? All right, 3 minutes. Feel bad for the bard. Well, one of our fighters is leaving anyways, so we'll get the bard in as soon as the fighter leaves. He's just out there healing us. Yeah, game crashes can suck. I did try to invite him for like 10 minutes though when we came back. No worries, we'll grab Bardo. Bardy boy, you're in group again in like 5 minutes. All right, we got him back. We're up tremendous. It all works out, Macaulay. Level 18 glint farm. Is that a question? Or are you yelling at me? Or did you hit level 18? Off of the glint farm? Why are you posting cryptic messages like you're the fucking Zodiac chatter? What's going on here, Grumpy? Man's posting a chat like Kanye's tweeting right now. Got level 18 from the glint farm. Okay, cool. Congrats. I was confused as fuck. It's like, did we find a new glint farm? Did you? Congrats, big levels. Couple more levels, you're over here in Carf, man. That's where it pumps. Still farming, no time to chat. Bro, did I ever tell you guys the story of like WoW TBC and Wrath of the Lich King Classic launches? When I finally got to start tanking on my pally again instead of healing. Like in Classic, I had to heal constantly, right? I was healing my older brother, but like I'm a tank at heart. I was a good healer, but it is what it is. I was only doing it because I was simply forced to. And so when TBC and Wrath dropped and I was able to start just like full cooking as a tank, I was sitting here just dungeon grinding day after day for so long that I lost feeling in like my keyboard arm from the elbow down. And I never got it checked out, so sometimes it still goes a little bit numb sometimes. But like, people were coming into chat, and I'd be like 20 hours into a stream, and they'd be like, Dusty, like, how are you still just tanking shit? And I was like, don't think, just farm. Just over and over again, like, don't think, just farm, don't think, just dungeon, don't think, just level. Dude, I was literally like zombie cadence grinding, and also that's what's going to happen when this game comes out. I'm going to be absolute degen mode. Josh, you're playing Ranger. Oh, RIP Norma. We'll remember you. We'll remember you. Can only farm it at 18 though, not 17 or 19. Yeah. Chair arm cushions are bis. So the thing with chair arm cushions though is you like put a pressure point on your arm at some point. Because if the edge of your arm is hitting the edge of your desk, then you're gonna have a pressure point that's like non-natural, right? So the way I set up and like play vert keyboard and stuff, I have my entire like elbow down on my left hand on my mat, like my entire forearm. So I can't really like have armchair cushions like on my desk and then also sit like that. Hello, Corla. Sorry. Hello, Corla. I almost died. What up? Get me out of this place. Oh no, what happened? XL mouse pad, roll it down, then get wrist pad cushions. You sound like a summoner player in Path of Exile. I have horrible internet? How do you have horrible internet at a cell phone place? I don't know. Down fucking horrendous, huh? Chat, how many more days until I take the cat ears off? Do we know? I think it's like 2. I'm pretty sure it's either day 6 or day 7. And then I go back to my human form. Oh, I can't wait. This is your life now. Yeah, I'll do that one after the cat week. I'll refund that. Just buy the cat ear headset. 2 birds. I might just get some clip-ons. Like, surely I could find a way to just like fasten the ears onto my headset so I didn't have to wear like the fucking headband. Cause like right now it's like, it's a headband with like the ears on it, dog. And it's, honestly, I don't even notice the ears that much. It's just the bells. The bells drive me fucking insane by the end of the day. It's like, I have to sit so still with these on. If only you were a 14 streamer, you'd be swinging in Femboy's money by now. See, we have a plan here though, because there's a Bard class in Ashes. And naturally, like, bards canonically are femboys. And so I feel like over time, as more and more of the femboys populate the bard scene, we'll be up tremendous. That's one of my, like, OG plans from back in the New World days when I came over to Ashes. So you're a femboy? No, I'm the leader of the femboys. The CEO of, like, an auto repair shop is not a mechanic. Gotta roll off Bard now. You're power leveling that shit, don't lie. So like a pimp? Yeah. Yeah, like a pimp. Yeah, like I should get a furry coat. Yeah. Yeah, PIMP, so to say. They know me in the streets. Respect hoes, degrade femboys. Wait, could we get that on a shirt? Merch? Why the fuck are you back there? Nice. Lining up fucking Valo peaks there. You're like Kramer walking on the street. Maybe that's one of the next sub goals, like a big fur coat and like one of the pimp hats. Fuck. Man, I gotta come up with a lot of sub goals because I asked chat and they were coming up with demonic shit. Like invert your mouse movement for X amount of days. To which like I had one too many bolskis, so I started cooking at that point. And I was like, all right, so what if I have one sub goal where we hit it and I invert one of the axes on my mouse and then we hit the next one and then we vote on another, like, so basically every time we hit a sub goal, it's like a flip of one of the axes of my mouse. So we do a vote on X or Y and you guys pick to either invert or uninvert X or Y axis. And that way it's always changing and it's not just like, oh, full invert, full fix. Every single sub goal, just as I started to get comfy, you guys could literally be like, all right, sub goal hit, we vote X axis. So then I have to, if my X axis is inverted, revert it, I guess would be the term there. Left hand mouse, I could do that too. G Pro Wireless is an ambi mouse, so I could just flip my side buttons over to this side. Left hand mouse plus inverted would make me want to kick a dog. And I don't want to ever kick a dog, but I would have heinous thoughts at that point. I love animals. But Jesus Christ, left hand inverted mouse, just, that would be like legitimately a 1,500 sub goal. Chat, if anyone's trying to dump 1,000 subs, I'll left hand inverted mouse right now. I'm just fucking throwing that one out there for you. Feel free. Team cat or team dog? I grew up with more dogs, but like, as I kind of like have the prospect of owning and taking care of my own animal, especially being in the situation that I'm in right now where I don't exactly have a large yard, like team D. Like long term, I would definitely like to have a dog with like a big yard to run around in, but like I don't have a big yard for a dog to run around in right now, so I wouldn't like have a dog and just coop it up in an apartment. So like, not that my apartment's like overly fucking small or anything, but there's like enough room for a cat to run around comfortably, but I don't think there would be enough room for like a full-size dog to enjoy a life here. But yeah, I always had doggos growing up. My entire family, big dog family, but I like cats too. I like animals. Or a very small dog, little yapper. But yeah, I also kind of get my fix on cats right now because there's like, there's this orange cat that comes by, and I don't know if it's a stray or not, but it knows that I really enjoy animals. So it started coming by probably a year and a half, 2 years-ish ago, somewhere in there. And I think it's just an outdoor cat because it's always in good shape and stuff, right? And it came by and it has this little spot under my porch where it like hangs out. And so during the summer, I would sit out on my porch, like soak up some sun and smoke a bowl as a true streamer does. And first time the cat just like came up to me, it was like looking at me. And I'm like, are you homeless? And so I thought it was a vagrant. And so I go in and I grab a can of tuna. I crack the can of tuna, I bring it out, I feed the cat, make sure it has some food, some water, hang out with the cat for a little bit, right? And so the cat started coming back semi-regularly. And when it came back, it would start hanging out. And at a certain point, I was like, fuck, man, I can't afford any more tuna. And so I picked up some of those Meow Mix, like, White Cup things. So that cat's been getting treats. And it kept coming by. And I still don't know, like, it's somebody's cat, like, friendly cat, used to humans, well-mannered cat, like scritches. But I'm assuming it's an outdoor cat. And so at a certain point, this is probably like, I don't know, last year, it was scratching a lot. So I went to Walmart and I grabbed like a flea and tick treatment, and I applied the flea and tick treatment to the cat. So I kind of like unofficially have a cat, but it's also just like, it's not like a son or a daughter cat, it's like a nephew cat. It like comes by when everything's convenient, eats some food, and then leaves, right? So I still get my fix. Get the Taco Bell dog, the Chihuahua. I grew up with dogs, but having to adult and be responsible for them staying alive is too much for me. Cats just exist. Yeah, that's part of the big thing. Especially since I'm streaming so much, and like, if I had to just, I don't know, keep letting doggo out constantly and stuff, like, I'm sure people would be fine, but I don't know, I wouldn't have the attention to properly give to a doggo. I wouldn't have, I don't know, the area for a doggo to run around. Like, I'll have a dog someday, but yeah, I don't know, today's not the day for it. Doggo would be too cooped up. The fuck was that? What was that red just on my screen? That scared the shit out of me. Cats just exist. Yeah, cats legitimately just chill. Like, they're freeloaders, but they chill. You want some interaction, you go hang out. Clean the litter box every once in a while. Kind of like an AFK clicker type pet. No respawn's not up. Can I get one of the sun-striped otters as a mount? Otters? Yeah, you can get otter mounts. Nelly has a farming route. I think she calls it like Otterly Beautiful or something. Yeah, it's an otter pun in there, but it's her otter farming route. 2 gold plus in glint from farm today and about 1 gold in items from the vendor with a level up. That's not bad. That's not bad, and that's just from that little Scorp area. Yeah, Scorp area on top. Shit's phenomenal. Seen a Velociraptor mount? Oh yeah, there's an armored raptor. I think there's just like a non-armored raptor. I have the plumed halberdier, which is like a feathered raptor that's slightly fatter and can't jump quite as high. Did I just pull that? Oh my god, that attack missed. That is the most fortunate miss that I've ever fucking seen. Oh my god. I just tabbed to that golem and then just pulled a big whiff, fortunately. Can I grab you? No. Can I reach you? Surely. We got 4. Yeah, this is beautiful. I have an auto feeder and auto litter box cleaner, so I just have a bitchy roommate who ignores me. That's awesome. If you're into the auto tech too, when I was at TwitchCon, I met someone that has, it's called like TreatBot, but it's basically like a bit activated treat dispenser for pets. So you can lean into people loving your animals as much as you do and extort them for money. Which is, in my opinion, the #1 thing a content creator should focus on. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's like a little bitty active. I don't want to jump up into that. Okay, sorry. Disintegrate scares me. Like a bitty activated little treat dispenser. It was cute. I was wondering if I could do the same thing, but with like snacks for me instead of like animal treats. Have Chad be responsible for your pet's obesity. Listen, or a little Dustacado avocado situation here. You can't rule them out. A lot of good possibilities could pop up from this. Why is he off the top ropes now? We're gonna trip lock out. Oh god. Oh no. It's 10 seconds of playtime. Fuck. We can't stop that disintegrate. Okay, we're good. He's gonna disintegrate soon. I need to not turn this into my raid. That's anti-magic. Disintegrate when. Disintegrate when. Disintegrate when. Disintegrate. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, that shit hurt. Disintegrate again? Ah! Why? Ooh, I don't like this. Another one. Okay, we're good. Jesus. We need mana after this. Oh, nobody had mana. That's so sad. Wait, how are people running out of mana with 2 birds? Oh no. Yeah, just run and reset it. Or do you like disintegrate? I think we pulled a couple extra mobs there too. I won't lie. That's okay though. Yeah, people just ran out of mana and we had a really big pull there. It's midnight and I really want to go to bed and watch quick clips of solo leveling, but I see streaming the game I like and I can't choose. I mean, so you could solo leveling subbed, because if you watch it dubbed, you're cheating yourself, in my opinion. I'm just putting that out there for you. And then you could simultaneously have stream pulled up. I feel like that's fire, because then you could just read solo leveling. Yeah, I love disintegrate. I want more disintegrate. Saw that we had curator in there too. Yeah, so there's some anti-heal going out. Watches anime dubbed. You know, I ask these questions to myself a lot, but I also asked chat the other day how many people in chat click abilities on their, like, on their ability bar. And it was an overwhelming amount of people. I'm gonna keep it a Buckington. Readings for nerds? I mean, I technically have to read all day. Yo, what up, Shiftington? How are you, brother? Hope you've been well. Some dubs are pretty fire. Okay. Yes, like, some dubs are good, but eventually if somebody kicks you in the balls every day, it'll feel good once in a while, right? Like... No shot, people are clicking in 2025. Kando, if you go back in the VOD, you could make the most slanderous video in history. My keyboard died mid-pull, and I had to start clicking to move and everything. I forgot to charge my board last night. And I had to start clicking everything. I had to click to target, I had to click to move. If you haven't watched Love is War and dub, you're missing something magical. Why don't I just have you narrate it to me? Watching them both and it hits every time. Top target is better than target. Oh, dude, there are a lot of people that click, especially if it's like a hard to reach bind. Quote unquote hard to reach, because people will like rebind their shit. Do you watch the most recent solo leveling episode? No, I'm only 2 deep. Much like when I'm fucking. Yeah, only 2 deep this season. I need to get on it. I need to binge. It's just, I like streaming Ashes too much. And so the days that Ashes are up, I've been like just going crazy on the streams, right? Like I'm trying to go sicko mode and play as much as I can. So I gotta have a lot. Same with Overlord. I'm watching it both. Because all the English voice actors, especially the MC one, wasn't YouTube parodies. Okay. You gotta remember, I'm not the anime aficionado that some may think I am. Yeah. That came out right. I thought it came out stupid because I used a big word. Action target bad? No, action target's not bad. I have 7,000 hours in New World, which was full action combat. And like action target's entirely playable. It's just I have 20,000 plus hours in WoW my entire life, especially in like tanking PvE stuff. So I personally prefer tab target just because of the control, but like I know a lot of DPS players, especially that are using action, because you just kind of chill left click pew pew. Each combo has a different like active combo with different attacks, different sequences, different finishers. So like you kind of just get to chill and pew pew. Main gripe with Guild Wars 2 action targets dog shit. Fair. Yeah, I would say Ashes definitely does a hybrid pretty well. I think there are scenarios where even I'll go back and forth between the two occasionally. Like if I'm just tanking mobs and I just want to chill and just fucking smack, then. But yeah, for the most part, I just personally, like, I have so much experience with tab target that I think their tab target feels really, really solid. But yeah, action's entirely playable. Thank you for coming. Drewski, it's your time. I'm assuming they'll keep working on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, you bet your ass. And the nice thing about it is they're very communicative with their dev phase. So if you go on the Ashes wiki, you can look up each phase that we're in. So we're in Alpha 2 Phase 2. And the wiki does a very good job of pulling like direct images of like roadmaps, every piece of dev communication with cited sources. So it's fucking phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Probably pick someone else up. Okay, let's see. Do we have anyone on? We need 1 DPS for this. We get Valk. Sev. Okay, we'll get Sev. Sev Ariel. Oh yeah, they were in group with us the other day. Okay, cool. Super Bowl soon, TM. Yeah, I thought about that today. I was like, is stream gonna be dead once the Super Bowl starts? I'm gonna need y'all like taking me through the play-by-play because I can't like watch that bitch on stream, right? But yeah, so the thing I like about the Ashes dev process specifically is that they're targeting the very, very, very core gameplay loop and then polish to the system, stuff like that. That's all gonna come in the refinement process later in like beta. So I really like that. Their communication is always super great as well. Just across the board, I think Ashes has been like the epitome of what I as a content creator look for in a developer. Especially from their communication, their consistency, like they're just down-to-earth developers that aren't this massive corporate entity that's completely disconnected from gaming, which is where I feel a lot of games have gone now. It's not this like big profit-driven money grab thing. It's genuinely, it feels like gamers making a game properly. So it's really nice. People who watch Cowboy streamers and people who watch football aren't the same demographic. Okay, hear me out. The cat ears are just a sub goal for a week. And a monkey buck redeem. The ears are not always there. They're not always there. I am 6'5". I played college basketball. So like we got the sports ball. We got a little bit of everything here. It's a melting pot of cultures, so to say. We got the cat ear enjoyers. We got the hoopers. We got the footballers. We got the Discord mods. We have a very popular debate in here lately. But basically, this will relate back to the cat ears too. Due to the cat ears, we've recently discovered that everyone's at least a little gay. At least a little bit. Like it's a scale that goes up to 10 and there's no 0 on the bottom end of it. It's at least a 1. And so we established that if you're in here in the first place and you're looking at my camera and you're like, Dusty looks kind of good today. At least a 1. At least a 1. At least from that end of things, right? Now there is exponential curve up to 10. To be a 10 there, you got to be really cooking. Really cooking. But we got a lot of people that hover from like a 1 to a 3. And when it gets to a 3, we got a lot of people that gotta leave and go spend time with their wives. So, everyone's gotta be aware. Do we talk football as an American or every other country in the world? Football is American, football is European. And I still think hockey and soccer are two of the most boring sports to watch. I think hockey, personally, the sport itself is incredibly boring, and the only thing that you're rooting for in hockey is people to stop playing hockey and start fighting. I think the UFC on ice would be better than a hockey game. Hockey boring? Yes, the sport of hockey is boring. The most fun part of hockey is watching people fight. Which isn't like scoring goals. That's my take. Basketball's boring as fuck. I think basketball would be more fun if we could fight. Personally. Yeah, I think they should allow fighting in basketball too. I'm just putting that out there. I mostly watch tennis. I played tennis. I'm exponentially cooking then. I love that. The wife, you're stuck with me. That scale's just gonna keep increasing. Hockey live is extremely fun. Yeah, hockey's more fun to watch live, but it's cold. I live in Maine. If I wanted to be cold, I'd just go outside. Went to a boxing match and a hockey game broke out once. Can you fucking imagine? Everyone just started skating around. Yo, what up, Nell? How you doing? Basketball's boring as fuck. See, I love basketball, but I would also be willing to take a very neutral stance that basically every sport is incredibly boring to watch until the final quarter. I think the final few minutes of any actual sports match are what matters. Everything else is just arbitrary buildup in between. 82 degrees in Texas yesterday. I mean, like, 82's all right, though. 82's all right. Like, Maine's beautiful, though. We just got... Is it still snowing? No, we probably just got Low over a foot of snow, maybe like foot and a half ish. And like, I love snow. Snow makes everything so pretty, so quiet. I fucking hate ice though. Ice is snow's asshole cousin. It's awful. Is actually terrible. I can't stand it. Like 82 seems nice though, but it's 22 here. I went for a little walkie before stream. March Madness, of course. Oh yeah. I think just a lot of sports in general, like from a casual viewing perspective, there's nothing. There's no cheering in basketball until the game is over. Well, that's simply incorrect. I think basketball is one of the sports that are most conducive to creating highlights. I think that's entirely cope. Cheering every few minutes in hockey, hits, fights, goals, etc. Saying that there's a goal every few minutes in hockey is like saying that my dick's big. It's just a lie. Yo, Jacka, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think if you're saying there's no cheering in basketball and there's more cheering in hockey at a faster cadence, you're on fentanyl and galaxy gas, respectfully. Yeah, basketball is the #1 highlight conducive sport in the entire world, in my opinion. It's constant uptime, constant scoring, and every score can be in the form of a highlight. Like, I kind of meme about hockey being, like, unfun, but this man's biased. Yeah, I got a meme about it, but does basketball generate chants like a real European football game? Oh, you should listen to European basketball chants. Oh my god. Yeah, you should. Dude, that's just EU fans. I think EU and SA fans are fucking insane. Like, if I had a bunch of EU and SA fans in stream, like, I'd be just trash polling and they'd be like bouncing, hitting chants and shit, bro. Like, my screen would start shaking because of like the EU fans and shit. Yeah, they're wild, bro. Yeah, that's EU fandom. Like, EU and SA fandoms are fucking nutty. For a few years, Super Bowl is very popular here in Germany, despite people in general not caring about American football. Didn't the NFL play like one game of their season in Germany this year or something? Our chants are hard, but what does American chants look like, both in football and basketball? Defense! That's what we got. That's what we got. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, there are chants, but it's not like, oh, yeah. I don't know. It's not like we're out here belting out the Cotton Eye Joe in unison. We got a shitty call and scream at the refs. Yeah. Like, American sports fan chants over the past, like, what, 6 years or something have basically just been hurling slurs at people from what I've gathered. So, I haven't gone to many live sporting events recently. We got a shitty call. We stormed the ref, his family, and his ancestors. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I think EU is just nutty there, just in general. Like, EU fandom can make anything wild. All right, hold on. I'm bringing my coffee cup out because it's 6:30 p.m. and I should probably stop drinking coffee and get water. Give me 1 sec. Water acquired. We're up tremendous. EU cops actively done to direct fans of different balls, soccer clubs, different trains, different playing STJ. Is it the same in the US? No. Yeah, no, but I mean, so like, as much as I do like how lit EU fans can get, I do also feel like literally murdering people over a sport is kind of wacky. I will just put that one out there. Go to a Knicks game. I haven't heard anybody care about the Knicks in like my entire life. Who do the New York Knicks have a rivalry with? Forgot they existed. I went to the Garden to watch Duke play Utah when Utah had Jakob Poeltl, and Jakob Poeltl fucking lit Duke up and Duke lost. And it was hilarious. Talking about football players. Everyone enjoys the Duke loss. Yeah, I was cheering for Duke when I went and I was happy they lost. Yeah, I don't mind Duke. Sorry, Cooper. Yeah, Cooper's our messiah. Dude, it was so funny. So many people in Maine when Coop was like, you know, transferring to Montverde and stuff and was going through his recruitment process. Everyone was like, man, I hope he goes back to play basketball in college at UMaine. And I was like, why the fuck would he do that, you fucking idiot? That's the worst thing that this man could ever do. Like, I hope somebody randomly gives me $1 million, but that's not gonna happen either. What's the chant in Discord shit posting? Jesus Christ. Y'all gotta like memorize, or is there like a... Is there a Facebook group where you guys post the chants? Defense clap clap. Listen, man, defense clap claps the slapper. I don't want to hear it from you. There's groups, but most people memorize it. Wait, are there actually Facebook groups? Wait, are you being fucking for real? I was literally just shit posting. Yes? It's real. What the fuck? I was shit posting. That's insane. We got cheer rehearsal tonight, boys. Everybody show up. Bring your beers. Don't fall. No! I didn't fall, I was pushed. I got Putined. That window wasn't there a second ago. Y'all chanting about people's noses? Okay, wait, I feel like y'all just lost credit in the streets because of that. Like, at least NA sports fans will just like call somebody a bitch. Yeah, we make fun of everyone. I don't necessarily know if that's making fun of somebody. So Maybe the translation doesn't hit as impactfully. Maybe it comes off like really hard in the native language. But if somebody, like if I was playing basketball and somebody was like, yo, Dusty, your nose is big. Feel shit while playing, because then you get... Well, I don't think that would make me feel like shit if somebody was like, Dusty, your nose is big. It's more like stairs 3, Dusty 0. There needs to be a railing on these stairs. Not OSHA approved. Yay. Wait. Hello. My top target didn't want a top target for a second. I can't reach that. I fell trying to get that last time. I feel like there are a couple of groups that are starting to like move in on our area. Close to a really known chat. Let's go. Okay, this is like... I ain't about to lie. I feel like that's some shit I'd see at like a junior high basketball game. Or like a junior high game. I feel like us professional fans, y'all gotta step it up. That's like being in a battle rap and saying you smell bad. I don't know, dude. I don't think those chants are hitting. I think defense clap clap might be better. I ain't even about to lie. If we tier list those chants right now, I'm putting defense clap clap up at the top. Do you think that Kendrick drops Not Like Us? What's the Super Bowl set list? But your nose is big? Well, now I have to end stream. Darn it. What's going on down there? Oh, I missed it. Crow, I might have just killed you. Run downstairs. I tried to come over and help you, and I might have killed you. Crow, I'm coming. Crow, I'm coming. I'm coming. You just stay safe over there. Hold on. All right, we're good. I tried to get over to you, and I came up a little short. I came up just a wee bit short. That's my bad. I tried to get a little creative there. It didn't quite work. What level's everyone at? 23. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. 23. 19. Macaulay, how close is 20? Is that a mustache or the shadow your massive nose is making? Oh no, I have a wonderful mustache. I've been told that if I like shaved my shitty excuse for a beard and just kept a stash, I would pull even more femboys. But I don't know how I'd look with that because of the big nose situation. I don't think I can pull that off. Oh my god. I just got 6 glowing from that? The fuck? Only one way to find out. Sub goal. Mustache only sub goal would be devious. That'd be fucking terrible. Wait. I mean, that might be a banger though. Mustaches are wild. Yeah, and like, I'll be completely transparent. I don't really grow facial hair that fast. Like, my neck beard grows faster than anything else, and I don't even really like mod any Discord servers like that. Maybe it's my age group, but I think mustaches make people look old. Probably reasonable, I feel like. I love Disintegrate. I love Disintegrate. Everything's awesome. Disintegrate's phenomenal. Only reason I grew a mustache slash... Oh my god. 32 and still get carded without them. So you got like the full lumberjack now? Don't make the same mistake Gazzy did. He approved a chest wax. So I don't think I have enough chest hair to wax. Where's my body? Because I got fucking gibbed. Okay, I got my body working. Yeah, I got my shit rocked there. There's no chance that's happening. Fair. Fair. Have I? No, I don't know now that I think of it. What prevents the lumberjack? Is it here? Is it like the jawline? Because I feel like y'all got the mustaches in like this area on lock, right? Like, I got all the bad RNG pulls there, dude. I swear to God, my neck beard is like the best growing thing. Like, if I put on like, I don't know, $150 and just start modding instead of streaming, I just let this shit grow. I could braid my neck beard. Like, not right now, but like, I shaved it today. I'm self-conscious about that shit, but. Do it, sub goal. 1 month no neck beard shaving. Oh God. Only a mustache and then only a neck beard. Holy shit. Beard's patchy as hell on sides when it grows out. Mine still doesn't really connect like here in the whole headset area, but it gets there enough for the camera angle to make it look okay. But I don't exactly have like a thicky beard by any means, you know? Which node has apprentice craft for mining and lumber milling? Chat, where on Vira do we have mining and lumber milling? Patchy as hell on sides if I grow it out. Goatee area is full as fuck. Goatees are lit. A goatee and a cowboy hat can get you a lot of places. You said you're in Texas too, right? Yeah, goatee, cowboy hat, some bootcut fucking Wranglers or something. Ooh, shiny. Oh, what are these? I wish they were strength instead of dex, but they're not bad. They're not bad. And I have my old ones to give away now. Bonk. Bonk. Winstead? Sashi. Yep, no. Winstead. Grats, thank you. See? GZ grats. I'm telling you. The modernization of congratulations. It's gone from congratulations to congrats to grats to GZ. It's just so disconnected now. Doesn't even feel like he's actually happy for me. Kind of fucked up. Starting to get a little contested here. Sounds obligatory? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like forced. Like if somebody like gifted 5 subs and then you're just like GZ in chat, like I feel like that's the equivalent of it. Like somebody gifts subs and everyone in chat's just like grats. Maybe we should start doing that. Just make it a tradition to say grats anytime there are gifted subs that go out. Or are you on? I am on Vira. There's basically on NA, Vira, which is the non-pirate software server, Lineth, which is the pirate software server, and then the EU server that not even the Europeans play on. Some of them play on that server, I guess, but most of them play over here. Maybe the French play there? I bet every guild versus guild war would just end in surrender at that point, huh? Whoa. Okay. Please grab the blue orb. Thank you. Most French and Germans play there and no English is spoken on the server. I think someone was saying that actually, that it's like a language barrier thing with certain servers. I don't really know. Because even on New World, there were different like language kind of like groups on different servers on EU. I remember that. And like certain groups within armies would be like speaking different languages. So they would like calm in their like native language. EU servers usually are funny. Yeah, I couldn't understand shit. I murked over there one time and I couldn't understand shit that was going on. Like I did a war where I like guest starred for one of the EU companies. And like I couldn't understand their fucking caller. I couldn't understand the fucking people in my group. I had no idea what they were saying. I was literally just existing. I couldn't understand shit. Fun war though. Fun war. We won. Basically, you're a cat. Yeah, but I was just beating the shit out of people. I mean, so I guess technically, yeah, full cat. Kapowie. Can I go get more mobs right now? I'm struggling, man. I'm fucking struggling. I'm just yossing myself off of this height. 4-0. Yeah, I don't know what it is today, man. I'm sending myself off the height. Sweep. Series over. Drop rate feels bad tonight. Well, the group probably didn't quack and pray. We learn English in school, but if you have the right job, you might never need to speak a word of English here. If you have the right job, you never have to talk. All movies are translated to German. See, that seems kind of close-minded. I'm out here watching, like, sub-anime. And you're out here just putting everything in your own language. You call us the bad guys. It's getting very, very, very dense population-wise here. What time's Super Bowl at? When are people gonna log off and go do something else? Now? Wait, is it? When kickoff? A few minutes ago. Oh, shit. Well, I'll be damned. Started like 6:45? Oh. Well, update me if anything exciting happens. Who do we have winning, chat? Excuse me, pardon me. Any tanks for Oak? Oh no. Oh no. Stopped liking the NFL a while back. Well, when they started caring about like long-term brain health and dumb shit like that and stopped letting people murder each other with pads on. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I used to watch like, they called them decleaters back in the day. Back when you could just like absolutely like assault a man on the field. See, as a basketball player, I loved watching those compilations because I was like, yep, I'm not doing that shit. But now there's no difference. Landing on that very hardwood floor, that shit hurts more than getting hit with pads on in today's football. I feel like it all went downhill once Antonio Brown drop kicked a kicker. I feel like that was the turning point. They should allow a couple like drop kicks the game, I think. Like maybe each team starts getting like a couple cheap shots. Like you just get a few penalties. Cause it could be like different penalties you get to burn too. Like an allowance, yeah. Yeah, like you get like 4 penalties a game. So like, I don't know, you just really fucking commit to a roughing the passer on one of them, and then you just like use your with different amounts. Yeah. Like 2 5s, a 10, and a 15. That could actually be fire. Yeah, I think we're cooking. If you have them all saved up at the end of a game. Yeah, or like, you know, say it's a game-winning field goal. You've got one of them saved up. You literally just have your nose tackle fucking drop kick the center and have somebody else just go grab the ball pre-snap and then use your penalty, and then you win the game. That'd be pretty solid. Brilliant. Thank you. Like a full steel chair. I mean, what would the yardage be on a steel chair? 3 points, you can destroy the QB? Yeah, so like that would fall under it would be a personal foul roughing the passer. So you could use one of your allowances for that too. Yeah, you could just like absolutely fucking like sledgehammer the QB. Now again, I don't know what the extra penalty is for your props. Or like actual criminal assault, but hear me out. We're thinking on a superficial level here. Just one Goldberg spear to those 80-year-old coaches on the sidelines and they got nothing. They have no leadership. You cut the head off the snake. Little 15-yarder. You just use your waiver there. Coaches got to start suiting up too. Some pads. Younger coaches are running like O-line for the coaches to make sure they don't get like Goldberg speared. I see no problems with this just across the board. I don't think anything would go wrong. Andy Reid would Uno reverse that shit. Andy Reid would be the highest paid coach in the NFL due to his longevity. Good fucking God. I still remember during COVID when Andy Reid had his his COVID mask on, he would always have it like under his nose and just around his mouth. And it used to look like a feeding trough. So we used to come up with like a theory craft of like what food was in his mask that week. Maybe it was. Yeah, he definitely could have had soup in there. Like soup can fit most places. If you work hard enough, you can probably transport some soup in your asshole. Like there's a lot that you can do with soup. He has gummy worms. Oh, gummy worms would be such a good like feeding trough snack too. Or like Skittles, like sour Skittles. Oh, wait, that would be great. That would be great. I feel like you can do like a full, I don't know though, maybe hard candy wouldn't be the best because like if he's gonna be drooling, then that's gonna like rub off like the sour coating on the Skittles. Various candy you haven't thought about in years. I think about sour Skittles daily. What candy haven't we thought about in years? Surely there are like some canceled candies since I've been alive, right? Just shit that they're like not allowed to make anymore. You'd have Nerds. Oh, Nerds gummy clusters are so good though. Wait, Nerds gummy clusters go fucking insano style. It's like the Nerds rope, but it's like chopped up, you know what I'm saying? Those are so fucking good, fuck you. Milk Duds. Milk Duds are like the risk reward of candy, I feel like. Those and Twix, I don't know what it is, but like I enjoy Twix a lot, but like those and Milk Duds, if you do not get like fresh ones, they get like hard, right? I'm dead. Wait. I had my intercept up, but I was trying to get LOS first. What's happened? Is it just a wipe? Yeah, I'll try to get aggro on that, just reset it at least. There. Alright, I got aggro on it. We just pulled too much. I think I only pulled like 3, but I might have just pulled too much there. It's okay. All is well. But yeah, like old Milk Duds and like old Twix when they're no longer like soft. Oh, dude, it's so bad. They're like the worst candies. And it's year 3. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Werther's fuck. I couldn't imagine just like chaining off Werther's though. Nerds clusters bits, but bad for teeth if you don't brush after. Listen, I'm a twice daily brush floss rinser, chat. Anybody else? Anybody else twice daily on that full brush floss rinse? Fun dip would be an insane one. Although, I feel like fun dip in a mask would actually be dangerous. Coffee Werther's low-key hit. I'm not here to argue that fact. Yeah, that shit slaps. Because isn't it like a caramelly coffee type thing? Pop Rocks is crazy. Sounds good, Macaulay. Jawbreakers. Orange gummy slices. Okay, but what about peach rings? I think peach rings are at least an A tier candy. What can I do to get 1 gold ASAP? A new player just got to level 10. 1 gold ASAP at level 10. I would cut a bunch of trees and hit a bunch of stuff and then refine it and then sell it personally. That's probably your fastest way. Peach Ring G Fuel, the Sonic flavor. Oh yeah, back when I was running an esports program, we used to have those at cans on campus. Sell it to vendors or players. Low rarity, sell to vendors. High rarity, sell to players, in my opinion. I wish they were anything but a bard. Although, I guess we could do 3 bards. Oh, he got a group. Marketplace items for low ball. Put sub-level 10 green gear up for 10 or 20 silver and they sell decently fast. That's also true. Like your old leveling gear with players coming into the game. Just be careful with level 10 gear because anything with level 10 plus main stats may temporarily sell for more, but I also think that that's going to like... I think that's going to work itself out. I'm so happy that they fixed shields so we can actually see our shield again. There's a bow I want that's 1 gold. God damn! Blue tier level 10 bow. I might have a level 10 bow that you can have for free. If you're over on Vyro with us, right? Any way to move a caravan from one node to the other without transporting materials in it, just in my inventory? At the black market, you can buy a caravan request beacon. You click on that and it summons one of your caravans. Oh. Cutting trees are now outside of Marilith. Okay, if this group takes a break, I'll pop over to my fighter and see what I have. My fighter's my bank. Get to level 12 and farm Highwayman. You get a nice Forsaken. Yeah, Forsaken bows are sick. Sell my Forsaken swords and bows for like 3 gold. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite solid, especially with like everything being bracketed the way it is. Cause like 1 to 10, well, sorry, 1 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 to 29 for like the gear brackets right now, the level requirement. It's all just that like once you're past 10, you get that 10 to 19. Once you're past 20, you get that 20 to 29. So within that bracket, you're just trying to find like higher kind of like roles within that. Do you need a group? Will this be our edition of Doom? Huge. Highwayman Hills is right here. So it's gonna be northwest of Miraleth. Northeast if you're Steven Sharif. But yeah, northwest of Miraleth. All right, I'll be right back. One sec, quick pee. Good day, is everybody dead? Nope, we're up. If I have a delivery for Ardent Anvil, but there's no prompt to deliver it to the crates, anyone know of a fix? I do not know of that. I just broke a lot of those. You want me to pull? Oh, that's okay. I'll go pull. We should be chilling. I can reach down there as well with my boo. We'll start with this for now. What does my underwear bounce? When I change hairstyles and the character creator, are my pubes changing? Yes. Yes. Very short answer, yes. It's just in the lore. You need to not worry about it. The sooner you embrace it and stop asking questions. Oh, also, might I recommend, Steven, our Lord and Savior, loves sandals. Now, there is, when you get to the tattoo part, there is a sandal tattoo that you can put halfway sticking out of your character's waistband vertically. And once you complete that, you'll understand what the purpose of it is. But we've always got to have it tucked and loaded. It's a safety mechanism over here. Crappa! Bonkity bonk. It's a passport to Cockrock. That is true. Cockrock is a large monument dedicated to, well, I'm sure you can only imagine. But it is an actual POI on the map. Now, the name is slightly unofficial, but I hope one day that we can petition for it to become a real official POI. But Cockrock is right here. So as you can see, this rock looks like a dick. There's no other way around it. But if you pay attention, it's pointing at this island, which is green grass around the outside, brown grass in the middle, and these look like two legs. So you've got Cockrock in the back shot brook. It's truly kind of insane. I don't really know how to feel about it. I pointed it out to official, like, you know, people from the team and stuff. Nobody will really own up to it. Yo, Sasuke! What up, go? How's the stream today? I appreciate the raid, brother. Thank you for coming through. Raiders. Welcome in. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I play a whole lot of Ashes. Let me hit this guy. Don't fall off. Wait, where'd that one come from? But yeah, I typically stream somewhere in between 10 and 12 hours a day of Ashes. I come from 7,000 plus hours in New World, where I played a game that was ass for a long time. So I'm very happy to be over here playing a playtest that is much less ass than a fully polished and released game. I love Ashes, I love Intrepid, and I love you guys for being here. Gonna be a hidden quest or something about it now? Cock Rock? Oh yeah. Yeah, you'll have to discover the mysteries of Cock Rock. A fully polished turd? No, I took an actual shit this morning that came out more polished than New World simply due to the, like, lack of space between my butt cheeks. New World is not even a polished turd. That shit's just a turd. It's just a turd. Usually sell Forsaken stuff for like 2 gold plus, but depends on roll. Price will vary by town, you get nice deals. Yeah, Forsaken stuff is probably gonna sell better, like further away from towns that are like late game progressy. Maybe in like those starter areas, towns that people are like looking to go into right off rip. In addition to that, maybe New Ayla would be a good one because people are gonna be going to like ruins of Seth or remnants of Seth over there. Miraleth could be another good one because of Oakenbane farmers. So I feel like there's a good amount that can happen with those. We have a double knight here. New World, the forgotten turd. Yeah, dude, I feel bad for people that are getting like jebaited by an OPR map. So many people happy with a change that doesn't actually impact like the core gameplay loop whatsoever. The entire core gameplay loop of that game remains sit in town, queue OPR, go to complete your OPR, and then wait for your war to start every single day. I feel bad for people that are still trying to cope it out, man. I hope they got some good ad rev this week, though. Oh, no. Wait, how'd I even get... What? Dude, I swear to God, my character is tripped. I swear to God. .5-0, wait, you're not even counting my wins. What do you mean? I've been around the edge so many times without dying today. I have way more than 0 victories here. This is libel and slander. Bonk. Getting XP laggy. Like the XP itself is laggy. Highwayman Hills are right here. So it's gonna be that northeast past like this big ass northwest. You want to go this way across the river, and then it's right here. South of Winstead, northwest of Mira. Yes, of course, of course, of course. I do also have my preferred group leveling spots over on my YouTube. We made a short about it, so you guys do exclamation socials. Go over there and peep that. It's basically just like the mob appropriate level grind spot, or like group grind spot for each level, but makes sense. Lots of people playing the game on Super Bowl Sunday. Well, why are there so many people playing the game on Super Bowl Sunday? Why aren't people like at Super Bowl parties? Like getting bitches in buffalo dip or something. I cannot get that here. That means you have to have friends? Fair. Fair. Well, we're all friends here, chat. We're all friends here. We don't need a Super Bowl. You're all super bowels to me. Only creepy uncle face options. That's crazy. I mean, maybe you just embrace it. Cinema Alpha, PVX game, we're watching on Twitch. Probably not the target demo for football. I don't know. I feel like MMOs are like known to be the oldest active genre in any of the major, like, you know, the oldest active demographic in any of the genres. I feel like most MMO players at this point are dads. And then there's just this like select degens, but that's not with ads. Oh, okay. Just let me know when you're out of ads. So many rangers using spell bows. The really difference between them and ranger at level 25. Besides, one goes magic, one goes physical. Good question. When Claire's out of ads, we'll hit that. Found that out because the trailer has a disclaimer that Shroud is supported by funding from a ministry and that this was approved by the Bundestag. What's that? Wait, so is it like a religious game? Is a ministry like a church? Be kind of a slapper if a church funded and shrouded. Yeet. Shatter combos is so hard. Oh, it's all like Twilighty. What the fuck? Looks nice in here. Bundestag equals parliament. Oh. Shatter's easy. Oh yeah, it just looks cool. All we do is trip people. Like our combos don't really go sicko mode or anything. Yeet. Come on. Come on. Why can I not hit this guy? What? The fuck was that, man? Sorry. I don't know why he was being such a freak. Oh, Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Oh, so is Ministry just like government over there? Let's go back. Okay, no, I was waiting for you. So basically, like, with mages using spell bows or rangers using bows in addition to that, basically those weapons don't necessarily determine any active abilities. The thing with weapon trees is their passive abilities and status effects that you can put on people with your finishers. So in PvP or even PvP, a lot of people are playing around like which weapons have the most impactful finishers for their class between status effects, like raw damage spread on those, and then like your DPS throughput. So keeping that in mind, you kind of have that mix of like what weapons people are playing, but the core differences between each class come in their like active abilities. like a tank, your identity as a tank isn't determined by playing like sword and shield. I could take my shield off right now and I could play, you know, a focus in my offhand that gives me bonus fizz damage. Or I could play a two-hander and I would still have like those tank active abilities, right? So that's gonna be the biggest thing there, is like your weapons will be more of a, you know, based on your basic attack and then those status effects that you want to put out. And then your class itself will really determine where your abilities come from. Come on. Fuck me. I came down here to pull. Working as intended, man. Everything's fine. At least I got +2 mobs out of this. You may just do more AoE than Ranger, more single target, like in most MMOs I played. Mages have a decent mix of both. So they have that prismatic beam, which was the big fire beam that you just saw come out. Prismatic beam can be influenced by like recently cast spells for elements, and mages are very like combo dependent. Keeping, you know, different status effects and things like that in mind to throw out a shatter combo, or to alternate status effects to not like lock mobs out of certain effects. So mages play a little more around those like those true elemental balances, whereas Ranger is more like a kind of like a pew pew as well as a supporty type class. So Ranger is gonna have like a big AoE vines that it can throw down. It has a bit more of that zippy movement. It's got pretty good burst as well, but you're playing more of that fizz scaling and less of that like LE combo scaling, if that makes sense. We're down a DPS for a sec.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yeah, of course, of course. Thank you for the follow as well. Basically, long story short, is like one of the best things you can do as a mage is play off of shatter combos. So with a mage, if you freeze something and then hit a recently frozen target with lightning, it shatters the frozen target and it does like additional damage. So those shatter combos can be very, very strong for a mage to play around, whereas a ranger, your active abilities aren't going to be dependent on those like those elemental kind of like those elemental status effects working together. It's more that like true physical DPS of just like, I hit these abilities, I do these, you know, numbers of damage. And so mage kind of has that more of that almost integrated base rotation, I feel like. But again, ranger is still very good DPS. A lot of movement across the board too with both. I think every class has phenomenal movement. But a lot of true identity is going to come too once the secondary class system comes into the game. That's going to come in starting Alpha 2 Phase 3 in May. So we'll see that, you know, throughout Phase 3. And once that happens, people will be able to take those core class abilities. So like as a tank, I would still have my tank abilities no matter what I crossed with. And you'll be able to take those abilities and augment them with aspects of that second class. And I think that's something that's really going to allow that personalization to show through for players. And hopefully really allow them to kind of like get that perfect mix of what they want their class archetype to be. It's important to note too, every weapon in the game, like you may have noticed with spell bows, every weapon in the game has its elemental and its physical variant. So, you know, normal bows, spell books, energy spell books, which are the physical version, And within that, again, like the biggest thing is going to be different status effects that you put out on your finishers, which are the last hit of your weapon combos. And then this tree can also change things throughout for the weapon damage, throughput, burst, and stuff like that. So husband and I just recently and both grabbed mage. So I was debating on ranger, which is why I asked. If you're both mages, you can actually work together to pop combos too, because it's just based on like what the actual status effects on the target are. So like you could freeze the target, and then when you're going to freeze, your husband could like throw out a lightning bolt, and as soon as that target freezes, you would be able to then like have that big lightning bolt burst come in. You could then switch to fire or something like that to get those burns up. And then you guys can kill the mob there, and you could alternate the different status effects between the two of you and kind of like work together on those combos. Mages that work really well together can do a ton of damage because you can constantly put out status effects. Double mage is really intriguing too. Have you guys looked at the rest of the classes to determine kind of where you want to go with your secondary someday? I've put a lot of thought into mine. We don't know exactly what it's going to pull over for traits or anything like that, or augments, but I'm super excited to go tank rogue for mine. I was thinking tank mage today might actually be crazy though for AoE pulling. Cleric mage for fire procs and healing as a duo is mean too. Oh, cleric with anything makes a duo so good, especially like cleric or bard just in a group setting is wacky. I don't know if there are mobs coming or not. All right, let's see. Spawns are getting a little contested here for my liking. A food combo. It'll be really intriguing to see too, like, what we actually end up pulling with a lot of the augments from that secondary class. Gotta wait for summer though and the secondary classes. Phase 3 is going to be your like Christmas. Secondary classes start then, summoner will arrive then. Yeah, you're gonna be very excited for phase 3, I think. Another disintegrate brother. My brother in Christ. So when secondary dropped, it's gonna be cleric and tank for all. I know, I'm kind of pissed. I was hoping I'd get special treatment. Fuck the DPS players. That'd be 14 or 16 classes. I feel like they'd hash out their primaries before they added secondaries. Because you got to remember, phase 3 is going to be like a year long as well, and then we go into betas. So like we'll be receiving those updates throughout phase 3. It's not all just going to be like at the start. So I would have to assume that they would be hashing out those like core classes first, right? Yeah, I don't know if there's been an exact like feedback on that or not, or like a quote on it. Probably it would make sense. Okay, we've been here a decent amount of time. I kind of want to go down to the desert for a change of pace. Hit some giants or something. Down for desert. Anyone else wanna... Oh. Desert and hit giants. for change of scenery. Oh.
Cavern abs is absolutely
Yeah,
S
Sam,
tier.
thank you for the follow. All right, everyone's down, but we're up tremendous. Fresh look on things, boys. We're going to the desert. Hello, Leona. Everyone else gets tank and cleric as an option for their subclass. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Steven was saying during Jamie's interview. 7-1. I'll take the 1. You can't win them all. Depending on how summer pans out, I see them dropping 14 than the other two. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are so many different ways they can go about stuff. I don't pretend to know game development cycles or anything or progression. I just try to think of things from a logical means. Okay, hold on. We're gonna need desert music again. Not that. I think it's probably gonna be the playlist that we had on last night, right? So we'll start here. Go into the desert and hit other pixels. Yup. Winter has come soon. So 1 day, 8 hours until what I assume is the solstice. Personally, I also think it'd be really cool if rivers froze over during the winter. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just putting that out there. But yeah, so essentially what I'm thinking is like the time until is a time until that like peak, right? So right now we're like working our way up to winter, and then once winter solstice hits, we'll be working our way down through winter, like down into spring, right? So I think we're basically at like what peak winter is going to look like. I can't foresee it hitting winter and then proceeding into like more winter. I think at that point it'll probably hit winter and then it'll start to kind of like come out of it into that springtime. Start riding across the ice and it breaks and you falling. Okay, so they actually like, and again, I'm not a game dev, right? But they talk about how with their rain, they have a ground saturation rate, and they also have like with their snow, different rates at which different materials will accumulate snow. So like paths will accumulate less snow than areas that are off the path. Rocks accumulate snow differently than trees. So in theory, based on that, maybe they'd be able to come up with a system where there's like, you know, a water like freeze density. I don't know. That could be cool. Winter in the northern zone. Hear me out. Ice breaking for boats. I mean, that would literally put an entirely new element to like the open sea like aspect of the game, because it's going to be a lawless zone. But what you could do for your node maintenance is basically have like, for your node maintenance, just as like a node ownership, right? Say you're trying to get commerce to your node, you would want to break paths in the ice that would be then like monitored by your people. The thinner the river and the slower, the quicker it could freeze over. Your main unit. Yes. Yeah. 100%. Icebergs is cover for ship battles. Yeah, not only that, but like, think of how valid it would be to have each like node owner basically. So say you own like Sunhaven or something, and over here it starts to like freeze up. I mean, technically that'd be ocean, so that wouldn't be valid. Okay, so say you go here. Say you own Nuela, and you want to bust this path open. And then it gets to here, you could bust a specific path through like here and only have certain routes open. Other people could go to bust other paths to like get around your routes. It could open up a lot. But node maintenance there would be crazy, especially in like even more areas of the river throughout. I can see that adding so much to the game. You can write them out. You can walk on a little bit. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much they could do with it. I also have a couple questions about ground saturation stuff, especially because there's going to be like an underworld. And if the above ground saturates a certain amount, would that then lead to the underworld flooding? I'm excited to see what naval becomes. Oh yeah, I think it's going to be an incredibly interesting aspect of the game. Rain in the underworld. Well, yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking is like rain above ground, like in spring, right? Saturates the ground to a certain extent, to which it then starts like bleeding through the ground, raining in the underworld, but the underworld doesn't have that area where it can just drain off, right, into the underground. So the underworld starts to accumulate it, and say you're in like a delve type dungeon where it goes down, 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 that dungeon starts to like dynamically flood, and then you have to do different things to like alleviate the flooding or something. Like there's so much that they could do. The amount of work they want to do with the weather is unreal, and I feel like it's a waste of time and money. I mean, I completely disagree with like a waste of time and money. I think that systems like this add a very unique feel to a lot of games. And while something is incredibly ambitious, I don't think a core system within the game that stops the game from being like, you know, another step of solvability is something that's wasted at all. I think a lot of dynamic systems and a lot of evolving systems are kind of like what the game is built upon. And a lot of those things, when executed, will provide a very, very, very unique feel to the game. What song is that? Exclamation song, but this is old number 7. Blood Rain would be Carfin. Yeah, during like a story arc event, right? Short, uninteresting, small fact about Estonia. In the winter, the sea freezes around its islands enough for an ice road to become operational. Rough length of 16 miles. Interesting. Interesting. So you could have some like sea freezes as well, depending on how large the sea is, maybe. Yeah, because like our ocean, we're on the Atlantic, but that doesn't really like freeze, I don't think. Can we caravan? Oh, we probably won't do caravan today just because people are hitting them in the desert now. We'll probably just use today as like a farm day. Maybe do like Riverlands caravans, but yeah, that shit getting hit in the desert. The desert had its treaty, but when dopamine like stopped playing, apparently the treaty just kind of like died with dopa. So unfortunately, the desert's no longer a safe spot. That looks so sick with the clouds in front of the planet. Ferries stop being used as other countries. The government has an agency that marks the routes for the ice road. That'd be cool. What? Yo, have a good day, Grumpy. I appreciate you, brother. Hope class is good. But yeah, I think the weather truly does add a lot of like immersiveness, a lot of dynamic feeling to the world as well. Server to server, the weather schedule is entirely different. The weather's not just going to go through the same exact cycle on every server as well. Like during the winter, some winters on some servers may be more harsh. Like different weather seasons actually have an impact on the map past just an aesthetic as well. So it ties into like mob resistances, mob behaviors. It can tie into some of your abilities, mob abilities. It could tie into mob spawns, gatherables, dungeon entrances can be revealed in certain seasons and not accessible in other seasons, which can make every like server's kind of like micro meta of what you're farming different, which also stops the game from just being solved across the board. I think like, I don't know, it's probably pretty easy to look at all of it as like arbitrary from, you know, a basic perspective of like, just make it snow, just make it rain. But when you think of how much work they're actually doing and how much that opens up within the game, I think it's something really good for long-term health of the game. And I think that investment's definitely something that's going to pay off. Even with how it's starting, like the fact that they have so many possibilities that could stem off of their established investment within the weather system. Like we're talking about ground saturation rate within the overworld potentially playing into the underworld right now. Like stuff like that is just stuff that you don't see in games, and we may never see that in games, but the fact that they're setting up the actual infrastructure for that to even be in, you know, in place in the first place is remarkable to me. I think a lot of the time I look at Ash's systems and people are very quick to say like this game has no quality of life, this game, you know, super rough to play quality of life wise, blah, blah, blah. I think Ashes has a ton of quality of life and a ton of like modernization in their systems. It's just in places where people aren't typically looking. And I think they do a very good job of having that modernization in the right places while also having that like tough love of old school games. Like, not every game comes with a difficulty slider. Not every game comes with the convenience of fast traveling and auto running places and autopilot this and autopilot that and like guaranteed rewards and going to a dungeon and knowing you're going to be able to farm. Like, it's a really nice balance in my opinion. I talk about it a lot, but the level of convenience versus inconvenience in the game is, in my opinion, very nice for retention, whatever. KCD2 is a good example. I haven't watched much Kingdom Come Deliverance. How's that game looking? A few people asked me if I was going to play it, but I'm too hooked on Ashes. I'm too hooked on Ashes. It's ridiculous. Deep inside. That's a cool picture. That's kind of sick. This looks nice. Yo, what up, Ethan? How you doing, my friend? Game itself is amazing. It'll steal your lunch money and kick you in the kidneys if you deserve it. I like that. That like nice level of punishment and tough love within the game is nice. I think not everybody has to win at every video game all the time. And I feel like a lot of people forget that video games are supposed to be this like non-arbitrary thing that you can enjoy in the way that you want to, but in my opinion, a direct correlation of time invested and skill scaling up with your output, right? So the better you are, the more time you invest, the more things you should have, whether that's crafting, gathering, PvE, PvP, anything. And I feel like a lot of game systems try to get away from that and like close the gap of the casual players and the try-hard players. And I feel like that gap is something that makes games fun. I really do. I think that gap gives a lot of people something to play for, and it allows people to establish clear and defined roles within the game. Like, if you want to be a casual, you got to play the game like a casual. If you want to be sweaty at whatever you want to do, you can, but like, I personally think that's good for games when people actually have to like go to their archetype that their playstyle dictates, and not necessarily like a hard archetype of you're bound to this, but say your focus is crafting, right? You're not going to instantly have the best gear on par with the PvEers because you haven't been PvEing. But when your crafting comes online, the PvEers aren't going to have the access to the crafted goods that you have because they haven't been crafting. Everything has its positives and negatives, and it will be throughout everything. If you're a crafter and you want to sell stuff on like a large progression-based system, like with the progression curve, then you'll want to be, you know, ahead of the curve crafting wise and in terms of like what's available to the server, so that way you hit the demand curve of everything and you dictate that demand curve, that supply curve, right? And there are like a ton of just different things that tie into this game that I really, 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 really like in terms of core systems. Haves and have not create desires national. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Doesn't in Sunhaven? Yeah, this little like lakey area, we have giants there that we can farm. Ethan, we got up to some good XP grind today, my friend. Well, not for me, but for other people. The guild is looking good in terms of levels. Excuse, I have hiccups. The guild's looking good. Levels are pumping. Everyone's grinding. We got the second guild also pumping and grinding. Why do you not get XP? Well, because I'm level 25. So I'm at level cap for phase 2. People need to tampen their desires. You want to have full legendary shit and you can't do everything alone. It's a mind shift players need to have and accept to enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to fully kit out in one day in, like, all bis gear, just go play Diablo. Like, go play, like, D3 or something, right? I think the emphasis that Steven keeps placing on everything is that this is truly, like, a throwback to the massive multiplayer time of MMOs instead of the pseudo ARPG act like you're socializing. I was talking about this actually earlier today. But take WoW, for example. What is the difference between getting a small group or hopping into a dungeon finder, teleporting to that dungeon to complete that with a small group of people that you don't talk to? Right? What's the difference between that and playing Path of Exile and getting a small group of people together to come to your hideout and run maps? Nothing. Not a thing. The core gameplay loop of MMOs and ARPGs is one and the same at this point. Everything in this game will rely on another person and teamwork. Playing for Dungeon WoW might as well put you in with bots. I think it does, doesn't it? Like, can't you actually get AI group fillers in WoW now? Or did I have a dream that that's a thing? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, a lot of MMOs, man, if you break them down to their, like, core gameplay loop, they're literally ARPGs with, like, a couple extra steps. And I think Ashes is a true MMO. I think it gets back to that just core of what MMOs are. And I'm so happy about that. Screw. All right, well, I guess I'm not doing that. At Lake, east of Sunhaven. I'm pretty sure these will respawn as 30 when we kill them. What up, Stompington? Because you make like 10 hours a day, but imagine if you don't have so much time to play in Ashes. Yeah, then you should have less rewards than somebody that plays more. Yeah, 100%. What's the difference between a true MMO and an ARPG with multiplayer? I think, like, actual person-to-person input in systems as simple as finding groups, open world interaction, crafting being entwined with, like, multiple players instead of just one working on it. Like, all of the core systems being conducive to, like, actually partaking in the world, in my opinion, past just the instanced gameplay loop of queue up for this, teleport here, do this. And it can be something as simple as, you know, instead of the ARPG loop of teleport to my hideout, we'll run this instance, which is the current loop of, you know, a lot of MMOs. It's this actual level of investment of engaging with the world and engaging with the multiplayer aspects, right? So it starts with something as simple as, you know, grouping up and running across the map and interacting with the map instead of just instantly fast traveling everywhere. That level of world interaction, because the world is built out, the world has an intertwinement with the game. While you're out, you may find PvP, PvE, gathering, like accessory things that you can do there that are simply removed from most core gameplay loops because everything that you do is so deliberate and like min-maxed and streamlined and laid out for you. So in Ashes, and like with, in my opinion, like more of those true MMOs, you lean into that massive multiplayer. Everything is that community based. There's that push pull of like, well, if you're not social, you're not going to have the same level of benefit that someone who is social and is working together will have. If you play the game 2 hours a day, then somebody who plays the game 10 hours a day will have more rewards than you will have. And you're not just going to be full bissed out playing 2 hours a day anywhere near the cadence of somebody that's playing way more than you will be. It's not just going to be this minute 0.1% skill or like stat difference. It's going to be this very noticeable gap from like the time input perspective. And I think that's good. I think that's very good. Again, I think that people who play the game more should have more rewards for their input. The player that can play 10 hours should be rewarded. Yeah, 100%. Hello, Henrykins. How are you? Immersion and social aspect. Yeah, 100%. An actual like meaningful player-to-player interaction in the like integration in, you know, the social aspect of the game. But it really all breaks down to like MMOs, in my opinion, are that true like massive multiplayer, immersive, like person-to-person social aspect as much as it is the actual gameplay loop. And what Ashes does really well is ties those things together, in my opinion. And in a lot of games right now, even those that try to have that to their like, you know, in their MMO repertoire, it's like social branch, gameplay branch. And here it's like they run kind of like down here, right? So planets are out. Yeah, they're huge. Oh. Yeah, it's looking nice. It's looking nice. Watch any solo leveling last night? No, I streamed so late last night, dude. I didn't get off stream until like 1. I was fucking grinding. You describe the death of every hardcore game, murder the 90% casual player base, and let super try hard. No. No, that's not true at all. There are a lot of very successful games where the casual player base is very much less rewarded than the competitive player base, and that's literally every successful game across every single genre. You don't see bronze ranked players playing an ALGS in Apex or an Overwatch League in Overwatch, or doing Race to World First in World of Warcraft, which has been the top MMO for 20 plus years. You always have a very clear cut line between your sweats and your casuals, and those two things in Ashes work very, very, very well together. And I think, like, I don't know if you're trying to speak from experience with a certain game, but I think that Ashes systems do not murder any portion of the casual player base. And I think casual player bases across the board need to be aware that they're a casual player base. And if you give the equal amount of output to both sides of players, then you can't have that. You can't have that. Like, in what world would a game where somebody that plays 2 hours a day be conducive to, you know, you play 2 hours a day, you have the same gear as someone that plays 10 hours a day. Are there any successful games that are like still healthy at that level? If I spend 10 hours of gathering, I'll have more mats than you if you gather 2 hours. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And I think that's how it should be. Guild Wars 2, possibly? No, because even in Guild Wars 2, the more you play, you have an advantage because you can Thanos snap characters up to max level if you play Guild Wars 2 and have, like, the materials to do that. You instantly speed up the leveling process. The more you've played, the more you sweat. There's a direct correlation in every single video game to time input versus output of power and, like, convenience. That's just how everything works. It's like if you worked 10 hours a week and expected to get paid the same amount if you're hourly as somebody who worked 40 hours a week. It's like a job. Yeah, literally. Yeah, literally. If I sit here for 70 hours a week and do anything, I should get more of an output than you at 10 hours a week. On the other side, if you work 120 hours a week, but never take a vacation, you'll burn out. Jobs is a good example. Yeah, Jobs is 100% a good example because it's a direct correlation of I put more hours in at my job and I make more money. I put more hours into this video game and I get more output. Yeah, 100%. There are jobs that pay 100 an hour, so 4 hours is better. Yeah, there are jobs in Ashes that also pay $100 an hour, and there are jobs in Ashes that also pay very low. Yeah, that's the gameplay loop and the risk reward and the decision making of the gameplay loop. Yeah, you're describing Ashes as well. Yeah, 100%. I think it's a fantastic analogy. Floor 4 of Carfin's better for you than floor 1? Yeah, if you're not dying. Yeah, I think across the board, a lot of people need to just get into the mentality that, like, anything, literally anything, if someone does it more than you, they're probably going to have a higher output unless there's just something you're doing that they're not, right? Like, if I lift more weights than you, more consistently, if I lift 5 times a week and you lift once a week, I will get more results from that lifting than you will unless you're juicing. If I run more, my cardio will be better. If I work more hours doing the same work, I will make more money. I think it's very simple. If I hit more mobs, I will have more loot come my way. Therefore, I will be better geared and higher leveled. All MMOs that have vertical progression should be that way unless it's pay to win. Yeah, and I'm too poor to play pay to win games. Like, I stream full time, so. Yeah, I can't do pay to win. I need more subbies for that shit. So, like, yeah, I like the time input to power output ratio. I think that's phenomenal vertical progression, and I think that's retention. Because you also have to remember from a casual player base, having that long catalog of content gives you as a casual an infinite amount of content. And if you're a casual saying, well, I'm mad that I'm not hitting the end game of this, then you need to play a different type of game, because a casual player shouldn't be thinking about the end game progression as a casual player if it's a 500 plus hour or 300 plus hour or whatever it may be leveling process. Like, you also have to gauge what you can actually do. And I think that's a very realistic thing. Best example of behavior is what's happening to you. The mod you had running Caravans versus you AFK in town because you can't run a and subtract 5 hours of progression a day. What? Best example of game behavior is what's happening to you. The mod you had yesterday running Caravans versus you AFK in town because you can't run a caravan. You mean when we were excited about the PvP that happened in a PvP game and said this is good motivation for us to level?
Caravans is absolutely S tier.
Yeah, if there was... Hero, thank you for the follow. If there was no risk of your caravans getting hit, then there wouldn't be a point in caravans. That's what you're missing. That's what makes the game good. The risk reward. Like, my caravan getting hit and me not being able to do caravans means I have more to do in the game to reach the power that they are at. That incentivizes me to then play the game more to reach their level. Now, what I shouldn't be able to do is pay $20 to bridge that gap. What I should be able to do is grind up to that point. He's saying if your guild gets demolished, go farm craft as a guild to get better. Yeah, if your guild gets demolished because you're lower level and have fewer numbers, and you quit the game because of that, then that game's just not meant for you. And I don't think any game is ever going to cater around the type of player that dies because of a power discrepancy and then quits the game. And if that's your mentality, then I'm not even capping. Like, single player ARPGs are best for you. Like, a PvX MMO is not for you if you're like, oh, I lost 3 hours of progression because somebody's stronger than me. What happens if you go to Carfin and another group is over there and you can't get any mobs because they're better than you, better geared, higher level, more people? They're a full raid group controlling all of Carfin. You run from New Ayla all the way up to Carfin just to get there and realize there's a 40-person raid everywhere in Carfin taking all of the mobs. Are you going to quit the game because of that? No. You're going to say, all right, well, I guess I got to go somewhere else. At the end of the day, casuals will probably stop playing this game before Max and Steve's okay with that. Yeah, and the thing about it too is casuals will be able to have an infinite amount of content within that. If you're actually a casual with a casual amount of playtime, you will have an infinite amount of content in Ashes. You'll probably never hit that min-max. And in my opinion, that's better for casuals than having a very quick linear process. As a casual, this game will never end. Yeah, it's like an ever-expansive universe. if you're a casual. Yeah, that's sicko mode. I thought this too, but look at the current state. We have people rotating in and out still in this phase. Well, this game will always have people rotating in and out based on a content cadence because it's a monthly sub with no box cost, no DLC. So when there's more content, more people will play the game. And when there's less content or the content's been completed, a certain percentage of your player base will atrophy. And that's called your content cycle. So what they want to try to do is establish a very consistent content cycle across the board, like a very regulative time frame. And they also want to have very good communication on like when content will be coming out. Like they want to try to gauge when the mass player base will complete their content to expect that fall off. It's like what PoE 1 did, right? Everything has a content cycle and an expected atrophy rate of completion of content to player fall off. And if they're able to kind of like get a feel for that and they keep that content flowing for like the core player base, while those casuals then have the like ever expansive, oh my God, look at these 5 raids. I haven't done any of those. And then your sweats are like, all right, 1 raid left with 3 bosses left in it. Let's get it, boys. That's how you have your diverse spread of players. Oh, this has disappeared from MMOs, and I hope Ashes stick to their guns. They will. They will. Ashes and Intrepid literally isn't afraid to tell someone to actually fuck off. Like, if the game isn't for them, they will literally tell you this game isn't for you, the game does not need you, and the game will continue without you, whether you're the largest content creator, the smallest content creator, an important player, a non-important player. Like, this game will continue completely regardless. Or the casuals here, hey, the Metropolis is demolished where you're at. Yeah, or hey, a story arc just happened, and they're gonna run over and they're gonna be like, oh my God. Yep. So many things. Need the social sandbox element, but the content and a theme park. Yeah, and I mean, like sand parks are scales too. It's always a sliding scale. And I think we are very heavy on the sandbox side with like very little like park linearization, but just enough to establish a direction of gameplay. Every server will be different. Yep. For now during development, it's one thing, but after launch, different. Yeah, I mean, I just think the big thing after launch is like the ongoing cost based with, or like paired with sub cost, right? But I'm not an economist. I predict the player base being pretty healthy across the board though. Current sandbox style content's just easier to have implemented early. I also think that no game is a true sandbox. Like every game has linearization, even if you think of a like sandbox like Minecraft or fucking something like that. Like that's still a sand park. You have linearization throughout your material tiers. You have linearization throughout progression to like get to the Ender Dragon. Like there is linearization within even things that are regarded as like sandboxes. And I think it's important to remember that everything is a fucking sand park. Like a true actual sandbox would fucking suck. I'm just putting that out there. Like a real sandbox game would have no content. You would just be in a UE5 open world simulator. That's just what it would be. So I think everything needs a level of linearization to establish how gameplay loops start. It's just like Ashes is like doing very well with very light linearization, which in my opinion leads to a lot of people finding ways that they want to play the game. Do you know where to get the recipe for Apprentice Herbalism Sickle? I want to say NA or Jova. Agriculture Vendor Foreman, dude. Is that like the standalone place? Like the one that's just out in the node itself? Because there are like standalone little gathering areas where I think you have to go to like push up to the next level, do your promotion or whatever. I don't know where they all are, but... All right, I'm going to top off my water real quick before we start pulling. I know where it's at. Okay, you're up tremendous then. Be right back. I got Subway today. We're going consumable buffs. But yeah, also you can straight up buy the first tier with the Alec vendor. Oh, like scrolls and shit? Or just like, can you buy potions and like salves and shit too? Because you'll notice I don't have salves in my bar. I need to have salves on my bar. I haven't invested in them for so long. Oh, I should probably grab some salves then. Salves are so fucking big. Like, even if they're just heal salves. How many do we have? 4 or 6. Nims here. Is everyone here? These should respawn as 30s. Oh. $50 scrolls and food from there, plus 20 power, 7 main stat at tier 1 gray. Wait, plus 20 power and 7 main stats. Nuts, what the fuck? You have those? What up, Nin? Done work. True. Really want anything craftable over novice to never be sold from vendors. I feel like everyday goods being sold from vendors establishes a form of regularity in pricing though, and like a baseline, because otherwise you run into the material constraint of I predict the material, I have more money because, you know, I grinded faster, right? I know what material is going to be a constraint for this profession. I buy all of those, hoard those, control the market on those. And having that baseline of things can prevent entire guilds from locking out parts of the economy, because that's something we saw in New World a lot, because they didn't have any like player to vendor transaction for normative goods. So we saw a lot of like, and again, this could play into the full like social sandbox too. So it depends on where the devs are going for it. But just to play like devil's advocate and stuff like that, you know, with no, I don't know, with no like enchanting scrolls to base it off of. Somebody who gets very far ahead could run up the economy on, you know, controlling all of the gatherable nodes that are used for the enchanting scrolls, and then they make the enchanting scrolls, they hoard all the enchanting scrolls, they have basically this monopoly on that, and then tier 2 enchanting or tier 5 enchanting for level 50 gear, for example, at that point, would then be like fully kept on that shit, right? I don't know, I feel like there are a lot of different things would kind of pay into that. It's invalidating the need and the work of crafters to make stuff like scribing useless. I mean, I don't think you can go full bis with everything in terms of just buying from vendors. And again, like normative everyday goods, like baseline stuff, I definitely agree. But like, take Caravans, for example. You can go to the carpenter and you can buy white tier Caravans, Willow Caravan, right? But if you want to have the best stats on your caravan, then you will go to that, like, that gatherer side of things, right? You're looking for a caravan that's going to go a little bit faster, a little bit more efficiency, stuff like that, right? Rarities play into that, and rarities will be all of that, like, vendor made, or sorry, not vendor made, but player made side of things, right? And so I think like having that baseline again, just in like that normative good of like, okay, this is, you know, you can have potions at a cheap rate at this base rate. If you want better potions, you want better consumes, better scrolls, then you have the option to go there. And I think like there's a certain level where like, yes, if they were just selling everything, right? Say it was like, here's a higher tier green, or here's a higher tier blue, but in a limited quantity. I would definitely say that that hurts a lot of like the actual progression of those players, but bring up L2 again. You can buy the weakest set of gear that was D grade, but only C grade weakest weapons. Everything else had to be gear crafted. Yeah, and that's kind of what I think of like crafted goods too across the board, right? Like you'll be able to like merchant buy those very basic, like those poor grade like scrolls, for example. But say you're leveling and it's another character, it's an alt. You're gonna want those crafted XP scrolls instead of those like just vendor ones, or you're gonna want those crafted main stat stuff. So when you go to market vendor, do you see all the player shops? Are those synced? Each individual city. The disparity between bought and crafted gear should be bigger than 10%. So what's the 10% disparity? Because Like, I think a lot of things across the board are much more than 10% stronger in terms of like a rarity standpoint. And you have to remember, if a baseline experience scroll is 10% and a, you know, a higher tier experience scroll is 20%, that's not 10%, that's 100%. That's important to remember with your percentages as well. Vendor potions should be like 50 HP and crafted should be like plus 75 from gray to green. What are they right now? Oh, made up numbers, for example. Yeah, because it's important to think like total percentage gain on things, right? So like, I don't know what we'd be looking at specifically for those examples, but across the board, this low graph is hilarious. Like across the board in terms of those percentages, like we need to look at the total percentage, like the delta percent instead of just the additive percent, right? And I don't know if I use delta there, right? But that like change. So again, 10 to 20 would be 100% change, not 10% change. Again, like Stomp said, 10% of 10 would be 10 to 11. So I don't know what the actual scaling of like XP scrolls or anything like that is, but we got to keep that in mind. Like even 10 to 15% is a 50% increase. So if it's a 5% XP gain, then that's going to give you 50% more effectiveness.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Very reserved math. Very reserved math. Okay, yeah, so these giants are also in the spot where they like start spawning lower level, but they'll respawn higher level. But it's a known thing. They work on it. Spawns have been a little wonky in the desert. It's almost 3 times at purple for T2 over T1 grays. So purple T2 is 300% stronger than grays. Stomps, is that what you're telling me? Because if it's 3x, then that's 300%. You won the green sand rune? God damn it. I get more mad about winning stuff than I do fucking losing stuff. Thank you. Look at my feet pump while I'm in the air. The little kicks are so funny. Oh, we got him in the blender now, boys. We got him in the fucking blender. McFlurried this man. Reaching for the safety of ground. Combat. NPC. With those buffs at level 15, I hit over 1k now. Yeah, that's insane. Did we get funnel stats from Kando's Google Forms? Wait, what do you mean funnel stats? Is it just this spot? What's happening over here? Nope. I guess just that one in particular got put into a really weird state. Yeah, because he's even like... He like fucking tweaking. That's what I'm getting at is convenience of vendor items should be felt versus spending that time getting from other players, and right now it doesn't feel that. Convenience of vendor items should be felt versus spending that time for players. I guess I might be missing what you mean by that. Because like right now the convenience of vendor items is like the fact that they're available, and the largest reason that you don't see stuff being like player to player high tier is the fact that there's material scarcity. I think like there should be a downside for it being a vendor item. I mean, there is. It's the trade-off of it being more available but less powerful. Yeah, we just talked about how, like, purple tier 2 is 3 times higher than the vendor tier. Like a 300% difference. But the reason that purple tier 2 is less available and people opt for the vendor tier is because of consistency due to material scarcity of making those high tier 2 items, which should happen. Those higher tier consumables should be more exclusive, in my opinion. The power level disparity doesn't feel that. The total power level disparity or the power level disparity that you're interacting with is what I have to ask. Have you data mined, like not data mined, but have you gone through the codex and looked at the power disparity of all of the current craftables? T2 chant scrolls are a prime example. For T2 enchanting, don't you need to have the the high cost input once you go into higher tiers of enchanting to make sure that you don't brick your item? Like, you can buy the first few tiers of enchanting safely, but if you just go naked with enchanting scrolls, don't you just cook your item at a much higher rate? Isn't that the trade-off? Like, less chance of success, more chance of item break? My entire guild has gone into journeyman crafting, make jokes about scribes and potion makers being useless. Again, I think if you break it down to the root cause of it, it's not the fact that there's, like, not a power curve within it. I think it's material scarcity making it so those higher tier mats, or those higher tier outputs are less available because of the material scarcity. So, like, you don't see the full, like, effect of having the availability of those because those aren't the readily available items. So I think as material scarcity subsides in those high tier mats, like, server progression becomes more available. Just like WoW, the first week of raiding, you're not going to have full flasks available for 15 gold. But towards the end of, like, a phase, once those flask mats become more available, everybody has full flasks, full potions, full everything because they're so cheap because the mats have been around for so long. So right now, we're still, like, what, month and a half into this phase? And so as a result of that, like, server progression just hitting journeyman is not conducive to a stockpile of that level of materials that would support the entire server having access to those mats. So it's not necessarily that that power curve's not there, it's that you're not interacting with it because, like, the level of progression within the game is not conducive to that yet. It's the same reason, like, people complain about level 10 gear being stronger than level 20 gear, but it's not. It's the fact that level 10 gear was stronger per input, like, to output, right? I think that's solution vendor availability versus node level, and we're bottlenecked into T3 nodes. Yeah, I think it's a problem that kind of, like, takes care of itself at its base with just the progression of the game, right? I think that's the important thing to keep in mind. It's like, is this a problem that's based in, like, a core issue with Ash's system, or is this a problem that's presented due to progression related to myself, the server, the game, blah, 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 right? And I think there are going to be those limitations and those bottlenecks, just like with level 10 enchanted gear versus level 20 gear, right? Level 10 enchanted gear was simply like a fraction of the cost to enchant to that high level than level 20 gear. On top of having readily available level 10 gear with main stats to scale, you also run into a situation where you then, like, have those enchanting mats more readily available. The progression of the server is conducive to that, so your potential output in that moment is higher and more consistent with enchanting level 10 gear versus fishing for level 20 gear, enchanting one piece of level 20 gear. And that's just because of material scarcity, server progression, and availability of mats. So that subsides with that stuff. Problem is the vendor scrolls potions are so much cheaper than a crafter can do. So I talked about that a little bit earlier, though. So with WoW raids, the first time people go to raid, you have, like, flasks and everything being exorbitantly expensive. So either guild supplies the consumes or people don't have the consumes because they can't afford them, right? That's what happens when anything is, like, you're just getting into that tier. And so with people just getting into that server progression and that personal progression tier, especially with the materials being translated into that initial tier of goods, which isn't going to be available, right? You're going to have a higher demand of people who want the high tier good and a lower supply, which results in a higher price. Then, as the demand goes down because the supply becomes more available through more people crafting it, more availability on the server, or more materials existing, or people already having their personal stockpile, so instead of giving it to the guild, then they put it into the market, which again is overflow, then you have your price go down, right? You also have to remember that within this game, you're not going to see everything go one-to-one into the open market when it's harvested. Guilds will have a massive stockpile for themselves, and you're going to see a very selfish economic system come out where, like, the first guild to get those high-tier mats or those high-tier consumes, they're not just going to sell those. They're going to hoard those for themselves. Like, they're going to get their guild set up with those before they go into, like, the economic side of opening that up to the rest of the server. Don't feel the risk. Don't feel the risk reward behind vendor convenience. It has almost all pros, no cons. Well, again, the cons come in once higher tier like outputs are more readily available through less material scarcity. So more materials, more high tier crafts, more people using high tier crafts. So then you have the pros and cons of I buy from vendor for cheaper but get less output. Yeah, that's the direct pro-con system, and it's a temporary issue that you're running into that's related to material scarcity and server progression. That's, yeah, we're on the same page here. Like, it's literally just a temporary thing. Like, everything being inflated, the first Tumok wand on a server will sell for more than the 100th Tumok wand on a server. The first set of purple craftables, right, will sell for more than the 1000th set of purple craftables. And like, crafting rework or not, that's simply economic progression. No matter how much you rework crafting and refine crafting, like, your goods that you produce will be more expensive if you're producing them early. That's the entire incentive to getting ahead of the curve crafting. So like, early on with that tier, it's expensive. And then as the market floods, it becomes less expensive, more available. People use the vendors less. Maybe I'm just like missing something, but I feel like that's basically what we're looking at. For the balances, something is cheaper than vendor than raw process costs, or any crafters are just undercut by NPCs. Oh yeah, process cost, if that's a line of like process cost, then just like pure outweighing that, then I'm sure that's a balancing, and they're probably trying to, in the current phase, just get things out into the player base instead of having it be pure bottlenecked by that crafting. But like, we've got to realize, on launch, everything's going to be bottlenecked. Like, you're going to hit level 50, and you're going to be better off enchanting level 40 gear for a while, because level 50 enchanting's not going to be set up yet. So, I just, like, all of these temporary metas will still hit. So renders potion making and scribing useless currently? Or does it mean that crafting low tier, low rarity goods is not a profitable means of leveling your trade? Because keep in mind, if you're looking at useless from a matter of being able to sell your goods, then animal husbandry is also useless because you have to dump insane amounts of money into it before you can actually make anything. Imagine if vendors sold T2 gray mounts for 50 silver. Well, now you can get mounts for like 50 silver because the animal husbandry supply has caught up with the progression. Yeah, that's how the economy works. So if you're an animal husbandress that's now behind the curve, then you're going to lose a lot of money leveling your animal husbandry, whereas if it was like week 1, you're going to be selling your mounts for a lot more. Yeah, that's... A lot of mounts are up for 100 gold. Yeah, that's literally the economy. And that's player to player without a vendor involved, by the way. That's, like, we're literally just discussing MMO economies and being like, I don't want an MMO economy in this MMO. Like, common goods are not going to be a profitable way to, like, level your crafting. Crafting is meant to be a severe dump to level up to journeyman when you start making those actual high-tier profitable goods that other people aren't dumping into the market. If you're producing the same thing that everybody else is and flooding the server with that, that shouldn't be a profitable means to level. Like, you shouldn't net profit off of leveling something. It should be useless while you level it in terms of a profitability standpoint, or even in some cases an effectability standpoint, right? Or an effectiveness standpoint. And like, once you hit that higher tier where you're producing in-demand goods, then that's where you differentiate it from like the everyday availability, right? I feel like that's how a lot of things work. Like, if you're weaponsmithing, vendor weapons are probably going to be a more cost-efficient option than weaponsmithing. Same thing with armor smithing, leatherworking, like tailoring. So is every single like profession useless now? No, that's just like economics in MMOs. I'm not an IRL economist, but I know a thing or two about video games. Daystriders have worked that example, so like 33 copper a bake. And Daystriders aren't the only mount that's like cheap though, that's what I'm saying. Like, mounts that were week 1 availability, more expensive, are now way less expensive. Like everything is. So gear that was dropping from, I don't know, whatever level 10 set people were running once that meta started was going to be more expensive because of the demand. Like, you're focused on one part of this entire thing while I'm discussing the entirety of it. And, like, regardless of one singular mount being exempt from that example, like, every form of economic progression in the game fits into that same thing. Like, the items that were available week 1 are more plentiful and less monetarily, you know, monetarily profitable than they are now. You always have that, like, the demand of the server and then the supply of the server. That's literally just a supply and demand. Feels bad when there's an unlimited supply when a vendor, when there should be supply from crafters. But again, I think a regulatory base vendor supply establishes a baseline price and establishes a line of profitability versus sync. So I think that's something to keep in mind. It's not like a vendor, again, the entire point we're getting at is it's not like a vendor is selling high tier goods. The second you're making green, you're outweighing the like effectiveness of what the vendor offers. Because by this same theory that you guys are saying, we would have to remove weapon vendors, armor vendors, and everything to be right on that same path. Because you hit level 10, you can go to an armor vendor, or you can go to the vendor, you can buy armor, you can buy weapons, all baseline. Do you want to have like plus stats on that gear? Well, then you either got to get crafted higher rarity or you got to find it. I'll take yes. I respect that. Yeah, I mean, if you stand on the business of it being one way or the other, then that's perfectly fine. I just think you can't flip-flop with certain professions and like certain things. If you're in favor of taking all of the vendors out, then I'd totally respect that. If you're in favor of having like vendors in for certain things, then all gray vendor items should be bottom rolls IMO. I'm pretty sure they are all baseline rolls, aren't they? Like, same thing with like enchanting mats, it's your very baseline of what you can produce. Yeah, that is a bottom roll. So like the exact profession that we're discussing, it falls into exactly what you think it should be. It's that baseline roll that's available from gray vendor items. I think vendors to a point are good for a baseline. Yeah, so literally what you just said, like gray vendor items should be bottom rolls. Like even in professions, the gray vendor items are the bottom rolls. You're just mass producing the bottom rolls expecting to make profit off of those when they're not in demand. So you have to make not the bottom rolls to make profit. Are we starting to see it now? Like you're literally typing it out, so I think we're getting to that point. But yeah, the vendor's not selling anything other than bottom rolls in the way that the game exists right now. It's just the bottom roll is what's being used right now. They're bottom for all gray. Yeah. You have a larger swing on crafter tin, but the gap between vendor and that craft is so mild it's not worth it. So when you craft items, you just spend them to recoup. Yeah, if you're crafting an in-demand item, yeah. 100%. Well, I mean, so like, yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. I just don't understand like where the disconnect is, because I don't think vendors are adding anything to the game in like a malicious way that detracts anything. I don't necessarily think crafters are being shafted at all though, and I think that's where the disconnect is. You just have to actually craft. Like every crafter being able to mass produce the lowest tier good and then sell it at a profit is not an economic crafting system. That's a cash cow where everybody is incentivized to only craft. There needs to be a sink versus a profit with crafting, and if you're producing the lowest rarity mass tier good, that's not going to be a profit item, that's going to be a sink item that you level with. So nobody's being shafted, that's just the crafting progression. Like if you're not crafting something that's in demand and you're crafting something that's readily available, that's not getting shafted, that's just... The desire for something green versus gray isn't big, so no one would jump for joy over a green from a player when they can get it from a vendor. Ah, you're thinking mass appeal versus like your actual market though. You're not trying to sell something that's a small markup to the average player. If you're looking to craft those fineries, you're looking to sell it to a smaller percentage of the player base. Like that's like you're literally already getting into like min-maxy type stuff, right? So then you're on the basis of the difference between a gray piece of gear and a green piece of gear is only a few main stats. Well, to somebody that's min-maxing and somebody that's interested in that, they're willing to pay for that small improvement piece over piece, right? It's the same concept as gearing. If that were true and nobody would jump for joy over that small upgrade. Overall value sold at market cost. Is that market cost taking, what's that taking into effect? Is that like material cost paired with crafting costs? Yeah, like I don't think anyone's gonna jump for joy over a green piece of gear over a gray one or anything like that. That's a small percentage upgrade. Like the big gap that you're looking for is going to be into those like those higher rarities, right? And that's when crafting gets truly profitable. Unless you are extremely ahead of the curve, then your crafting's not going to be profitable in nearly any MMO until it, sorry, I stuttered. Nearly any MMO until you like get to that point of crafting that high rarity and demand good. You're arguing if you can't buy the mats, you can't make a profit off of crafting, you shouldn't be able to. You make profit from gathering and spending time doing that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like if you're factoring in cost of materials plus like the actual refinement costs and you're expecting to make a profit, then so what's the refinement cost like per scroll to make? $2 silver. And is that for a higher rarity one? Green piece of gear is still gonna sell decent if you craft enough because of people reaching high level and not having money to buy the high end stuff. Well, that's also gonna be dependent on server progression though, right? So it's gonna sell for a lot if you're the first person to have that green gear available, but if everybody has that green gear available, then it's gonna sell for less because of a basic supply demand curve. Like if you're the first person to get that out, then A, your initial crafting cost is going to be higher because there will be fewer materials available, but B, your price that you're able to sell those upgrades at will also be higher to a smaller portion of the population. There will be fewer buyers, which lowers, you know, the demand a little bit, but the supply will be way lower in terms of that ratio. As a result, your price, both input and output, goes up drastically. I mean, this being won't be worthless to sell on the market. I mean, most crafting things, yes, it is worthless to sell on the market. Level a profession in WoW and try to sell everything that you're leveling on the market if you started, like, not at that current expansion. Like, try to auction house things in WoW that you level with, right? If you're behind the curve, you're not going to be able to sell anything, and if you're ahead of the curve, you'll be able to sell anything, right? So, like, at a certain extent, no matter what the gear is, yes, it will be worthless on the market because the demand eventually, like, resolves for that good. Pockets! What up, Go? How are you? I appreciate the raid, man. Raiders, welcome in. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I love Ashes. I stream a lot of Ashes. Right now, we're hitting Giants and hoping Steven doesn't come hit me. I hope you had a good stream, brother. Right now, we're discussing economics in MMOs. Well, it's a much better drop rate for gear, though, so you don't need that green gear when you hit top level. You also don't need green crafted gear when you hit any form of leveling progression in Ashes with the current system because it has high gear drop rates. The only thing that WoW has is guaranteed loot tables from bosses with named items, which is also what Ashes has. Yeah, the entire system in terms of, like, economic progression is the same. Like, drop rates don't impact it. Like, if you hit top level, like, say max level is 25, right? And you're crafting basic level 25 gear, and you're the first person to be crafting that gear before people farm Carfin, right? You'll be able to sell that gear for a lot more. But once people are farming Carfin, they have their gear sets and they have extras and they're selling that, your basic level 25 gear is not going to be worth that, right? And that's legitimately just, like, that's how the supply and demand works. Nelly, you know your plan for tomorrow? What's that? Choosing, we're discussing poor guild decisions and choosing to be an asshat guild. I love that. I love that. Okay, so let's see. But yeah, so we were discussing, like, basically the viability of vendors, because there was a take in chat where basically vendors selling, like, base rarity and, like, tier goods was, like, the take was that it was like shafting crafters essentially, and I disagreed because they're selling the base goods, and I don't think crafting is really ever profitable in any way, shape, or form unless you're the first one to be there with low tier goods. And if you're making low tier goods anywhere past, like, you know, anywhere past the initial progression curve for it, then they're not going to be worth anything. Someone used a heroic animal fat to make an item. He plus 5 the item and then couldn't sell the weapon for half the price of the heroic animal fat.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
For half the price of the heroic animal fat. I mean, what else is... Yo, Sabs, thank you for the follow. I mean, that tends to be more like endgame supply demand. We're talking, like, right now, more just like the vendor contesting with kind of like the low tier good of it all. And so I think one thing, though, to touch on that kind of fits into the supply demand curve, right? You have to have a good that people are buying in addition to a level of, like, first to that good. And if sometimes you're too far ahead of the curve, so say you're like server first, you know, fucking max level miner, no diddy, and you have a material that's extremely exclusive on the server, but you're not able to sell that to anybody yet. Your price isn't going to be there, your profit's not going to be there, and, like, that entire thing is going to break down. Same thing if you use that material to craft and you're in the phase of the server progression where other people are still leveling, those materials will then be higher value because the output of those materials is typically going to be like into the abyss with crafting and leveling. So as people finish leveling, then you'll have those materials being used to input more of the goods into the market, which will then like make that good more readily available. There will be more buyers for that good at that point because it will actually be affordable. Where is this giant? I'm so confused. So like if you have something that's like essentially too good too early, you can also fuck your monetary state on that. If you're using a crafting mat that's used in a lot of things for a very specialty good that's not used by many people, then there is a potential for loss within that as well. Like you have to gauge your expensive mats into an expensive output. I feel like that's also a part of that crafting, right? Thought gear didn't drop well from what I heard from an interview. Apparently I misunderstood something he said. I mean, every single piece of gear that I have is sourced by drops. Like, drops are the #1 way to get gear. Yeah, I don't know what, like, his exact quote is that you were looking into. But, like, gearing is primarily done by dropping right now. I don't know if maybe he was referencing that like crafters would make the best like high tier gear rolls, like in the true, you know, the true endgame eventually. But sorry, for the time being, like drops are definitely the #1 way to gear. Now, certain mobs have different like drop tables and stuff, but sorry to break it to you, but to break 500 power, you need everything pretty much crafted. Right, so, I mean, you're not breaking anything to me, you're corroborating what I just said, where if you want to have the current best loadout, that's going to be crafted, but the #1 way to source general drops is, or general gear is drops, yeah. Yeah, you're not breaking anything to me, and that's not, like, a smart revelation, that's exactly what I just said. That crafting is that like, endgame best option, yeah. Yeah, that's literally what I just said. What do you mean? You disappeared? Yeah, I got hit for 3k when I had 12k HP. I think it was him referencing the crafting would be the way to get high-end gear. I thought he mentioned too that drops weren't going to be common. Maybe like super high-end drops, but yeah. Drops right now in terms of gearing, like for your general progression, like people aren't just progressing up through the game with crafted gear and stuff like that. You're typically either buying from vendor or a baseline, or you would be buying like player to player for like that hand-me-down level of gear. I think I might be stuck in the rock. I was second that as well. Drops are the main way. Crafting takes others, bomb crafters, CID some crafts out. Yeah, the system has always been that like crafters are going to make the high-end option, and then like up to that high-end option, it's like, I don't know, free range sourced gear. Organic free range gear. Maybe that's the option. But yeah, that's legitimately the same thing that we were just saying. And keep in mind, with Steven saying crafters will make the best stuff, that's going to be a supply and demand curve, which we were just on too. So keep in mind, if you're a crafter who is first to it and you're making something before there is a market for that, you're not going to sell that good for as much as you would capitalizing on the market at the right time. That's what we were just saying too. Safe spot right here. Okay, true. Maybe we pulled it here then. Like if you're making a high-end good, you have to time it with the market as well. Is Nim still dead? Oh. Nim need a res. Kansas City getting creamed? Really that bad? Is it even like worth watching? Super Bowl score. Oh my god. It's 24-0 at the half. Oh god. What happened? Holy shit. I mean, like, we've seen worse. This year the commercials win. Yeah, I mean, just cheer for the refs. They never lose. That bad? Does it just, like, look that one-sided? As a solo player, essentially it took me 12 hours today to gather, process, and craft enough stuff to make 2 carriages, 2 chassis, 1 set of wheels. Those are the little stock in storage. I love that input, personally. Like, I personally think if crafters are making that hyper powerful shit, like that true endgame, there should be a level of gold sync, like an exponential level of gold sync. I have almost as many passing yards as Mahomes with 2 fewer interceptions. That's actually crazy because I took a 4-leg parlay that included a Ragnar anytime. I'm gonna need you to come through, brother. Baller. Yes, sir. Come out the locker room hot. They need you and I need you. Let's go hit Beatles. If group's getting smaller, let's go south and then hit Beatles and farm Glint. How much XP per kill were you guys getting? Made some food the other day, and to sell it at cost would be 55 silver per. Is it like, what tier of food is that? Is that super low tier? Do you think the biggest thing is the fundamental existence of vendors, or do we think that it's just refining cost versus like vendor ratio versus liquid gold availability that's being put into the market? Because those are all things that impact it. People have more money, they'll spend more amount on a smaller upgrade, right? So if I have 1,000 gold, I'll spend an extra 100 gold for a 2% power curve. If I have 150 gold, I'm not going to spend 100 gold for a 2%, right? So you have to look at how much money is in the economy, how much money is being freely floated through the economy, and then you have to factor in all of the material and processing side. Think it's just eggs are too dang expensive at Safeway? Listen, man, my mom has chickens, so like, my parents have chickens, my mom does sourdough baking and stuff like that, so I get like my baked goods from my mom whenever I go visit, and I get eggs from them. And like, every time I go to the store, I'll look at eggs and I'm just like, oh my fucking god. Okay, fundamental question, hold on. I'm not very smart, but I've been wondering something. Why are eggs out of stock, but chicken breast isn't out of stock? Can we eat the bird flu in chickens, but not eggs? Because I feel like if chicken titties are in stock, and a chicken has 2 tits, and 1 chicken can shit multiple eggs a week, shouldn't you have a chicken to egg ratio that favors the egg side? But I would also assume that like eggs are a higher intake 1-to-1 than chicken breasts. Egg farms and meat farms are different. Meat farms aren't getting hit as hard right now. Why? Because you buy eggs in 12 or 18? You haven't seen me at Sam's Club. Yeah, I'll be getting family packs. Good day, sir. Cost of goods sold? Yes. Weed? Oh, you were eating. Oh, I thought you were asking if I want to take a bong rip. Yeah, I'll take a bong rip. Fair. Yeah, but the big ones, like, are growth hormones more expensive than food? No, growth hormones are cheaper than food. American eggs are bleached, removing protective barriers, making it more likely to get diseased. They're washed. Are they? No, they're just washed, right? Because it's a water-soluble barrier. Cause like the eggs that I get from my mom's chickens aren't washed. So like I wash them before I cook with them, but just happens the flu hit the egg farms and not the broilers as much. Is a broiler like the chicken meat farm? Do you know about like chicken mass production? Is that your thing? Streaming's so weird. Does it make me want to play Fallout? You should. Also, what up, Ron? How you doing, man? Liking this more than New World? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I haven't played New World since, like, November, man. And, like, the easiest way that I can explain it to people is think of where you see New World in 3 years. And in 3 years, this game is just going to be launching. So up to that point, this is going to continue to grow. And everybody that's over in New World is just going to be, like, in complete uncertainty. I'm a chicken oligarch. Bird flu, eggs, chickens.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Heretics. They're running rampant. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I wonder how many perfect breasts you've seen in your life. That's true. Chicken titties are fantastic. Slap them around a little bit. Do you guys wash your chicken or not? Surely this is going to be a controversial topic. Yes? You do? I don't. No? Washing your chicken's a common thing. I wash my chicken by cooking it? Yeah, same. Wash, no, rinse, yes. Well, I don't need a full fucking spin cycle for you to wash it, you goober. A full Dawn dish soap scrubby wubby. Man's got the scrub daddy on his chicken. Who says the alert for the follow alert? It was one of the New World content creators, your boy Willie from back over there. He used to do a bunch of tier list stuff. So used to it now. Were you brought up washing the meat? Huh. Restaurants do not wash their chicken. Yeah, no, I don't wash my chicken. Yeah, no. No. That's how I learned a chicken. Huh. Anyone wash their chicken after cooking it? Yeah. Good day. Oh, dark and dusty, that's me. Okay. Who's donned a season because it's clean and has a little chicken baby on it. If it can clean chickens and gooses, it can clean me. Listen, that's okay. We can 3-person this. This will actually be a really solid 3-person farm. I want to say spawns are also good around the south. But it'll be really good glint too. Love me some soggy chicken. Boiling burgers. I've seen baked burgers before. Like, I've actually seen baked burgers. Oh, Nim's logging back in. Okay, cool. We're up tremendous. I'm at 1,500 hours on New World on console and starting to feel the fatigue. I mean, so this is the thing, man. I talk about it a lot, but New World can slap as many layers of artificial, like, updates on as they want to. But until they resolve their core gameplay loop and every system in their game being poorly intertwined, like, the game's going to continue to be boring. No matter how aesthetically pleasing they make it, no matter how many Twitch drops they run, no matter how many T-Pain streams they do, if their core gameplay loop is bad, the game's gonna stay bad. And I'm not Journeyman. Like, the thing that finally pushed me off of New World was when I looked at their roadmap objectively. Instead of just saying, oh, look at all these things that they're doing. I said, how many of these things impact the actual core gameplay loop of this game that is suffering from a poor core gameplay loop? I bet for these trees, instead of making them touch the ground, they just add bushes. And so it's like, for me, I looked at that, and that led me to my very simple question. Where do I see New World in 3 years versus where do I see Ashes in 3 years, right? This is why I couldn't even go back to try New World and loops, or why I'm sold on Ashes. Dude, I play this game like 10 to 12 hours a fucking day, and I'm absolutely hooked. It's insane to me how much fun I have with just the very, 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 very core gameplay loop of this game. It's nothing like... And this is the thing, hear me out. It's nothing flashy. It's just very clean inputs, very smooth combat that's risk reward. Like, I just want to play Ashes for a few hours a day. Yeah, I mean, so hear me out. Ashes, in my opinion, if you go into it with the proper expectations, is a very good game for both sweaty and casual players. It's just, dude, I've been talking about this a lot. But, like, there are a lot of people who only have a casual amount of time to play games, and they don't want to, like, just face that they'll have a casual level of output from their input, right? A time to output ratio. Like, that's vertical progression. And I think that as long as people, like, go in with tempered expectations of, like, you know, I'm not going to be on the competitive level of this, same way that I'm not going to be on any other game, only playing a couple hours a day. North! North! I think so many people will have fun. I think I'm nearly as much time in Ashes as I had in New World both times I gave it a chance. Yeah, I'm over 300 hours in this phase. This is my first time, like my first phase that I actually played Ashes. I've had access since January of 2024, like over 12 months. People think casual equals bad at games, which isn't true. No, but casual is like a direct correlation of time to input, right? So no matter how good at a game you are, if somebody does the equivalent content for 5 times the time that you do, then they're probably going to have a larger payout, you know, that larger output. Now, of course, there will be like exceptions to that. There will be players who have a very solid group of friends to play with. They get set up very quickly, and they're in a spot where they play 2 hours a day. They do that in progression. But like over the course of the mass player base, casuals typically fall into that level of skill regardless, a significant time deficit that leads to them being on a lesser level of progression than the, like, you know, that core dedicated player, right? And casuals do also make up the majority of games player bases, though. So, in my opinion, it's a very important balance to have both. And New World's going to be, or New World, sorry. I'm talking about New World in my head now, trying to plan out a response to Pockets about that. But Ashes is going to be extremely conducive to players as long as, uh-oh, this is bad. I think we both die here. We're gonna want to run, I think. Oh my god. Holy shit, okay. So anyways. Okay, that got slightly scary for a sec. Nim, no. Okay, but yeah. So with a lot of games with vertical progression, like regardless of how good you are at it, right? It's literally just a time versus, you know, reward scale. That's literally like the biggest factor. Like, you could be nuts at the game, but even if you're nuts at the game, your multi-100-hour leveling process isn't going to become 20 hours. It's going to become, you know, 20 hours fewer. So you're still going to have to play that, like, total amount of hours that if you are a casual player, keep in mind, it just scales multiplicatively. Like, it's not just like if you play 2 hours, I play 10 hours, that's like a short-term thing. It's like I have 5x like more time in game. I have 5x essentially everything at that point that you would need to bridge. And that like that multiplicative time in scales the longer that the game is out, and you know, the longer the phase is out, into those players who put in absurd amounts of time having those absurd rewards. And personally, I think that's how a game's like core system should work. And I think if you're good enough, there are ways that you can mitigate that gap, but I think across the board, it's very, like, very just basic, straightforward stuff here. I don't think any of this is, like, necessarily, like, revolutionary, like, train of thought. I'm not exactly fucking Aristotle over here saying you play a game more, you should get more rewards. So, I don't know how that's been a somewhat hot take, but... Like, I mean, casual players shouldn't have the same amount of rewards as... That's how most games work? Yeah, and the ones that don't work like that are typically pay-to-win systems. And, like, cool. Like, play pay-to-win if you want to. Again, I'm very transparent. I'm too poor to play pay-to-win games. Caravans. I'm a casual player and I get there eventually. It is what it is. So one thing that I try to remind casual players of with Ashes as well is that instead of looking at it, especially like from the casual player standpoint of like, you know, how to approach the game, I think the second a casual player starts to get that like FOMO of like, I need to get to late game, this, that, the other, you're going to be very conducive to burning yourself out on the game. And I think realizing that your gameplay loop as a casual player is your gameplay loop as a more casual player, like time restrictive, whatever it may be, like getting into your core gameplay loop is going to be insanely impactful. And if you're a casual player, realizing that playing a few hours a day doesn't mean that you'll never experience the content. It means that you will have like a plethora of content to experience. Yo, what up, Zyback? Even as someone who could pay to win, I don't play pay to win games because it makes everything in the game feel transactional or real world money. Well, look at you. You're one of those successful check marks. See, I'm down here on the side of I can't pay to win because of streaming. Welcome in, man. Yeah, I think pay to win takes away a lot of the reward. So I actually talked about this a lot, but a lot of people in chat have been like, oh, Dusty, do you want to try to be, I don't make money from streaming? Okay, fair. Well, you're one of those guys that has a brain then. No, but yeah, so people in chat have like asked if the people flexers, hey, listen, if you got dollars to flex, I'm not an envious person. I'm more happy that people have dollars to flex. Shit, if you got something to flex, flex it. I'm 6'5". I say that shit like 5 times a day. I don't have money, but I'm 6'5". I'm just putting that out there. Like, I'm 6'5", standing on my money. I'm 6'6", but I'm still taller than Short King standing on a lot of money. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm 6'5" too. All right. Well, I'm cooked. No options here. I'm 5'6". Yeah. So you would need a substantial amount of money to like total more height. Like Zybax, he's got the advantage. He's got the advantage. But yeah. So chat had asked me a lot about like whether I wanted to be, you know, a mayor or whatever. Early on, I was just like, nah, fuck that shit. Like, I just want to play the game and chill. And I've thought about it more. And with different types of nodes, like, oh, fuck me in the butt. With different types of nodes with like different reward scales coming into the game and different like, you know, different incentivization, different election processes. I've thought about it more, and if I were to be a mayor of a node, I would wait for religious nodes to come out, which are going to be determined by who has like, you know, mayorship will be determined by who has the most quests completed during that time. And I'm thinking about shogging the world with that because a lot of my New World people know me as like strictly a PvP player. And they don't realize that I got like a lot of PvE time. Like I grew up playing WoW and shit. So I got a lot of PvE time under my belt too. So I kind of want to like shock the world and do that if I do the whole mayor route. One thing that's really cool about the religious nodes is that they're going to have like a procedurally generated dungeon underneath them. And that dungeon will have like its own loot table, its own spawns. That's not good. So I think that'll be pretty sick. But past that, I've kind of been talking a lot about how instead of like a mayoral flying mount, sorry, that pole was scaring the shit out of me, so my one brain cell had to become very dedicated for a second. Instead of a mayoral flying mount, I've actually been thinking about how much cooler it would be to have one of the like play to acquire flyers, right? Like complete hard content, get temporary flyer, use that flyer that you got from completing hard content that's a super low drop chance, and then that goes away, and then bam, you have another one ready to go. I think that would be phenomenal. That would probably be my like ideal scenario if I did have a flyer, but I also personally kind of hate flyers. Like, I don't hate them. Hate's a strong word, but I like interacting with the world a lot. I'm a big like social person. I like a lot of movement stuff. He said that was the idea. Well, no, I know that's literally going to be the system, but I'm saying like chat's asked me personally, like whether I would have like, you know, mayor flyer or anything like that. And just from the simple aspect of like, I could have my chat vote me into something, right? And probably just do the whole democratically elected route. But I think that's boring as fuck. And I think like, that's not, in my opinion, a crazy core gameplay loop. Now, some people will really like that. But I think as a streamer, that's such an easy way out. And I don't want to take that. I feel like that's the equivalent of like pay to win as a streamer. I think that's cheating. I think streamers should be banned from democratically elected nodes, personally. Like, that's actually stacking the ballot box. This shit's crazy. Back to Mayorcraft the Sickle. I still have to check my bank ult to see if I have gear for you, don't I? I'm gonna take it because then streamers can fight over the rest of us. Dude, I just want my religious node. I want to start the cult of the Snorse. Been working on this since last night. On your sickle? I logged off because I couldn't find it. And then it probably bothered you all night. You should have stayed committed, I think. I don't want to talk about it. Were you like laying in bed just like... That's crazy. That's crazy. Prayer rod can be a sandal. Oh yeah, we could build a mean ass church. We could build an absolutely mean church. Then we run across a few maps from mirror to the starting area. So you just ran like back and forth? Oh, did you not go west at all? Didn't you have to go west for it? Was it in Jova or where'd you end up going? What I was reading was telling me the same vendor. Oh, and was it like the vendor had the same name but in a different area or something? I now understand a lot more about crafting. This is a spiritual experience for you. I definitely feel like these mobs are extremely temporary. I mean, they're node court populated, so like eventually they'll be gone anyways once node grows. But need to level over a town. It's not mine. What the fuck do you mean? I don't have a town. I can't level up shit. Oh fuck. What level are these mobs? 20. They're around every one of the desert nodes as well. Mayor, get your campaign going. No, I don't want to. I want a religious node. I want a procedurally generated catacomb dungeon. Anything else is lame. Being is fun right now. I'm gonna process everything. Braid and Winstead, then rush to later make it will not be fun. So do you think it would be more efficient for you in that instance to like player transit it? Or would you just mass make it and then like caravan it over? Because you can put more mats on a caravan than you can player transit. So is there a certain level where it's just like you have enough made, it's not worth the player trips, or are you just trying to kind of like go at it as you go? See if it can player transit. Caravans draw too many eyes. Yeah, I don't know what like current caravan success rates were, but Steven went through them on one of his live streams a while ago because somebody had asked about them during a live. And he was talking about how like caravans overwhelmingly were like quite successful. Oh, that's cool with like the big planet in the back. Kind of cloudy. I think this is the cloudiest I've seen it in the desert. Dude, deserts usually get cloudy, chat. We don't fucking have deserts up here. When it starts raining. Is it gonna rain? There's sandstorms in the game. Steven was actually showing off some of the like desert weather effects in his recent live stream. No, that was a dev stream, right? He was talking about like kicking it up to hurricane levels. I think he had mentioned that there will be things like that though. Currently, the desert just got its like full revamp to get to this state. What, like a week ago, chat? Or like a week ago? Most part with math, so take longer to gather and process. Yeah, no, that does make sense. What level should I stop oak? Personally, I would say like 16, 17 probably, and then go to Seth. I did oak on my tank until 18, but like it was a little arduous at that point, a little bit easy. So yeah, I would say probably like 16, 17 and then go over to Seth. Takes too long to get higher tier mats. What's the bottleneck with getting higher tier mats, Stomps? Spawn. So I think it might still be in the game, but there was a thing at least recently. I think it's still in the game actually, where like nodes will eventually be, you know, each spawn will be different rarity and stuff. But right now, the way it is, I don't know why, but it is what it is. If you get a spawn that's like a legendary node, right? That node stays legendary when it respawns. So like those node rarities are refreshed each server reset. Like each one of those daily resets. But once a rarity is established, it stays until reset from what we've been told. I think that's how it's working. I'm not gathering fucking crafting aficionado. I just stated like, or I try to like stay informed on it, but. I do believe that's it. Running around for 10 plus hours and I only have 40 rubies. I feel like for rubies you should do maps, no? I think that's where I got most of mine. Have you done any maps yet, Stomps? No? Okay. So my character's bugged, so I can't do maps. But there are different region maps. So this is a Riverlands map, and then there are like desert maps. So you get the excavation kit of equal rarity. You get a restored map. You pop the map, and then it will give you kind of like an area on the map that, you know, is indicative of like the rough area where your treasure could be. In that area, you have to find, you goblet me? Oh, oops. You have to find a dirt pile, and then you have to use your excavation kit on that dirt pile to extract your treasure. The cool thing about that is on your way over to that map, it gives you like 6 hours to complete the map or some bullshit. So you can kind of like run your gathering loop and shit like that while you're on your way. Gather on the way, hit a treasure map, see what you get total, store, pop another one, and then like gather loop over there. I think it's a really nice addition. My character's been bricked for a little bit, which is kind of sad, but I hope that they fix characters that are still in a bug state with that soon. That would make me incredibly happy. Boop. Boop. How is the desert tonight? I wonder if it's populated. Like, I want to sneak a van, but I also don't want to sneak a van. If that treaty's down, it's just, it's free 99 if you don't have actual, like, force numbers of people out. But just keeping Glint Farm going is probably a good enough option for now. It's not the worst out here. Are you guys getting any XP from this? Like, I would assume it's not the worst, right? Yeah? Interesting. Like, surely not comparable to Carf, right? Gain like 5%. Wait, what the fuck? Is it good XP? Just because of like the quantity? Giant gain like 10 total. And we've been here for less time than Giants, yeah? Drops from here are also going to be like way more profitable. This is good for small groups as well. I think that's the largest thing about this. Like, I don't necessarily think solo farming will ever be conducive to like high XP per hour, but I think small group farms in specific spots could be very profitable. Because there's that ratio of like splitting and everything. Not sure how it affected the treaty. Oh, the treaty's cooked. Yeah, we got run up on by like 20 people yesterday. What was it? Mostly harmless. Yeah, mostly harmless. We were running our caravans. We had hit 2 caravans already safely. We were doing the triangle from here, 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 here. And on the final leg of it, we just got pulled up on by legitimately like an entire guild worth of people. Yeah, it was like some action movie type shit. They just, dude, there were so many. They had a couple scouts that were out, and like you could tell they were kind of lurking, looking at things. They were just mounted up, running beside us, and so all of us kind of knew like they were going to jump us, but we didn't expect like actually 20 people to pull up. It was a lot of people. But the way that I was talking to people about it was like, now people that are in guild know we can't just rely on that, like, you know, that level of safety. We've actually got to grind to get in a spot where we have enough people to fight off those moments, right? And if we do that, then we're in a spot where we just do whatever we want. Because if people try to hit our caravans, treaty or not, and we're in a spot where we can actually fight them off, and we don't have low levels getting two-shotted, we have good gear, everyone's all set up, right? It's going to be much more conducive to us actually, like, running what we want to run. So it'll be nice. But that's kind of the progression of the game, right? You can do whatever you want until somebody comes along that is further in the power curve that wants to do what you're currently doing. And then you can no longer do what you want. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Kind of like the sucks, but it was wild. Oh yeah, I didn't lose much. I don't care about my gold in game. A, it's an alpha, so everything's going away anyways. But B, I fucking play the game 10 hours a day. If I wanted to farm gold all day, I could. I would just get on it wild hours and then just safely run vans. Like, I had bought people their Beasts of Burdens and stuff. We had a couple of people who had like Willow vans, but it was just basic chassis, you know, basic chassis carriage. So it was like 4 gold. And then most of the vans were empty anyways. So they're like, their payout for hitting them wasn't even that high. So I didn't really mind. We had a few people who it was their first time doing vans. They were just tagging along to kind of like try to get what they could get out of it, but. I foresee these farms becoming a lot more populated very soon. Very soon. I won't lie. This is a little too chill for the glint output. And I don't mean that from like a nerf this perspective. Just like I'm shocked people are going over to Carf and like, I don't know, forcing that for just chill farm. Although I guess if you have a full 8, you're not going to worry about coming over here, but I see so many people just like sitting around on a day-to-day. And I'm like, man, there are so many things you could be doing to stay like at least slightly efficient. And it kind of pains me. But everyone has their own gameplay loops, shut up. I just got this braidwood in the middle of 10 people. You were just sneaky. You hit it at the right time. The opportunist. Where are you farming braidwood? Like what general region? I can't even hit braidwood yet, so I'm not your comp. I'm not an op, I promise. Oh, he's taking my mobs. This is good if you can get pulls like this with all the non-elites. Jesus Christ. These are dying quick as hell, too. This is legit. This is very good. This is very good. I run back to the green node that I was just, is it worth doing the spam quests I picked up when I was level 1? I'm level 10 now. Is it worth doing them? I mean, in terms of like a leveling progression, probably not. Like, questing in general has a bit of a lackluster payout system right now. A lot of the time, if you're comparing it to mob grinding in any way, shape, or form, questing just has such a, like a base level input of having to go place to place, right? And that alone tends to lower the efficiency, even factoring in the reward, versus just, you know, sitting in one place and mob grinding repetitively. So if you're looking for just like, you know, the really efficient way up, it's not really going to revolve around questing, but I always tell people, with it being the alpha, if questing is what your desired core gameplay loop is, then I would say that even with questing being less optimal, it's important that you do quest so that way you can provide feedback on that gameplay loop and try to improve it when the game launches, right? I think everyone's individual gameplay loop is going to be catered to what they want to do, like subject to what they want to do. And providing feedback on that, whether it's more efficient, less efficient, or anything like that, will be a very important thing. I'm actually going to be doing a questing progression on one of my characters. I haven't decided which class, but played solo and did a lot of quests to like 16. What do you think overall? What were the primary things that you would do to like improve it? Do you think it was in a good spot, like difficulty-wise, convenience-wise? Was there a big part that was like a time sink versus certain other parts? Mostly questing, and I'm almost 7 between today and yesterday. Play a bit more than I normally get the chance to, but still. No, that's good. And how are you finding, like, directionality of quests? Like, in terms of where you're being sent, like, clarity? Because I know when I first made, like, this character and my previous character, I kind of felt like I was getting lost a lot questing, but I also am not navigationally the strongest, or mentally, or really anything that requires cognitive thought and decision making, but... poor, but only because of sometimes it just doesn't tell me where to go. How to relog, sometimes the markers will show up on the map. Okay, so more like UX inconvenience, like UI bugs than like actual questing, you know, quest not defined type stuff. Is there a way to check if a quest will give stuff worthy of a level 10 versus other levels? You can go to your journal and you can highlight the quest and it shows what the player rewards are here. So for example, this is a level 15 side quest, gives 16k XP, 8 dim, 2 dull. And journal is going to be that J bind. Good music, thank you, thank you. This is my like my little desert playlist. I put on some cowboy music in the desert. And so we get into the algorithm sometimes, and it starts with the cowboy music, and then we end up going down some different routes. But Spotify hasn't failed me. It's been doing very well lately. Felt lost 75% of the time doing the quests. Direction of quest, I'm lucky if the waypoint shows up on the map. Fair. What happened to Bardcore? We had Bardcore on earlier. Yeah, we've been on this playlist for like 2 hours. I've had 2 quests now that are bugged. One was a commander that wasn't spawning I need to kill. This one where I need to kill griffins. There's none in the location that they are. Minus one that's bugged in a nest. Fair, fair. And so was it just... Is that quest griffins in any area, or is it griffins in that one specific area so you can't just like go to a different griffin spawn if you happen to know one? It's in the line hold area? Oh, okay, so it's that specific location and then that one location's bugged. That one? That makes sense. Do you know like what it is that makes the mob bug? Have you ever like triggered the mob bug itself? Elevation, just like terrain changes. Areas that are a lot higher than the rest of the map seem to have issues with mob AI. Yeah, verticality's always been a weird thing with mob AI. Especially with like, there were some original bugs where you could like, not original, but like when I first came in, original to me, where you could stack mobs in certain areas where there were like elevation changes. You could either tank them below or under, below or above you. And like that elevation change would make the mobs register that they were like in melee range, but not actually in melee range. So they would stand there just like, and then they wouldn't actually, they wouldn't actually do anything. So yeah, there were some weird things there, but I will say a lot of things improve extremely quickly in this game. One of my favorites, like my favorite examples to give, is my grapple. Grapple, my first couple days was really borked to where, again, terrain verticality changes. It would make the mobs like clip into the terrain and it would just break the grapple super early on. Boop. And within a few days of reporting it, it was fixed. Of the bugs I've dealt with, the game's a lot more polished than I was expecting. The game's more polished, like this alpha playtest is more polished than way too many live service games that I've fucking played. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Live service games have been in an unacceptable spot for too long where they always drop unfinished under the guise of we're going to fix this in an upcoming, you know, upcoming patch, upcoming hotfix, upcoming this. Games have been launching in terrible states. I think Ashes is on a route to actually launch in a very good state. The core gameplay loop, the base that the game is built on, like input responsiveness is insane. I'm used to so much input delay within the game itself that like half the time when I scuff like inputs on jump combos and shit, it's because I'm used to New World's input delay and I press buttons too soon. And then I land and I'm like, oh wait, I can just press it now. Like, it's unreal how good the actual just like stripped down, no polish, bare bones core of the game feels. And that's what every game's built on, is that core. What you doing? What the fuck? We're on X Games mode. Tell me I have to craft this at the node too. Craft what? Are you doing more running around? Still a lot to learn about crafting. So you get the recipe and then you craft it at the node? That sickle is your downfall. Stomps, were you here when I was playing PoE or no? There was one particular quest in PoE that was like bugged for me, and before I knew that it was bugged, I spent legitimately like too much time on this. Ragnar probably remembers, but the fucking Trader's Passage, man. There was a bug where it would just incorrectly display your quest state and it would tell you search the Trader's Passage. And I had that shit on my screen for so long and I thought that I was missing something. And so I kept going down to this area and I would legitimately full clear it. I'd be looking for like hidden switches or anything that I could have missed, like boss rooms, anything, right? And the entire time, oh, I'm killing Nim's mount. The entire time, it just turns out that it was a bug. But like, I was legitimately chasing this ghost for a concerning amount of hours. A lot of 2 stars makes this kind of fun. No doubts to have that level of craft data to craft that. Oh. Whoops. I looked over to read your chat for a second and I got gibbed. That's my fault. That's my fault. Wait, who died first, me or Nim? I'm gonna take the blame for that one. That's on me. You guys can all yell at me, it's fine. Shame me publicly. You? Fuck. Yeah, I'm a failure. I'll blame Sergeant Stomps, actually. I'll blame Stomps. He was just trying to let me take a bong. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry, dog shit tank. Literal tank issue. Tank too sober, can't tank. I don't deserve the glint farm. Your loot, I know. I'm a failure. I need to stop dying. Oh shit. This isn't conducive to that. I'm gonna get out of here real quick. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna keep going this way. Enjoy your dinner, Sev. All right, hold on. All right, we're safe. We're lit. Okay, that got slightly scary, slightly quickly. Super chill farm, incredibly chill farm, yeah. Yeah, quite possibly the chillest small group farm in the game. Listen, man, I still blame you. You sabotaged me. I didn't die there until I had to read because of you. You know, reading's not my strong suit. Although this playlist, chat, this playlist fucks. Streamer priv. What's up there? Is that an eagle? What the fuck's over there? What the fuck is that? Is it a tree? You'll never know. Yeah, that's what you fucking think. Alright, well that didn't jump. That's what you think. I'm just stupid enough to go on an adventure and see if I can see it. I'm willing to bet it's a tree. That's what my money's on. If this just keeps expanding, because it's on this mountain. It might just be a tree. I'm gonna keep it a Buckington. It might just be two trees. We did learn, mysteriously, what this bottle of balsamic vinegar is. Out here, this guy. Right here. That's called an essence geyser. So the essence is basically like what allows you to control magic. You manipulate the essence to like cast magic, and like basically the essence is power in very dumb terms. And the more like in touch you are and attuned you are with the essence, the different like plane. So anyways, the more attuned you are with the essence, like it can affect kind of like which plane you're on. So Vera has like different like spiritual planes on it. Yeah, it's just trees. It's just trees. My concerns are solved. I can sleep tonight. Legitimately just trees. I thought that was gonna be a big ass bird statue though. I won't even lie. Let me in. Also, Stomps, you said streamer privilege earlier. Hear me out, bro. I asked for a very simple gift. I wanted to be able to climb Desert Mama. I wanted my favorite GM. I look up to him like a child looks up to LeBron. And I just wanted him to teleport me into Desert Mama's hands. And he wouldn't. Streamer privilege is not a thing. They hold us down. Not a thing. You have a snores? What snores? What desert? Don't fucking gaslight yourself. There is no desert. There is no snores. There is no ashes of creation. I also have a plumed halberd here and a flare runner. Listen, I will say though, you can't say that it's streamer privilege that I have a snores, because there are equal numbers of snorses and non-snorses on the server. Or sorry, like streamer snorses and non-streamer snorses. There's a non-streamer that also has a snorse on the server. I actually think there are more non-streamer snorses than there are snorses, because people on the other servers have them too. But I think I'm the only streamer that has one. See, I'd be willing to Uno reverse that onto you, short man. Are you speaking English? Dude, at this point, I don't fucking know. It's cold. The Canadian might be coming out. I'm sorry if the accent's hitting. Basically, I have the only streamer snores. But there are multiple non-streamers that have snorses. Snorsussies, so to say. So I'd be willing to argue that with fewer streamers than non-streamers having snorses. What shoulders you got? Me? Broad shoulders. Bench like 675, 42 times. Why, what's up? Or do you mean like on my character? Caster shoulders, actually. Fun fact. Yeah, these are not good for a tank. I don't know how I ended up with them, but I somehow ended up with them. Trade you? I don't even know what you have, but I like the deal. I don't know what you have, but they're probably better for me than my shoulders. What the fuck? I mean, yeah. Sure. Committed. Yeah, fuck it. You gotta repair it, though. Scammed. I saved money. Yeah. That makes sense. I don't know when servers go down. Tuesday morning at 1 a.m. EST. So not tonight, but tomorrow night. Unless there's like, is there a Discord ping? No, no Discord ping. Yeah, so it'll be the normal downtime. 1 a.m. EST on Tuesday. And then they come up 1 p.m. EST on Thursday. No. That bug I had last night after my caravan was amazing. All right, do we want to just chill and do this for a little bit? The glint's not bad if I don't die. It's just as soon as I fucking die, we're cooked. So you guys, how much XP did you guys get here? You're level 23 and you got a decent amount of XP, right? When you try to log in but you can't. If your login's bricked, then try to like full restart your launcher. Close your launcher, go back into it. We go to a pocket dungeon. Perhaps Priz or something? Is the Super Bowl really early this year? Why do I feel like it's usually later? How many do we have on right now? Cleric. Falc's on, Gora's on. Glenn's not so very good for this level. Feels more balanced. Launching our rockets. We were cooking. Normally it kicks off then. Interesting. Yo, Claire, have a wonderful night. I appreciate you coming through. I probably shouldn't be pulling these yet. I have nobody with me. Okay, we can keep pulling these. Normally kicks off then. Huh. That's weird. I don't know. I just always feel like it went later than this. Not that it's done yet. It's still in the 4th quarter, but maybe it's because of Stomp. How was the halftime show? Spam clicking when it's loading into a character lets me back in and avoid the unable to retrieve issue. They'll button mash it out? Interesting. Goes on for a while, $1 million commercials. Yeah, what do they do if the game's running like ahead of schedule? Report that? Report what? Me? Oh, your cleric and your second cleric and your Senko poof. I've gone poof a few times today. Oh, I think the login issue's known, but yeah, filing a bug report would be good if you're running into it. Okay, do you guys want to keep hitting this? We could hit a pocket dungeon. I'm down for pretty much whatever. Are you getting comparable XP here to Carfin? Or was Carfin like definitively better XP? I guess glint wise, that's probably gonna be the biggest thing. Carf? What like percent would you say this is of Carf? Like half the XP but more glint? About a 1/4 but double the glint. Interesting. I wonder if it would be worth it to continue that. We eating good tonight. You having veal? I'm about to come through a little veal parm. Dude, I was looking at restaurants in Vegas because I'm going to see Kendrick in Vegas in May. I've never been out there before. And I was looking at some Italian places and my fucking god, bro. My fucking god. My question is, why are places within 5 minutes of each other so like, I don't know, varied in price? Because the places didn't look that different. The menu offerings didn't look that different. And I can only assume that the product is sourced from similar places, if not the same. So I don't know, Vegas restaurants have me confused as fuck. As soon as I find something that I think looks good, there's either something that like looks better or is cheaper. It looks comparable. Needs and wants. I mean, maybe like 5 minutes in Vegas commute is like a lot. Prices based on notoriety and location. See, old strip and the new strip. Wait, there are 2 strips? Fuck. I'm so fucked. Wait, so what's the difference between the old strip and the new strip? I didn't do any research, Weezer. Don't drink the banana runts drink. You'll regret it if you can't find a bathroom. Banana runs? Ew. Oh. Artificial banana flavor is worse. I would rather just have somebody punch me in the face than give me like an artificial banana flavor to anything. There's a story on how the mob avoided taxes. Wait, what? Actually? TLDR, they avoided taxes by making a new city. And is that like the new strip? Wait, so where is that? Paradise City. So is Paradise City like within Vegas, or is it like on the outskirts of it? Should I make a new city to avoid taxes? The Gathering Gear has a slot for herself. Yeah, the whole artisanship, like, part of your paper doll is nice. It also has drop downs. And they have stats that help. Hey, we were thinking the same thing. One thing that I really love, like a small feature with Ashes that I think is underspoken, just for like player knowledge, any like status effects that are applied by abilities, you can hold shift, like your left shift, and it gives you that like detailed status effect on what that actually does. And the breakdowns are really nice for actually learning how things work. Can all mobs drop gear or only certain types? Certain types of mobs will have different things in their loot tables. For example, beast mobs are going to be very high in terms of like poop, in terms of glint drops, and then certain beast mobs can now drop like bones, other shit like that. Humanoids are traditionally going to be your best like gear drops between armor and weapons. Goblins will typically have like humanoid like loot drops. They also include jewelry a lot of the time on the goblin side of things. So that's where Ash's Codex is really nice. If you do want to learn the loot tables of certain mobs, great resource there. You can search up any mob name and it will pull like the full loot table for it, and you'll be able to see everything that's within that table. But for the most part, like humanoids tend to be like loot drops, undead, stuff like that. Pretty solid for loot drops, less than humanoids, but still good. And then you have like beasts and shit like that that are primarily like glint farms, your shardlings. I haven't done a lot with elementals yet, so I don't know what elementals drop, because there are elementals out in the tropics. I just haven't done much with them. Who else can we get out here? This is good farm. Invite. Cora, invite. Like, this is really good XP. Or, not XP, but, like, really good density. Good glint. Yo, we in as... Run. Glint Farmeroo. I'm up into the stream. +1 viewer, boys. I'm gonna go one. Let me see if anybody's inactive. Unicorn. Rubber ducky. Jibs. Yes. What's your in-game? I have 4 slots in main guild for people who will be active. Labyrinth Bard. Did I type it right first try? Oh, I'm so fucking good at what I do. A skill ceiling of which you've never seen before, chat. I wish we could duel. Soon. Phase 3, boys. Phase 3. Phase 3, this becomes a dueling stream. I want you to know. Can't find pepper. Pepper? Like gatherable pepper? Is it a flower patchy thing? Or is it a farming thing? It's a cooking thing? Oh, like spice pepper? Let a full group pull everything. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, you could. It's at the vendor. Oh, vendor material tab. Went to the cooking one. Is it just the general vendor or is it the cooking specific one? Because I know the general vendor has like water and shit. I don't know if like water, salt, and pepper are all, you know, daily necessities in Vera, but. The general guy? Okay, cool. So just base spices. The vendor that's near like the player market, Stompington. Pew. I feel like a lone cowboy out in the desert. I just realized I don't know where a black pepper comes from. It's a peppercorn, so isn't it like the seed of a plant, or no? You're annoyed now? Why? We told you where you had to go. You should be less annoyed now. Yeah, we're up tremendous. The time I spent? Well, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey along the way. And you just had a really good journey. Think of how much you learned. All of the knowledge now in that noodle. Thought it was a cookie vendor. Don't feel bad. Were you in here yesterday when I destroyed everything from my caravan after arriving in a node instead of selling it because I was talking about brisket with chat? I got here safely. Pepper's a fruit. It's a berry from a vine. Interesting. And then is it just dried? Is it like more fruity when it's not dried, after dried? What's a pre-dried pepper look like? And if it's pre-dried, do you just eat that bitch? Green, red, pink, white, black. And is that like, that's not like bell peppers, right? His face, no, I'm just trying to comprehend. Don't look at him. No, bell peppers are chilies. Chili! Sorry. Okay. And so these are like peppercorns? Are these all just different color small balls? Like, are they paintballs basically, but pepper? Wait until they find out what paprika is. What's paprika? Okay, wait, so why do we only get black peppercorn? What are like the other color peppercorns used for? Is that the term, peppercorn? I don't want to misbrand them. Yo, what up, Ian? Yes. Kind of. Kind of. White pepper typically has a brighter bright. Oh wait, no, I've used white pepper in Alfredo sauce before. Yeah, I've used white pepper in Alfredo sauce before when I was making that. Pink is for aesthetics. Does it like taste like anything? Or is it legitimately just like black pepper but like pink flakes? Huh. Paprika's just crushed red pepper? Wasn't it ground red pepper? Wait, so what's chili powder? If like red peppers are chilies. Good day. Chili powder is a mix. Bell peppers for paprika. Chili powder is made from cayenne and cumin. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm learning so fucking much. I'm learning so much. It's a ground fruit pod, paprika is. Wait, so is paprika like the red peppercorn fruit pods? Wars were fought. I'm a pacifist! Paprika's a different fruit than peppercorns. Okay. Okay. So are different color peppercorns just like commonly available? Like, could I just swing up to Sam's Club and grab like a grinder of those shits? Try, somebody Google if Sam's Club has different color peppercorns and I'll do a peppercorn tier list. You find pink, white, and black. What were the other colors? Green and red? Green is brined in a jar. So is it dried and then brined? Or is it like the fruit pod thing? The fruit by the foot. It's fresh then brined. Okay, so like a pickled egg. Is it crunchy? What are they like when they're not dried? Snobbs, you said exactly what you were trying to say there. 100%. Have you had capers? Yeah, capers fucking suck. Yeah, they're dog shit. Keep capers the fuck away from me. Capers ruined a good Italian dish that I had one time. I did fucking just take all of the capers off. Oh god. Maybe I just had bad capers, but I fucking I don't like olives either though. They pop like capers, but have a black pepper bite. Ooh, instead of tasting like absolute dog shit? That would be pleasant. Would you find those in a spice aisle? Where like the jalapenos are and stuff, maybe? Like the jarred peppers? I just almost hit the meanest 360. Can you ban the word pickled eggs from chat? Oh, dude, pickled eggs are so good. They're so good. I might make some soon. I might get a bunch of extra eggs for my mom when I go up for a batch of pickled eggs. Any reason why a mob would have a PvP tag? No. No. They shouldn't anyways. Huh. Maybe try relogging, because sometimes there's also like a visual bug where mobs can appear friendly. but then they start hitting you, and it's a lot less of a friendly experience. I feel like the tank rework allows us to do so much more damage. Super Bowl 49 is pretty sad to watch. I heard, yeah, I've been kind of keeping tabs. I didn't expect it to be this bad. What's the fourth quarter looking like? I heard it was just a beatdown. Yo, curious, pickled eggs with like some garlic, some red pepper. Oh yeah, that's that shit. Used to work in a grocery store. I always had to pass by the pickled eggs with my eyes. Oh, y'all just had like a jar of pickled eggs or some bullshit? Pickling eggs into pastille. What's that? I'm not opposed to it. I'm just too stupid to know what it is. Chili sauce. Ooh. Wait, like Valentina hot sauce? My first job was like dishwashing in a restaurant when I was like 15, right? And I used to have to clean the walk-ins. And the walk-ins... What part of the algorithm were you in? Anyways. When I was cleaning the walk-ins, I always had to deal with the ethical dilemma of... Do I eat out of the massive bucket of pickles? Or do I not eat out of the massive bucket of pickles? And the answer was always eating out of the massive bucket of pickles. Oh yeah. Every time it was a yes. 100%. We just had like 5-gallon plus buckets of pickles. Because they would like get them in bulk. And I would just have like 10 of those things while I was cleaning the walk-in. Those shits were fire. They were like the spears too that would come with like the burgers and shit. Oh my god, so good. So good. We were talking about brisket yesterday in chat and I died. Actually, I didn't even die because of the brisket. I sold an entire caravan's worth of stuff, and instead of selling it, I destroyed it. I got nothing from it. I'm gonna reset this because I pulled a 2-star. I'm just gonna come over here. We're gonna avoid that. If I slept on my back and drank the pickled eggs, I would drown in my sleep. You should get one of those, like... It's gonna sound really weird as an intro. But I'm pretty sure there's, like, a dick ring that tracks your, like, nightly erections and stuff. Because there's that one dude that wants to, like, reverse the aging cycle, right? And so he recently compared his nightly boners to his son's nightly boners. And so basically, what you should do is measure your like nightly average over the course of a week and then get pickled eggs and then measure your nightly average and see if pickled eggs lead to like higher libido. I feel like there's a direct correlation. I feel like pickled eggs may be good for your sleep. I won't even lie. I really want pickled eggs at this point. Chat always gets me on food and it's downhill from there. We were talking about brisket because yesterday we had... We okay with one? Oh, that was the 2 stars. We had a barbecue man come in yesterday and we got to talking about brisket and other barbecue meats. And it was dangerous. It was dangerous. It was my actual downfall. 2 words, Taco Bell? No. No. I've renounced Taco Bell. I'm clean now. I'm clean. I cold turkey Taco Bell. Balloons. Yeah, no, I cold turkey Taco Bell long ago. So, I had to stop eating Taco Bell because every time I was eating Taco Bell, my heart would hurt. And I don't mean like, oh, haha, I have heartburn, let me take a Tums. I mean, my heart would feel like it was struggling to pump blood to the rest of my body. And so I talked to Chad about it one day, and they were saying that it was probably sodium overdose. And, yeah, so I stopped eating Taco Bell. Because I didn't want to have a heart attack. I legitimately, I haven't had Taco Bell in over a month. Now, Chad, if you're new here, you may not know about this, but I was hopelessly addicted to Taco Bell once I came back from TwitchCon. It was terrible. Absolutely awful. Just across the board. I came back from TwitchCon. I got COVID. COVID kicked my ass for like 2 weeks straight while I was on stream, by the way. I streamed every single day through having COVID. I didn't lose my streak. I'm not a bitch. And then I realized Taco Bell existed. And Taco Bell was that like late night after COVID stream, like just drive through, pick it up. Cause again, I live in Maine, man. Nothing's open up here past like 11 p.m. at all. So I'd get off stream and I'm like, I feel like shit. I don't want to be like a walking biochemical weapon or anything. Let's grab Taco Bell. Little T-belly. Get out of there for under 10 bucks, over 2,000 calories, and you're up tremendous. Only issue is I would be laying in bed and legitimately my fucking heart would hurt. So I gave it up. Now I miss it. I don't miss it in terms of my budget, but I got to a point where I go back to my gameplay loop and game crashes. The journey. The journey is a beautiful one. It always reminds you what the important things are along the way. This happened because of food? Dude, I can't believe I just like both of them. It wasn't even just like a one-time drag and drop and oh, it was just a full I am distracted and full cooked. I'm fucked. It was unfortunate. Not my best moment. Not my brightest, not my greatest. But it was a moment nonetheless, and I have to live with the repercussions of it. The worst part about that is, right after that was the caravan that we got hit doing. So it wasn't even like I fucking recouped the cost of my own stupidity. Because I lost that caravan to myself and then the other one to bandits. The journey. Yeah, like, Stomps, at least you're learning stuff while you do yours, and like the only thing you're losing is your time. I lost my time and then a lot of moolah too. Halcyon has declared a territory war against Miraleth. Ruh-roh. Have you ever had pickled peaches? No, I can't say I have. Like, vinegar pickled? I logged back into death. Was it a player death or a mob death? Or were you just like randomly dead? Player? Oh, if you're a citizen in Miraleth, there was legitimately just a node war declared on Miraleth by Halcyon. So basically, with the node war happening, yeah. With the node war happening, it's fair game. Something talking about doing a lot of learning today. You can sweet pickle fruit. Sweet pickle like bread and butter pickles? I like what you mean, sweet pickle. Yeah, I would, Stomps, if you're trying to, like, level or exist and you're in Mira right now, I probably wouldn't be in Mira, by the way. Most people hear pickle and think sour and salty. Right. Those are sour and sweet pickle. Okay. Interesting. And what's the difference? Like, not the difference in the two, like, taste-wise, but, like, how do you facilitate a sour and sweet pickling versus sour and salty? Is that, like, the brine combined with the input of what's being pickled? So many huntables out here, Jesus. Are these also huntables? Oh my god. What the hell? Salt and sugar ratio is different. Okay. Dill pickle will have some sugar to balance the vinegar. Right. Bread and butter sweet pickles are amazing. Oh, bread and butter pickles, fuck. I could legitimately, like, my mom does, like, sourdough baking and pickling and, like, jarring and stuff like that, right? Her bread and butter pickles go Insano style. I'll eat an entire jar of those. Oh, Ember Spring and Az is right here, by the way. Sea of Scorpions between... Oh, Gore's with us. Huge. I feel like the density right here is slightly low. So we should... Oh my god. Yeah, this really isn't the worst. And I mean, you guys are getting good enough XP too, right? Like, serviceable. Pickle juice and Fireball taste like bread and butter sweet pickle. Ugh. Ew. Pickle juice and Fireball? The fuck? Who hurt you, dog? That's nasty? Yeah, that's fucking gross. The fuck? No, now someone in chat's gonna be like, how much for you to try it? Don't knock it till you try it. Listen, you know the deal. You want me to try something, you gotta fucking pay for it. I'm too poor to try it myself. I had Cheetos that were in milk as cereal because of Wrath. That sucked, by the way. Don't let Wrath cook you breakfast. I don't know if it was a breakfast, a dessert, or a torture method. Yeah, it was crunchy Cheetos and milk. Shot called a pickleback? Is a pickleback with Fireball? Someone just needs to send him a jar of pickle juice and a fifth of Fireball? Well, I can just buy both of those things.
Absolutely S tier.
Yo, Kat, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Doesn't really matter the whiskey. Oh, it's pickle juice and whiskey? Is Fireball like... I know Fireball is like a whiskey, but is Fireball like actually a whiskey? I'm not like the largest drinker in the world. I can tell you much more about weed. Cinnamon whiskey? I know it's like technically whiskey, but like... My girlfriend hates pickles, but she enjoyed the shot. Well, your girlfriend also hates disappointing sex, but she's with you. Sometimes people have to compromise on these things. I'm happy for you, though. Maybe it's just better with her than it was with me, but... Sometimes people have to compromise, Mystic. Sometimes. Oh, whiskey. My 21st birthday, I was already like tapped, right? Like I was gone. And at the time I was like in college, finishing up college, working at an Applebee's during the summers when I went home. And so I went back thinking it would be a safe haven where I could like grab some half apps, chill, you know, hydrate a little bit, right? And the bartender that was working at the time, I thought liked me a lot. I thought we were friends. And I'm chilling, and I have some pretzels. I'm minding my own business. I'm existing, you know? Everything's fantastic, everything's zen. I'm in my own element. And bartender's like, yo, Dusty, here's the first shot anybody ever bought me on my 21st birthday. I'm like, all right, bet. Cool, like, what is it? And he goes, oh, no. You can't know what it is yet. And he's like, I'll tell you after you drink it. I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, whatever. This is awesome. The second I drank it, everything went to shit. Apparently, it was a prairie fire, which is just like tequila and Tabasco. And that shit fucked in the worst possible manner of fucking. Like that entire night, I was sat like I was managing. And that was my first introduction to like the true, like I went into the bathroom to piss. And on my way in, I felt like I was walking fine. That was my first shot on my 21st. No fucking way, Catman. That's insane. Dude, that was my last shot on my 21st. And I'm walking to the bathroom in this Applebee's, and I thought I was like strutting confidently. And my brother goes, yo, you okay? And so I must have been like, oh, fuck. But I got into the bathroom, and it was my first instance of like a forced hand on wall piss. Like one hand on wall, one hand probably also on the wall, just free dick pissing. And that was essentially my 21st birthday, the ending of it. I don't drink too much anymore. Absolute Vodka is my kryptonite. Destroys me till I'm praying to the porcelain god. Listen, when I was at TwitchCon, vodka is my drink of choice. From one shot. No, that was the end of my birthday. No, that was like the final. No, so I was already like Zosty at this point. This was like the end of my 21st, and I went back to Applebee's because I wanted half apps so I could like sober. You're fine? Okay, yeah, no, so I was saying, like, when I do drink, I drink. And so like TwitchCon, I like to do TwitchCon on hard mode. Now, I didn't know that until this year because this was my first year. But TwitchCon on hard mode is extremely fun. Now, what's TwitchCon on hard mode? You get as fucked up as possible while still trying to network. I did great. I passed with flying colors. The only issue is I lost half the business cards that I got. But like, people loved it. People loved it. I made a lot of friends. That was a great time. You drank at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. and did fine? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. But I would wake up and like Stomps and I stayed together at TwitchCon. We were staying with a couple of our other friends as well. And Stomps and I were sharing a couch because we were the two poorest people there. Whatever. We also paid the least. So we were sharing the couch. And not like cuddling on the couch, by the way. Like it was a L shape and I was like this way and he was like this way. Anyways, I had my head on his lap. I would wake up in the morning and dude would be like, oh, hey, have a sip of this. This'll start your day off. Boom, Jack and Coke to the face. To the face. I don't like Jack or Coke. I like vodka and cranberry juice. That was not a vodka cran. So then I'd get mad at him and ask him to make me a vodka cran. And he'd make me a vodka cran. Mind you, I'd already cleaned up all the beers and food from the night before and smoked. Yeah. I mean, see, you didn't wake me up for the smoke. And that's the rude part. I love that everyone's just AFK swinging at shit right now. We also have a thing called Three Wise Men. It's Jose, Jack, and Jameson. Okay. Okay. Random job question. What up, Alcard? Applying for a menial job at a hospital. Should I be honest? I left my last job because they didn't pay me, or make some shit up. I mean, like, so there's a way that you can word it that's like more eloquent than that, but essentially, like, you could frame it in the way of something like, I took on more responsibilities, and as I continued to take on more, I wasn't increasingly compensated to the point where the responsibilities outweighed the compensation, or something along those lines. When it says reason, maybe payment dispute. No, because like payment disputes can typically be like something hostile, and trying to frame things in like a non-hostile way with job endings is always a big thing. So you could say like lack of monetary advancement opportunities, like lack of monetary progression. No raise, or they literally didn't pay you. Yeah, like did they literally withhold your pay, or was it like they just didn't pay you in like the you made shit money? Hi, Quackington. Is the game over? Did they put them out of their misery? They didn't pay me for 2 months. Oh. Yeah, just say employer, like, illegally withheld pay or something. And also report them, yeah. Yeah, did you get your money? Is that like a resolved scenario? Yeah, that's entirely different than they paid me shittily. That's like an actual legal thing. Yeah, you should probably ask Pirate Software's chat for advice on that side of things. He has a lawyer in his chat. I never reported them, but I did get the money eventually. You may want to like call the Better Business Bureau. Like, I'm no whatever Pirate Software's mod lawyer's name is, but you might want to like talk to somebody about that, like a therapist or a priest or something. I feel like priests have to give you the information for free. So maybe go into a church and ask if they have any information on the Better Business Bureau. Never tell your new job why your last job sucked. Some interviewers see you as a PR problem if you leave. You could also spin the route of explaining exactly why your last job sucked to every employer, so there was never that situation again. I feel like it all depends on like the level of job that you're going for. Oh, the bunny hops. They don't want a PR problem, they could, you know, pay the guy fair. Just leave it as what you stated before. I mean, you could also just go some wild card route to see if they actually read the apps and just be like, I was fucking my boss's wife or something. You could just throw the wild card out there depending on like how much you want this new job. I bet they don't even read half that shit. I got friends that work in HR. I don't read that shit. Bro, when I was in like retail management, like when I was running my Starbucks store, I got so many apps that were supposed to be like semi like looked over because I was working with a staffer for my store as well. And those apps were supposed to be like semi passed over when they got to me, and there were so many apps that were just fucking pee pee poo poo. It's been positive. I felt my growth opportunities were limited to what I was offered. Yeah, I mean, there's always the easy cop out of literally just saying limited growth opportunities, because then you look like you want to advance through the company as well, or at least past like the level that you were on. And then if they're like, oh, well, what was the limited growth opportunity? You're just like, oh, I look to take on, you know, more responsibility for more compensation, and the responsibility that I took on ended up being severely outweighed by, you know, the compensation increases. Literally something as simple as that. Like, I tried to do more and they didn't pay me more for it. Not really for the job he's applying for now, though. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know why the job that he's applying for now would basically be like interested in that work history either way. I think intro level, like, stuff like that, most histories don't even matter. Blonde beard. Hospital. So I thought they may actually look through stuff. Yeah, they probably will. Yeah, I don't know. Depending on how, like, vague, if you didn't do anything wrong, you can say whatever. Yeah, 100%. As long as, like, you're not the reason that you weren't getting paid for 2 months. They're interested in seeking a career in the medical field, not working here, could you agree? No, we're gonna work your resources. Yeah, and then, like, in your cover letter, sometimes people will occasionally include pictures of them. I think that's outdated. I think you should take a selfie cam picture from directly under your balls looking up at your face. I feel like that's the most flattering angle from a professional POV. I typically include a couple different, like, sizes, a couple wallet cutouts, and then one that's well sized for framing too. I also feel like that's the finest angle. Directly underneath looking up is the ultimate, like, dominance asserted angle. Posting in your Discord? No, we haven't hit that sub goal yet. Everything's going too well over here. Fiddle is a good place to work, but with the most hobo management I've ever encountered. Jesus. I feel like management can vary place to place, though. The sky's so, like, well done. Wait. Oh, yeah. No, we're good. Are we gonna be in downtime when, like, winter peak hits? It's nighttime right now. This doesn't seem very nighttimey. Just not a place, because I worked for like 7 years being a stay-at-home dad. No, that's reasonable. Getting back into it can be very intimidating. I think, like, in terms of just the situation that you were originally asking about, like, just something vague along the lines of just, I don't know, a vague description of, like, hey, I just wasn't paid for working, so we ended up getting that situated and then I left. But you don't even have to include that much. You could just say, like, compensation discrepancies, you could literally anything.
Cat with abs is
Yeah,
absolutely
Santorio,
S tier.
welcome back in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. What are these shardlings? Hold on. Just gonna put better opportunities, like someone else said. Couldn't spend that a few ways. Yeah, 100%, 100%. You could also say just like looking for a change of field. Like there are so many things that you could say. So many broad generalizations that all work well. So stressful. The good news is it's stressful at the start, but once you have it all ironed out in terms of like where you're going with everything, like it becomes a bit of a systemic thing, you know? Any job hunting in college? How many credits are you doing in college? Like how many classes per semester? Can definitely be stressful. Can definitely be stressful. When I was working at the college as like the director of esports, I was helping I would do like some admission stuff on the side to help out. And I worked with a lot of like adult learners that were getting back into college and was basically like helping them not feel extremely lost and confused during that entire process. So I definitely have a bit of experience with that side of things. 14 first and 13 next. Yeah, that'll definitely feel like a busy schedule while you set in. Are you doing online or live? I was working at the college primarily through COVID time, so it was predominantly online courses, but 3 classes a day, 2 days a week. Soon 1 online English added in. Okay. The online's nice because you can typically with those get front loaded a bit in terms of like just knocking everything out all at once, being set for a bit, or you can pick away at them depending on like what your schedule preference is. Like that little bit of adaptability has always been really nice regarding online classes for adult learners. Took a nap. Naps hit. I love naps. I try to nap like, I mean, not as much anymore actually with my schedule being the way it is, but when I was like working and then coming home to stream, I would wake up in the morning, work an 8, come home, nap for 30 minutes, hop on stream 6. That was the whole schedule. Debating line of life to my English, will it work? Hey, if you trust her. Just arose from an exquisite nap. You got that little wet puddle on the pillow? I mean, you hope it's drool, but big fan of 30-minute power nap. Yeah, 30-minute power nap is great. I think a 30-minute power nap in like a chair or a reclined position is like the omega power nap position. I think bed power naps are only conducive to wanting a longer nap. Into the bed power naps? You're a strong-willed man. I bet you make it at least 2 days into No Nut November. I beat No Nut November in like a record time this year. Might have been one of my best runs yet. "25 to 30 minutes every time." Are you like a no alarm napper? Where you're just like, all right, I'm waking up at this time, and then you open your eyes and it's that time? What if you're just like a time traveler? Chair sleeps are great until you roll forward and smash your face into your keyboard and wake up confused and in pain. Okay, well, not like my computer chair, but like a little reclined position with your feet up. You got like a counterweight. Never going a month, let alone a week without a coconut. Listen, Kanye's Twitter has led us through some wild journeys over the past couple of years, especially in the past 24 hours. But there was such a phenomenal banger that was tweeted that was so good I set it as my literal like Discord banner picture. I hate Disintegrate. I don't know if this is worth it for us to kill. We'll try. We'll try. Bro, I'm telling you, I have not come/came in over 48 hours. Look at my clarity. Pussy is a distraction. Is the exact, like, word for word tweet. That is some, like, philosopher level shit. Everything else he says is fucking mental degradation and galaxy gas fueled at this point. But that alone was a slapper. Yar! Eclipse. Oh, fuck. Thank you for the 23 months, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. What you getting up to? I have a little foot hammock under my desk. My chair doesn't recline, so I may do. My desk has a little shelf. Like I kind of have like a metal shelf under my desk. It's really weird. Picture it as kind of like a C shape for some reason. And then it has like the feet under the shelf. I don't really understand it, but I hit my shins on it a lot. Like it's not the most like, not the most comfortable. Oh! I got sniped. Jesus. That shit hurted. That hurt a lot. Got the new Hogwarts Legacy game. Shit fire as fuck. Is there another one? Or like the like, not new, but like the one that was out? Bro, look at all this glint. Oh my god. Modded that game recently. Oh no. What kind of mods are you putting on, Nin? Nin, what kind of mods are you putting on Hogwarts Legacy? Please tell me it's not the hairy huge titties mod. Please. Mostly cosmetic. Oh my god, everyone has huge tits, don't they? Are they naked? Nin, what the fuck are you doing to that game? Mostly cosmetic. Very huge titties would be so crazy. They need to never let me cook a modded game. I don't have the capability because I'm a fucking idiot. But like, they need to never let me near like an ideation room of modders. Like big bouncy Harry Potter anime titties. Oh, hi Carla. Speaking of big bouncy Harry Potter anime titties, what's up? Hogwarts Legacy's fun. Then I skipped one day without playing and haven't went back. You just can't stop. That's the trick. Once you're addicted, you just can't stop. You have to feed the addiction. Yo Z, what up, goat? Thank you for the hydrate. Is the Super Bowl done? Super Bowl score. Oh my god. 40-22. Jesus. Isn't everyone in Hogwarts Legacy a child? I don't know. Nin's the one that's doing the mods. Dr. Nin respect over there. Casey scored twice with like 2 minutes left? No way. Wait, so it was like 40-10? Oh god, it was a beatdown, wasn't it? Want to know something funny? I know you don't care about New World, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have a choice at this point. I'm here for it. Hit me. Sounds like the progression of this is going one way, and I can't back out. Wanna watch the halftime show and anime tonight, if you want to. Oh, I already did. Said you have a guild where people are leveling? Yeah, we're over on Vyra. We have our Cats with Abs 1 and 2 guilds right now. Yo, what up, Fat Dad? How you doing, brother? I didn't already watch the halftime show and stuff. Sick mount? Thanks, dude. I got a little blessed up with it. I have a couple other lucky ones as well. I got a plumed halberdier and a flail runner. I found those laying out in the road one day. So big blessings. How do I join? Exclamation Discord and then post your name in your like guild name or your in-game name in the request to join tab there. It's discord.gg/dustyy. And then someone from second guild will invite you because first guild is just about full. So yeah, second one will have most of those levelers in it right now. So we always have people in chat that are grouping up for a lot of stuff. I don't know if anyone's on from second right now to invite chat. Do we have one? Got a VOD review and they told me I play like you. My movement's the same. That's funny. Who was doing the VOD review that watched that many of my VODs? Screaming in this game's intense. It helps me relax at night. I've actually replaced a fan at night with just my character screaming on it like an 18-hour loop. Gotta run real quick to pick up the wife. All right, bet. Drive safe, brother. I appreciate you. Hope you have a good night. Yeah, the screaming kind of helps me relax a little bit. I don't know. What do you think of the Super Bowl? I didn't watch it, and from everything that I've gathered, I'm glad that I didn't, because it seems like it was pretty butt cheeks. So I'm probably gonna tonight, after stream, get some food, watch the halftime show, watch some commercials, see if there were any good commercials. And then from there, probably get caught up on some more solo leveling. Kansas City got their cheeks clapped bad. Yeah, I heard it wasn't even like interesting. It's like, well, I watched it for a long time. It's just stuck in my head. Plus, I mean, hear me out. At a certain point, I always preached. You find gameplay that you like from certain people, and you add it to yours. You find gameplay that you don't like from other people, and you avoid that. And as a melee, you had the advantage of just watching me play, because I was the best to ever do it. So, you know, it's like an all-in-one stop. You get everything in one place. Movement, macro, ability usage, ability placement, comms, cat ears, everything. It's phenomenal. Rewatched all of solo leveling last night again. All of it? That application process was super extra for hospitals. Okay, well, hear me out. They probably have to be careful with hospitals because, like, if they get the wrong person, then you could murderize a lot of people. You know what I mean? I think it'll be a sick job because I feel like serving stuff there would be chill as fuck. Oh, yeah. Probably relatively chill, like, work tempo. Salt the food. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yo, some hospital food goes crazy. I will not even lie. Some hospital food is way better than it has any business being. Some hospital food's butt cheeks. The duality of it all. Heard as a novel as it was being written and still get emails from the author. Wait, solo leveling? Is that what you're talking about, Nin? This one made me think to apply some amazing food for cheap. Okay, take me through the menu. Take me through the menu. $10 for 6 big chicken strips and fries. If they're good. Does this game already look 10 years old? What part of it, like, do you think looks dated? Also, it's important to remember with alphas, especially like very pre-launch products, that visual placeholders are very commonly used, and visual polish in a proper development cycle is typically held off on until very near the end of the cycle. And so fortunately, Ashes of Creation prios the important things with their development cycle, like the actual core gameplay loop and the engaging things in the game, past just superficial, you know, superficial polish on the wrong things. So as a result, we have a very, very, very great core gameplay loop for this early in development, and visuals are going to come later on. That's something that's typically prioritized more in beta with normal games, and games that put too much into visuals and not enough into gameplay end up like New World. That's still way better graphics than Guild Wars 2 or RuneScape or ESO. I also play on dog shit graphics. It's important to remember. I turn my graphics down a lot. If you want to see Ashes in like its actual like visually appealing state, definitely check out Steven's streams. Because he, with his settings, makes the game look good. He plays like full cinematic. And it does look really solid on full cinematic, I will say. This game's pretty. Yeah, I personally like the design of it a lot. It won't be for everybody, but I like old MMO graphics so while classic's awesome. Yeah, it gives me roots of the older MMO like vibe, which is what it's supposed to portray. And then it has like elements of modernization that I really like within it. So honestly, like the game looking at its core like a 10-year-old game is probably actually the goal. See. Yeah, I don't know. Probably just trying to come in and incite a riot. Because they weren't willing to elaborate on what they actually thought looked aged in the game when I gave them the opportunity to do so. So I'm assuming it was just somebody trying to troll, but I don't mind. I have it on medium and it looks amazing to me. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I enjoy it as well. I enjoy it a lot. Oh, okay. I looked at their chat history. It's somebody from New World. Trying to get Dungeons and Dragons Online to work, but the installer is so old it argues with modern PC. Dungeons and Dragons Online. That's crazy. Recently changed artists and stuff, but I'm letting it quit for a while. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Even since I've been here, Tank's received multiple, like, ability reworks that have been very, very aesthetically pleasing. One, for example, being, like, our absorption field. It was just originally, like, a blue circle. And then we logged into a visual rework. And we got, like, this crazy, like, flowy, shard, broken-y, lotus-type flower, like... Even abilities look really cool at this point. Small things with abilities too, like Indomitable Spirit. Like, that's a really fucking cool animation. I think this is supposed to be on my eyes. Because if you zoom in like that, it's lined up with the eyes. But since I'm short, I don't think it's set up for a lack of height. But there are a lot of really cool animations in this game. I also think the environment itself is really nice. Coming for season 3 solo leveling, probably gonna be one of the single best seasons of anime in a minute. Or they just Game of Thrones it. No, I know, Carlin, I need to catch up. And it's primarily been my fault that we haven't caught up. I'm the goober. I feel like we're getting a lot of enchanting mats from this too. Is solo leveling season 2 even finished yet? No. How many seasons of the show, like at its current pace, would the manhwa cover? Is it sorted into the same like categorical set of like seasons with the manhwa, or is it different? Seven plus for the whole thing. Oh shit. And that's just like within the existing universe, right? So they wouldn't have to like extrapolate anything. Is the manhwa completed? Where do you guys watch it at? I watch on Crunchyroll. New version called Ragnarok being produced currently. Interesting. What about droppings from mobs they don't want? Yeah, do you need them? Is the war still going on in Mira? Or is that done? Oh yeah, that's still going. And Halcyon's farming. Ugh. That's so tragic. How long is that expected to go? Begins at 8 p.m. Pacific. Okay. Okay, I think we're losing a couple people. So let me pop over this way real quick. It's time for Vans. We could probably do a couple Vans. Try to sneak them in or something. See if we can run one up to 8th. Buy one here, launch it, run it up to 8th perhaps. Be a nice little safe route. Safe in theory. Yo, what up, Endrex? That's their EV time? Nah, I'm down for a van up to the north. I see no problem with that. Now I do need to grab another van set. but that's fine. Then we'll grab wheels. Where are the wheels? Right here. When do we get the maid outfit that goes with the ears? That was Christmas last year. Vans are getting attacked in the desert a lot more. Well, I didn't know you last year. Well, maybe we had a few more sub goals and we're cooking. Would the bruiser kitten drop earlier? How many more days of the cat ears do we have? I think it's 3. Like with that. I have to do math and check. Yeah, Vans were getting hit in the desert a lot, I feel like. Is it the same group of people that's jumping them? Like the same ones that jumped us? Skirt. Oh god. Don't know about that group. But there's another one who jumps between Desert Vans and Lawless. Interesting. I mean, I feel like a lot of people would probably be up in Mira for the war right now, no? How many people are hitting them? Because I feel like the biggest reason that we got hit yesterday was probably like the fact that we were trained. Like we had 5, 6 vans last night. A lot. Has it been that bad with like mass people hitting vans? Yo, look at Desert Mama in the back. That's such a cool shot. Oh, a lot of people doing war? Oh, I didn't drop all these. Fuck me. I'll bring them up to Sunhaven, actually. I'll drop them there. Or not Sunhaven, fucking 8th. This group loves the PvP a lot. Okay. Okay. Is that the one that I ran into yesterday? The mostly harmless people, or is that a different group? Different group? Okay. New guild? Noted. I hadn't run into mostly harmless, I don't think, until yesterday. I don't think, anyways. All right, we need Bardcore again. More Bardcore. There's some of this putter fucking around. Yeah, I don't know with like if vans are actually getting hit like that. I don't know if the desert's the play. I would almost think maybe like Halcyon North, water in the tropics, and then just drop off here. I feel like that's gonna be the safety route, right? NA to Jova. Yeah, I mean, you could NA to Jova through like Forge area. Go through here. Or you could water it. NA to Jova water route's pretty safe, but you can still get jumped out there. But I feel like there's probably not really anyone like hitting from NA to Jova right now. Yeah, it sucks that that desert treaty died with Dopa. Because if that had stayed active, we would have been up tremendous, I think. Like it was a beautiful 2 to 3 days of free vans. It was absolutely wonderful. No longer. No longer. Let's see here. Skirt. Skirt. A skirt. People try to keep the treaty going, but Dopa after the line sure protecting. Yeah, I mean, Dopa was... I mean, was Dopa the largest guild on the server at the time of quitting? Surely one of them, right? I think so. It always felt like they were super active. Interesting. Maybe it was just like activity verse like everyone else, but Envious, Nova, or Polar. Well, yeah, so one of the largest. Please work. Oh, cool. I have so much glint just like stored around the map in random ass places right now. So going to Mira right now is probably not advised. Yeah, they're full cooked. Ord. Event type name displays. POI name. We're up. Is that supposed to bring up map? I don't think that brings up the map. At one point we were pretty big, but we'd started losing players. Is that what kind of led to the break as a whole coming around? Do we cut across to New Ayla? Super hardcore, so people were just tired. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I'm a huge, like, anti-burnout advocate in an alpha, man. You know my day-to-day speech about everything. You know how I feel about all of that. Oi, 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 oi. Alright, where do we sneak through to? I want to try to get back up Carfway, so maybe I try to like sneak through up into Winstead. I could still get nuked in Winstead though. If it's actually just like full fucked, I might just chill in the desert. That might be the play. I'm gonna smoke real quick. I'll be right back. 1 sec. We do have a decent group who still want to play.
Bring them through.
We could be a force. Together, many kittens come together. Many, many, many kittens come together and bring dominance to the world. I might go up to Mira and see what's up. Where are we going? I don't want to pop up to Mira. Maybe have a little bit of fun. I'm gonna get swarmed by like 150 people the first second being up here, and I'm gonna be like, alright, that's less than fun. Also, I want to see what these lost specters drop. I'm actually gonna codex this real quick. Hold on. Quick ADHD type detour. Hold on. You give me 0.2 seconds, and I'm gonna give you a loot table, you bastards. Let's see. Ashes Codex. Lost Spectre. Drops. Oh? Excuse me? According to Ash's Codex, these lost specters drop Carfin weapons. Well, this is slightly intriguing. Where's Sins? Is Sins just showing us always online? Yeah. The fuck you doing? Hi. I wonder what these specters are. I don't think I have enough damage to just like tap it down, but oh, okay. Fuck, that's such a cool ability. This is good, this is progress. The double miss is insano style. I don't think I win this, chat. Shit hits so hard. Nope. I do not hit hard. Oh god. Yeah, I'm gonna hop out of this. Okay, so that's at least a 2-person grind. Oh fuck. I don't really know how to get away from this. We got Nim coming down off the high ground though. Nim's gonna save the day here. I trust. Ready? We're up huge. Up huge. The perfect save. So, if these drop Carf weapons, this could be intriguing. Hello, Jay Buckington. Mira's under attack. I know, I got on a slight sidetrack and I wanted to see. I looked up these guys' loot tables. I'm gonna pop out to Mira. Here, I'll invite you. Just be aware, you may get like 2-shotted. If we go 1 for 1 on a Carfin Wep, we're up tremendous. And my day is made. Goodies? That's gonna blow up. You can't fool me. What the fuck? Ah! Oh, what? Oh my god, why? Oh, what the hell? That's such a cool mob interaction. What the fuck? It blows up and reses? Yeet. Oh my god. I just sent 1,500 damage back at him. Not a thing. Not a goddamn thing. Alright. Let's go up to Miraleth. On death effect and a res. Don't let GGG see this. They just thought of an entire fucking season mechanic. They thought of a whole season mechanic. Okay, let's go up and see what's up in Mira. Give it a peep. Boys, so what do we think happened in the Super Bowl? Was it... What the fuck? Like something in particular, or was it just like a shellacking? I didn't watch. Like, I would watch highlights, but it doesn't even seem like there are gonna be many highlights. Who's this? Hoofs. May he rest in peace. He's out there somewhere. I feel like I'm gonna get up there. Yams, are you already up there? I feel like I'm gonna get up there and it's just gonna be like Zergfest. Fuck. Caw-caw! What up, Mr. Crows? How you doing, brother? My stream attendance streak is alive. It better be. It better be. Wait on the big strong tank to show up. Yeah, I'm gonna get like 2-shotted. I wonder what they're gonna do long term about power stack meta. I wonder if that's always just going to be the play around the board, or if there's going to be something that comes into counter power stack. I know how to break you with one simple word or phrase. What's that? Twitch Prime? I do love me some Twitch Primes. I won't lie. Brisket, burnt ends. Oh, fuck. Why? Why? Fuck. Game looks good at night. Oh yeah, I think overall, like, I really love the aesthetic of this game overall. It's a very, like, you know, it's got fantasy elements to it, of course. But it's not that, like, high fantasy, arcane everywhere, mana coming from the fucking mountaintops type vibe everywhere. It's really nice, and I'm excited to see the rest of the map too, because right now we only have like 2 real biomes established. We have Sand Squall Desert here. The rest of the Sand Squall Peninsula will be finished soon. And then we're getting the Tropics as well within the next like 2 months. And we're gonna have a lot more biomes that pop up like after that. And I think the diversity within the biomes will be very, very, very cool. Am I stuck down here? Looks like I missed my exit. Whoopsies. We're up tremendous. Snowy and jungle biomes are usually my 2 favorites. Well, what if I told you that this biome isn't always snowy? This biome is a Riverlands. Any biome can be snowy based on the seasonal cycle. So there's a full seasonal cycle that's completely dynamic on every server. No 2 servers are on the like same level of seasonal cycle. There are also different story arcs within servers that can influence like different points of interest and put them in like very, very unique spots. So Carfin here, for example, the Tower of Carfin, this can be put into a story arc that activates like certain quests, certain boss spawns, certain loot drops, and that story arc only lasts for a certain amount of time. It can end multiple ways, and the way that it does end will have an impact on all future story arcs. So each server will eventually have their own chain of story arcs that occur throughout it that will all cascade into its like own independent timeline. Seasonal changes can impact anything from mob spawns, mob resistances, mob abilities, mob behaviors. Sometimes player abilities can be impacted by the seasons. So there are a lot of different things that are very cool about the seasonal cycle. Node spawns for gathering. Yep. Dungeon entrances. So some dungeons can be like accessible or inaccessible during certain seasonal cycles. Just saw guilds Nova Ortem 2, 3, and 4 all running together through Mira. Ah, fantastic. So us with 3 people. We should probably go elsewhere. If we're being completely honest. Yo, what up, Gren? How do you play tank? How do you like tank? I like Death Knight S classes myself, so I'm kind of stuck between tank and fighter. Have you checked out the like dual class system when that's coming in? It's a phase 3 thing, but if you do exclamation classes, if you're kind of like a visual learner, that has the graphic that shows what all of the class combos will be. So that's going to open up a ton of possibilities with tanking. And the cool thing about the class customization with dual classes is that like your active abilities will come from your primary class. So, you know, I tank, you tank, he, she, we tank. We will all have tank primary abilities. That will be like the primary identity of the class. What the secondary class will do is augment those primaries with different passives or different effects that give it that unique like feel from that class. And that's where a lot of the player identity is going to come from. So me, for example, I'm looking at tank rogue. I really like evasion tanking. I think evasion in this game is extremely strong. And so I'm hoping for the PvE side, I kind of get evasion put onto some of my like big defensives. And then from the PvP side, rogue kind of folks. Oh. I don't want my snores today. Is this us? But yeah, so there will be a ton of customizability within that. Death Knight S class could work. I mean, honestly, fighter summoner or tank summoner could both be really cool options within those two. Summoner augments are actually going to be really cool. We don't know how every single summoner will work, but every summoner like secondary will have unique summons based on its primary class. So summoner fighter, you could potentially animate weapons. Ow, what the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. He's so beefy. Okay, they're geared. I'm not even in my PvP build. Yeah, this is no bueno. They're all upstairs there. Okay. Do not go upstairs in that house. That is fucked. Tank of a DK chain pull. Yeah, we do have a grapple as well. So grapple's quite nice. I should probably just res. I should just stay with the Zerg. I didn't expect like 10 of them up in the top floor. All as well. What's going on out here? What do we have? I mean, we have a good Zerg here. Maybe I just stay with this for a second. That's crazy. Yeah, that first fighter that I fought was geared as shit. And then I went on that second one, the Ranger, and the Ranger just melted. Am I going in or is the Zerg going in? That's something I need to ask myself in this scenario. Yeah, I don't. I'm just here watching the carnage. Yeah, I'm just trying to sneak a couple killies. Maybe enjoy my life a little. I'm scared to go in any buildings. There were like 150 people inside of that building the last time I went up. I'm terrified. It's like a rave up there. Summoner Cleric is an Necro. Wonder if I can do a melee heavy armor variant. Oh, I got good news for you. Oh, I got bad news for me. That didn't go where it was supposed to go. Alright, Mr. Cena. They have so many over here and I just desynced? No! I desynced back around the corner. They have so many right there. Oh my god. I was dead even if I got around the corner. Where does Zerg go? But yeah, so basically every class will have a melee and a ranged weapon. And whether you're looking for physical scaling or spell damage scaling, you kind of have the options there. So every weapon has both a physical and a spell version. So with bows, since I'm a tank, I'm scaling physical for my abilities. And there are regular bows, longbow and shortbow. And then there are also spell bows, which if you're like a mage and you want to play a bow, then you have that accessibility. Same thing with cleric, bard, any of those like magic scaling classes. You'll be able to use those like those spell bows. Mayor's office is a Zerg. Our Zerg or their Zerg. So then into like the armor thing, heavy, medium, and light don't impact like any dodge rolls or anything like that. I think, are the servers good? But yeah, heavy, medium, and light don't really impact dodge rolls or anything like that. It's just how your actual like mitigation is distributed. So heavy has more physical mitigation, medium is balanced, and then light has more magic mitigation. But then you also get set bonuses based on your like your weight, and then you will also have different set bonuses based on. I didn't want to show you anyways. I guess you have to keep wondering. So you have like your weight set bonus, and then you have different like sets within the game as well. So like Academus Monitor was the set that I was using, which is heavy armor. So I get a heavy armor bonus for a certain number of pieces, and then the Academus Monitor set. So there are a couple of different like things that you can do to sync the gear up, but it's very customizable, both like armor and weapon, to what you want your class to be. It's pretty solid. Really the only difference in weapons is there's no like active differences, but it is weapon combo, like the damage distribution from each hit and how many hits until you get to the end of that combo, which is that finisher it's called in the game. When you hit a finisher, you can apply different status effects, and different weapons will have different status effects available to them. And they'll also have slightly different passive trees, which can augment like, oh. Wah! So they'll have different like passives that can augment like weapon damage or a chance to trigger a finisher on like the last hit. So there are a few different ways that you can customize that weapon tree to what you'd like. And then within that, different weapons will also have different like attack power versus attack speed spreads. So hammers, for instance, one-handed maces, like those are slower but hit harder per hit than one-handed swords do. So you kind of have those like different weapon classes within it. Yeah, the finisher will change on each weapon. Like every weapon has their unique combo, and that's part of what makes it kind of unique. Is some weapons have a quicker like attack time to finisher, and then some weapons will also have a different like damage distribution within that. Am I in? Okay, we're up tremendous. We're up huge. I think. So the weaponry is getting even more customizable. Oh, yeah. I mean, I would assume that weapon... Well, that's too bad. I would assume that weapon trees would continue to have their level increase as, like, character level increases too. All right, so maybe I avoid that road to the mayor's office. Because that, like, Thanos snapped my game. Oh. Good day. Is that, like, respawn protection? Oh, that's cool. Whole lot of you guys. Not a lot of me. DM me for raid invite and run to mayor's office. Offer to res you, but every relog is so laggy. United we stand fishing. Do you think he's actually just fishing? Like, that's not just a character name, that's a way of life. Custom food. I'm actually really excited to see what they do with the stamina trees, too. I think the stamina tree has been one of my favorite things that not a lot of people talk about, but, like, there's obviously no level of customization to it right now because you just have enough points to take everything. But the stamina tree made my character feel significantly better to play. As soon as I got Spring Step and got that increased dodge distance, it was insane. Ganglebuck. Is it your GPU or is it like the server side stuff? Both, I think. Yeah, my biggest thing that I've always noticed has just been that, like, server side when it gets, like, mass scale, but... Is this our Zerg? Alright. Let's see. Let's see. God damn. Brother is Tonky. Oh, sorry, these guys like outside of the war healing him or something? I'm confused. Kit is friendly, leave alone, please. Oh, okay. Wait, so what? I'm so confused. Oh, so they're a friendly? Wait, are they? I'm so confused now. Because they're on the attacker side, but they're getting healed by people that are on our side, which are defending. My fault. My fault, my fault, my fault. All right. I mean, we have a good ball. I'll win this fight. Better stay out and not feed kills. I mean, if you're like if you're in the Zerg over here, you're probably fine. It's just staying in the Zerg and kind of like trying to not get cooked. Nova's like 300 deep. Jesus fucking Christ. $300 deep is insane. I feel like we're gonna get our ass ate here. I won't lie. The slow stam is so sad. Why he invalid? Oh, is it because of the respawn thing? Reformed as purple. I don't think that's all Adobe, right? Oh, I went to read chat and then got my ass kicked. I went to catch up on chat in the middle of them. Not the best time for me to catch up on chat. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't see killed. Yeah, that's your kill. That's none of theirs. Your message and my lack of reading comprehension contributed to that kill. Wait, so what's this? Is this corruption? Oh. Oh, that guy just got turned on. He's gonna get teabagged, doesn't he? Oh. Yeah. Keep popping up. Oh, word. Sure, we have a couple people here, right? Where'd our Zerg end up? I'd like to document. Oh, although this hardcore has lyrics in it. Okay, there we go. Let me out of the horse. Oh, I'm in a bad spot. I traded. We got the trade at least. Everything's good there. Everywhere that I am is not the place to be. I need to find our Zerg so badly. It's gonna be comprised of people from barcode. So is purple gonna be like a new comp guild, basically? Like one of the new warring lads? Very sweaty, very PvP. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. So are they basically trying to grab like the very dedicated PvPers from a lot of different guilds and combine it? I'm kind of hurt. Whoops. He's trying to bait me. I'm not following you out there, sir. I know that you don't have anything good for me. When the server starts to get overwhelmed, your stam regen's slow as shit. And it always messes with me. Caravans blocking the entrance is hilarious. Oh, it's so good. I saw that for the first time the other day. Down in that desert, like guild versus guild that I stumbled upon. This is, wait. This is fully caravaned up. What the fuck? That's insane. Oh, hey, it's Glowies. So is this the purple GM? Hi, Glowies. I found the Zerg again. Guys, I gotta kill while you all were going. Motherfucker. Why are there so many traps? Oh my god. Okay. Okay then. I think I stepped on a landmine or something, man. What the fuck? I got slightly too close. This is why I've considered on many occasions just making like, oh god. Why I've considered making like a mage or a bard or some bullshit just for like mass scale. Because I feel like playing anything like anything melee-y is always a wee bit rough. Wait, which side are we on? Are we over here? We're over here, right? Excuse me. Over in the wrong team. Oh god. Why did my snores just jump? Asian Steve the goat. Alright, I think we go back in now. I'm gonna have to hope this is our Zerg. Word. I don't really know what's going on with Jesse, but gang war is crazy. Colton. Hey, man. I feel like we're slightly starting to come back. I just need to stay in the middle of the Zerg and not get, like, too far ahead. I'm stuck in a caravan. Hello? I cannot. Oh, they have the res protection. God damn it. I thought I was getting a fatty combo lined up. I need to stay with our Zerg. I should just sit in the middle of this, I think. John Cena. I don't know where I left my snores. All right, brothers. I stay directly in the middle of this. I let everybody else just tank all of the damage for me. And I shoot pew-pews. Kanye deleted his Twitter. Did he delete his Twitter or did his Twitter get Thanos snapped? He deleted it. Interesting. Very sane, normal behavior. I don't really know where the Zerg's going, but we're going. Are we hunting? Maybe we have somebody with like a flyer that's running around. Or is this just a scouting party? Wait, bruh. If this is just a scouting party, that's kind of crazy. Okay, we got a couple of kills there. I guess that's probably what this group is focusing on, is just finding like the stragglers that are around the map. So glad I never got into social media. Closest I get is YouTube and now Twitch. Yeah, I don't really like. I should probably be more active on social media as a quote-unquote content creator, but like, I don't know. I just like streaming and stuff, man. I think social media is kind of lame. Like, it can be funny sometimes, but I think overall it's pretty overwhelmingly lame. Those are the ways nice to meet you here. Yeah. We tend to chill. No, that's fine. No, I need my mount. No. Please. Fuck. Only been on Twitch for like a month. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, no, I enjoy my community here a lot. I think I've got a great community here. We may not be the largest, but we're a very chill community. It's a very nice experience streaming to a community like this, and I hope that we continue to grow in Ashes too. I mean, there's a lot going on in New World where, you know, a lot of my friends are having some very great viewership, and I'm happy for them, and I hope that waiting it out in Ashes and staying true to that is, you know, a good choice for me long term, and I'm confident that it will be. I'm confident it will be. Part of me thought about doing a New World day if they leave the OPR map up till Tuesday. They said they would leave it up till Tuesday. And then I said, fuck that. Then I said, fuck that. Roll Tom, be careful. Oh, yes, they are. And his name is John Cena. Okay, he's dead. Dude, I can't wait for small scale PvP. Like, if there are 3v3s and 5v5s and shit like that, oh my god, that's gonna be some of my favorite. Good wall. Alpha! Oh, that's not. That's fine. I wasn't the only one. Fuck that wolf, I guess. Yo, what up, Savo? How you doing, goat? What am I missing? A little Miraleth defense. Halcyon is attacking right now. So, I'm just kind of running around with the Zerg. But, like, Mira's coming back. I don't know what it's a race to, but... I don't really know how we win, but... Is this person being a little bold here? There was just a red that was running like right through here. Oh, they have protection? Yeah, 30 seconds. You don't? Am I tripping? Yeah, they're definitely dead. Okay, they got nuked. Yeah, we're good. There's a time thing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the timer is. I haven't done a full one this long before. Hold on. Leave party and then DM night. First to 800? Oh. Where'd everybody go? Is this us? Yes, this is us. I see us. First to 800 is interesting because 713 to 646 right now. It's pretty even. I think we just got to get up with the Zerg. We're kind of split here. We do not have a lot of people here. Maybe we have enough? Yeah, we probably have enough. Surely that person with the flyer should be up ahead, like, scouting, right? And not in the Zerg? Because can't you just fly and get, like, literal invulnerability? I feel like you should be up above. There are 2 flying scouts for Mira, possibly 3. And I'm assuming the group that I'm in right now is just like a scout group that's out like looking for, oh shit. I'm sorry, Alpha! I killed Alpha. I'm so sorry, Alpha. I can't move. I'm just standing still. I don't know what's happening. I can't move anywhere. I can't do anything. I don't think that was the intended function of anything that just happened. I don't quite know. But we got the kill on Alpha, and then my audio in game went weird, and I just like wasn't able to do anything. That's okay, we killed Alpha. That's all that matters. Oh. Does this lad need help? Okay, he's good. We should go back down to the Zerg. Very nice. Okay. I feel like we might come back. We follow clump, we stay in group, we don't feed. Very simple. Very nice. I feel like our Zerg is rolling this. What the fuck? That was nuts. Oh, that was so clean. Okay, this is kind of fun. This is kind of really fun. You just gotta stay in the Zerg with these, I think. That's the biggest thing. The second you're caught out, you're cooked. But if I can just sit in the middle of the Zerg, like, tanks shouldn't even be playing frontline, I don't think. We should sit in the dead middle of the Zerg and just pull people into the Zerg. Colton! What up, go? Pew! Oh, did I get that kill? What the fuck? How is he in the air? Oh god. No! Oh my god, did I live? Oh my god, I lived. I got like 3 of them killed. They're trying to chase me. Oh my god.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
I just need to be careful that I don't get too far ahead here. Yo, Jaren, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oops. Wait, we're winning this. I'm gonna get fucking schnooked here. Oh, the lightning hurts. The lightning hurts. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Yo, Hours and welcome in. Boys, if anybody else is new coming in, I appreciate you being here. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I do play Ashes every day. I very much, very much love Ashes. So feel free to ask me anything you guys might be wondering about the game. Right now, we're in a node war defending Miraleth versus Halcyon over on Vyra. And we're trying to stay alive as much as we can, trying to set up some beefy initiates for the boyos. Oh, wait, did we win? Oh wait, we won, right? Sick. We're up tremendous. That last Zerg was really good. Down 300 points, it's still won. Okay, I want to say, I don't want to say it was Cats showing up, but we were down 300 points when Cats got here and then we won. All four of us. I'm just... Go one kill. Listen, I'm accepting as a tank in any mass scale. My role is not to blow people up 100 to 0. I literally just pull people into the middle of the clump and we all just kick them in the ribs while they're on the ground. Like, just collectively. Like, I pull them in and we just like gangbusters the shit out of somebody. That's all I was trying to do. Once I died a couple of times trying to frontline, it kind of like clicked in my head and I was like, I can't frontline against this many people. Like, I simply can't. Oh, God. Is there a way to see, like, the war, like, kill leaderboard or whatever? What do people get on, like, mages and shit? Or, who, like, what class is fragging out in those? Yams goes crazy. Yams is truly the carry. We couldn't have done it without Yams. Mages are always top. Yeah, I'm not shocked there. Not shocked there. All right, boys. Well, that's a good end to the night. I'm content with that. I'm gonna go get some food, chill out for the night, get a little sleep in. We're gonna go raid Uni. I think he's been chilling over here. He's been on the grind. So we'll go show a little love, say what's up. Boys, I appreciate y'all being here. I will be back 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. We'll be balling, floss, and sauce and vibe. And once again, thank you for all the support. As always, truly does mean the world. You guys are the best community on Twitch. Thank you for making this possible for me. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, early afternoon, for an absolute banger. Forge tomorrow? Yeah, I'm down for some Forge tomorrow. Yeah, we'll run some Forge tomorrow. Hit me up. Be here. Boys, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Have a fantastic night. Peace.